With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time.
Happy trade deadline day, everybody. Yay. How we doing? Beautiful Friday morning. How's it going?
It is, I guess you would say, the most wonderful time of the year, right? You know,
It is.
with this being probably one of the more interesting trade deadlines because of just the fact of who is currently leading in terms of the most valuable player available.
Yeah.
But there also could be trades that that could happen that we don't expect to happen. So all in all, it's going to be a very intense 6-ish hours. And I think it's so. I've always disclaimed this right at the beginning, Kyle, so that people understand. Trades can still come down and be official after 3 p.m. They just have to start before 3 p.m. Before 3 p.m.
They have to be submitted to the league office by 3 p.m.
Correct.
You got it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So the way that we got it working here is we're going to have this beautiful the beautiful trade board up here today. If we know something goes down, we'll refresh it, and it's good because it does it in real time as well too. So this is all fun and games. I just have Trade Center up on TSN on my end here, so we're just kind of watching to see what happens. I'm done looking at I'll let you do the social media just because I got fooled a couple of times.
I'll keep a fair eye to it.
I'm done getting fooled on socials.
Yeah. So in case nobody saw it. In case you didn't see it yesterday when Kyle and I were recording our latest episode of Flamescast, which go subscribe if you haven't already, right at the end of our episode, it sounded like, according to what Kyle saw, that Mikko Rantanen was going to be a healthy scratch for last night's Hurricanes game against the Bruins. That ended up being a fake account, as per usual.
Which, to be fair, he probably could have been scratched.
He could have been scratched. 100%. But he was not. And then last night, I think it was midnight, something along those lines, Elliot Friedman had said that it looks like that Mikko Rantanen to the Dallas Stars could be what ends up happening. Now, as of this morning, a deal has not happened, and that there is still
okay. Let's be more specific though. A deal is complete. It's in place. They're just working on an extension for him. That's what we know.
Right.
And what we know too is that you're seeing the Edmonton and San Jose trade here. Excuse me. That is the latest deal to be submitted to the league office. So as of 6 a.m. this morning, that was the latest deal that we've seen so far. We've got Trade Center up as well too, and you're on socials as well to make sure that we got you all covered for at least until noon today. We're gonna have everybody hanging out till about noon, and hopefully we have some things go down between now and noon.
I think we will. I think we'll have something.
I think
something will happen.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see.
So on the trade bait board, first on the list was Rantanen. Second on the list was Brad Marchand. What's the likelihood he goes?
I think at this point, if I'm being honest with you, I think we're at 50-50. I think it just depends on the team. It depends on a lot of different things. The last thing that we saw was that it's very likely that if Brad Marchand gets dealt today, it's going to be to a Western Conference team. And I think that's understandable because the Bruins are not out of the playoff race. They very well
They're slowly getting out of the playoff.
They're slowly getting out of it. I felt after they won over the weekend against Pittsburgh, I felt like that was the opportunity for them to get back into it, but obviously that has not been the case up until this point. I think if you're the Bruins, I think you got to look at all options. I don't think you should, focus on just one conference. I think because it's not a guarantee that Brad Marchand stays wherever he gets traded to beyond this year. It's possible, which I actually think is very likely, that he
Is
gets dealt and then re-signs in Boston at the end of the beginning of next year.
does he not want to stay though? Like, is that not what was talked about where he wants to stay? Like, he already said that I want to be a Bruin for life, blah, blah, blah,
I
all
think
that
he wants
BS.
to
Like,
stay, yeah. But I think also there might be a wink-wink type of deal between Marchand and the Bruins front office that, like, hey, here's what we're gonna do. We'll trade you to a contender. You go play for them for the rest of the year, and then we'll come back to a discussion about. We'll come back to the re-signing at the end of the year, which I've
mhm,
seen before. That it doesn't happen very often, but it's something that could very well happen.
right. So between last night and this morning, I just want to quickly run through what was kind of like the latest trade that we knew, right? So I
Okay.
feel like everybody had a good understanding of like around 3 o'clock yesterday, like the Riley Smith and the Drieger deal. This one kind of came in a bit later where Carson Soucy's now heading to the Rangers for a third round pick. Quick take on that?
Yeah, I mean the Rangers want to continue to try to improve their defense, which is what we've seen. And they don't end up spending a ton, just a third round pick in this upcoming draft for him. And that seems to be the fairly average market for defensemen. We talked about yesterday on Flamescast with Brian Dumoulin going to the Devils for a second round pick and a prospect. There was another defenseman trade where also it was only a second round pick. So all in all, that seems to be the average um, price for
Okay.
guys like this. So I think I think honestly, solid move for the Rangers, who continue to be very active.
Another Eastern Conference team did move yesterday too, moving, Justin Brazeau. He's heading to Minnesota for, I am not going to be able to pronounce that
Don't
name
try
right.
that.
No way in hell I'm pronouncing that right. I'll just say Merritt.
I'm going to say
Lukau,
Hanushtinov.
not even trying it. Lukau heading back to Boston, believe it or
Back
not.
to Boston. Him and his grapes are back in Beantown.
Do you like Brazeau in Minnesota?
He kind of fits more of like what Minnesota's overall system is, a team that plays on a pretty physical side.
Mhm.
Brazeau is that type of player. My
I don't
problem
hate
is
it.
I don't hate it, but at the same time, Kyle, if I'm being real with you, I feel like Minnesota needs to do more.
Especially with Dallas making probably a big move today. Colorado doing it yesterday with Brock Nelson. We'll get into that in a
Correct.
second. Winnipeg's probably going to make a move today at some point. I imagine Edmonton
Right.
maybe not done yet. Maybe Vegas is going to make a move today. Like Minnesota has to be one of those teams to kind of match it, right?
For
Very
sure.
curious to see what they do.
Especially also
So
with
yeah,
Kirill
yesterday,
Kaprizov out, you need help. In my
correct.
opinion, you need help.
So yesterday, one of the bigger trades that happened was Brock Nelson. This was yesterday. Talk about 6 o'clock this morning almost was when it was finalized. So Brock Nelson is heading to Colorado along with William Dufour. Dufour was a part of the St. John Sea Dogs in the Memorial Cup run a couple of years ago. So if you guys don't know who Dufour is, he was one of the key players, actually the biggest player on that team.
I love that Kyle had has the inside.
I know it. I know it. And then Cal Ritchie, Oliver Shillington, a first round pick and a third. Shillington actually went to Anaheim, though, literally a minute later.
Yeah. I think, I mean, the Islanders are pretty much set on the back end, so I don't think that they had any intention of
Right.
keeping Shillington. But
I just want to say, though, like, on a Flames perspective, like, how amazing how much he got screwed over by his agent, right? Remember back in the summertime where he had a deal in place, he wanted more money. They were like, nope, we're not going to give it to you. They ship him off to Colorado, whatever. He signs with Colorado for basically nothing. And then they use him as trade bait now to send him to New York, and then New York sending him to Anaheim. Like, he's just getting pitch and tossed around.
it's crazy how sometimes these things go down, right? Geez, who's the guy that was in Dallas? Who's the defenseman? Ended up getting signed earlier this year by Edmonton. Um,
Oh God, I don't know what you're talking
I'm
about.
blanking. I can see him. He wears number 3. I think that was his number in Dallas.
Huh.
Um, but
Anyway,
anyway, I'll get back to that. But yeah, no, I think when you look at that, I'll just say really quickly from the Islanders' perspective on the Brock Nelson deal. I think that's a hell of a job by Lou Lamoriello. I mean, you see what the market has been for top flight rentals this
mm,
year, and he gets Calum Ritchie, who's immediately one of the better prospects for the Islanders. You get a first round pick out of it. You get another pick as well. The Islanders are going to continue to try to stay competitive while also trying to make them, try to help this team moving forward. I've never been a fan of trying to rebuild but also compete at the same time because that usually
right.
doesn't work. Um, I think this also means that maybe Kyle Palmieri is more likely to stay, but maybe not.
We're gonna find out. Yeah, I think for Colorado, like they didn't really give up a ton for him, right? Especially if he's a rental, and I don't like the fact that like they had to give up Richie, right? I don't
Hmm.
love that. The first round pick and all that stuff is like baloney at the end of the day, especially
Right.
if they can win one round, right? But that's the problem is that Colorado all of a sudden sneaking up, they can get past Minnesota for a wild card spot and get in with a lock in a matchup between the Stars and the Avalanche would be fireworks, by the
Which
way.
would be awesome. Yeah.
Fireworks. And then the latest trade that we know as of right now, as of 9:12 a.m., we know that Jake Wallman is heading to the Oilers for Carl Berglund and a first.
Your first. Yeah.
How did that happen?
Well, this all starts by going back to the summer where, for reasons unknown, the Red Wings.
I need you to explain this to me because I'm so confused with the
Sure.
Red Wings.
Yeah. So so it started with the Red Wings obviously trading Jake Wallman to San Jose for nothing, for literally nothing. Like they
Mhm.
literally got nothing in the deal. And Jake Wallman has had a phenomenal year in San Jose. I actually thought for a while that the Sharks were going to keep him, but I
Right.
think the Sharks want to continue to try to get younger. They do have some up and coming prospects on the back end. And I think that if the Sharks didn't get a deal like this, they probably would have kept Wallman. But Edmonton comes calling and says, "Hey, we're willing to give you Carl Berglund and we'll give you a first as well for him." How can you not make that deal if you're San Jose? So I think the Sharks have been one of the biggest winners of this deadline for all the
So
moves that they've
far.
made because of just the fact that they've gotten such good value for guys like Mikael Granlund and Cody Ceci, now Jake Wallman. I think they pretty much got. I think they ended up getting a decent deal for trading Mackenzie Blackwood to Colorado.
Yeah.
They traded Vitek Vanacek to Florida and got value for him when Vitek's been out most of the year with an injury.
Hey,
I think overall, just it's definitely an overpay, but it proves again how much of a seller's market it is.
so we might have our first trade of the day. It sounds like the guys are talking to the trade breakers, excuse me, with Chris Johnson and the crew. They might have something here. They were just showing too, like the first deals of the day happened for the last 4 years. They happened anywhere between 9:10 and 10 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
So odds are there's going to be something that's going to come down here, whether it's now or in the next 20, 30 minutes, give or take. But it sounds like they're kind of discussing that Shoveldayoff and the Jets are onto something here. We
Let's
don't know
see.
yet. We don't know yet. We're gonna find
We
out.
don't know
But
yet.
we'll
That's for sure.
yeah. Let us know your predictions as well too for you guys checking us out and watching us this morning. Any predictions on what you think is gonna happen? Again, we're with you till about noon today Eastern. Trying to see if any trades kind of happen along the way. So far, just a lot of talk, like nothing going on. I don't know if you're
A
seeing
lot of talking.
anything on your social media end as well. Like we'll try and keep up as much as possible. I think the first thing that one of the things I'm gonna predict one of the things that we see this morning is gonna be the Rantanen deal. That's gotta I think
Yeah,
that's gonna go down, right? Unless it
yeah.
falls apart extension wise.
I think it's going to come down to. I've kind of thought about this morning when it was announced that like a deal hasn't happened yet between Dallas and Carolina. I think it's going to have to. I think it's going to come down to this. This is where I think we're at. This is just my prediction. I believe that there is a deal in place for Rantanen to go to several different teams. I
Sure.
just think it's all about who gets the extension done first, because I think that's how it goes. So it's leaning more and more that Rantanen really is out the door. And I started saying what I felt when we thought that Rantanen was getting healthy scratched and he was going to get traded last night. If you're Eric Tulsky, you really better come out of this with a really good deal, because if you don't get a good value for Rantanen after only having him for about a month, and you had time to figure this out, it's a really bad look for the second
Yeah.
year in a row. But again, they could get a good deal, and it might end up benefiting them once they get into the playoffs. I mean, there's no time, I think, for Carolina fans to panic if they end up dealing Rantanen away. However, as we've seen with the Hurricanes, their scoring can dry up very quickly if they're not careful.
Yeah. So sorry to pivot for a second here. Really the newest thing that we know so far, and you actually nailed it on the head here with Ryan Donato. There is extension talks going on between the Blackhawks and pending UFA Ryan Donato. This is from Pierre LeBrun. Let's see if Chicago can extend him today. If not, the Hawks have been telling teams all week they need to be blown away to move him. So the direction is more than likely that they're going to try and extend him.
And I think that's fine. You know, Donato's had himself a career year up until this point playing with Connor Bedard. I think the only thing, though, that I'll say from Chicago's perspective is Ryan Donato has never been considered to be like a top flight, top six kind of guy. And you have to wonder if it's because it's a walk year for him that he's having this type of season. We've seen it numerous times. And you just hope that they're not going to end up overpaying to keep him. And then it come to bite them in the rear end starting next year.
Bite him in the booty. You got it.
You know, so that's, I think it's always possible that that report that comes out from Pierre LeBrun is just a strategy move by Chicago to try to ramp up the price for Ryan Donato, but who knows?
Yeah.
So I just realized on a side note that NFL free agency starts in 3 days. Just realized that. And we do have
we'll worry about that in 3 days. How about that?
That's a good
worry
point.
about that. We got the deadline today, all right?
We do have the deadline. I would argue, I've said this before, Kyle, and I don't know if you agree. I believe that the NHL Trade Deadline, for as annoying as it can be and sometimes as boring as it can be with all the rumors and nothing happening, it's still way better than the NFL Trade Deadline where literally nothing happens.
There's at least
we go the whole day. People forget that there's a deadline in the NFL because nothing happens.
Because literally nothing goes on.
Because all trades happen in the offseason. All
of them. The Avalanche are currently listening to offers. You're right on Casey Middlestad. This is literally from Pierre LeBrun live right now. The Avalanche are actively listening to offers for Casey Middlestad right now.
And again, that shouldn't be a surprise. We weren't on yet when I talked about it. With Casey Middlestad, you see the move that happened, obviously, with getting Brock Nelson. If you're Colorado, Casey Middlestad is the perfect candidate for needs a fresh start somewhere else. So, do you have something else?
Yeah, just 2 more years at $5.75 million. I just wanted to throw that out there for Casey Middlestad.
Do you think, Kyle, even though the salary cap is going up, do you think that Middlestad goes for retained salary today?
I could see it. Absolutely. I could see
get a better deal.
Yeah, I could see like a 25% retention. For sure. Yeah, I could absolutely see that.
Yeah, you go.
But again, he's only at $5.75 million. What did you think late last night? What was it? Jordan Greenway and the Buffalo Sabres came to an extension at 2 years at $4 million.
I forgot. Is that $4 million per year?
$4 million per year AAV.
So it's $8 million over 2 years.
Wackadoodle. That's crazy to me.
I hate it. Okay, I'm going to be very frank with how I say this. I know that a lot of people are very big on analytics nowadays, especially in
Right.
the NHL, but you shouldn't allow analytic people to be the ones that are in charge of your front office, because then you end up making moves that, from our perspective, looking on the ice, the eye test is like, how is Jordan Greenway that valuable? And everyone says, "Oh, well, it's only 2 years." Yeah, but you're paying him $8 million.
Yeah,
That's,
you got it.
dude. Like, why?
So RJ's done a beautiful job here of giving us the games tonight. So if anybody's curious about trade deadline day and who plays tonight, you got the Red Wings and Capitals. You got the Jets taking on the Devils. Neil will be there for that one. Utah will be taking on the Blackhawks, Penguins, Golden Knights, Blues, Ducks, Wild, and Canucks.
So really, the only teams in terms of playoffs that the two games worth noting are Detroit, Washington, and Winnipeg and New Jersey, because Detroit is right now. I mean, it.
Hey, Minnesota, Vancouver.
Oh, Minnesota. I'm sorry, I missed that. My
That's okay.
apologies to everybody. That'll be interesting. The Red Wings have been up and down of late. Does it not feel like, Kyle, this past week and change, that teams are falling over each other in terms of like trying to
Possible.
get up in the standings? Like, it's been fairly the same standings for the better part of a week.
It's been in the Western Conference. It's going to stay consistent all the way to the end. I think it's just a dogfight between Vancouver, whoever wants it or doesn't want it at the end of the day, with Vancouver and Calgary. I think everything else stays fairly the same. Colorado's actually tied with Minnesota for that third spot in the Central.
Mhm.
And LA is kind of dipping a little bit here, but not a ton. But it just seems like, like the way things go, Winnipeg looks like they're 6 points up on Dallas.
Sure.
Vegas are 4 points up on Edmonton. I don't really see LA kind of dipping too low. So the 8 or 9 teams that you see right now, I mean, St. Louis losing Colton Parayko was huge. But and Utah is, I think, a little too far out of it. I think by the time we reach the last week or two, it's going to come down to either Vancouver or Calgary in that last spot, and everything else kind of stays somewhat the same.
Right, for sure. And again, I'm continuing to try to stay on top of different things like that. But
only thing I've seen so far is David Pagnotta mentioned that the Leafs are kind of weighing their options here, looking at guys like Brandon Tanev and Luke Kunin.
Luke Kunin, yes.
Kunin, sure, thanks.
And I think you mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, Luke Kunin was held out for trade purposes last night for San Jose.
Can I throw you some Flames excitement?
Yes,
real quick?
please.
Zane Parekh became the 9th defenseman in OHL history last night to record 100 points on this season.
Jeez, man.
There you go. 9th defenseman in OHL
history. So in your opinion, from an AHL perspective, what is the equivalent of that? Like, he gets 100 points in OHL. What is the equivalent to that?
Like, to the AHL?
Yeah, just AHL.
I don't even know. Like, it's pretty friggin' good. Like, I'll tell you that.
No, I agree. I think that's a 65, 70 point defenseman right there.
Yeah, like, to me, if you bring him up right, then yes, like, he's gonna like, it's gonna take him a year or two to like kind of flourish under the new game, and he have to play under his team. But
I think we're gonna see him at training camp next year.
I think so. Oh yeah, for sure. He was at training camp last year.
That's what I'm saying, and I think that we're gonna start to have that conversation about like maybe he makes a push next year.
It's possible. Do you think he does it here, Mr.
April 6th. April 6th. He'll break it.
The craziest thing is that if he was never injured, he would have broke it.
He'd be either he would have broken it by now, or he would be a lot closer.
He'd be like 3 goals away.
And I think, but I'm saying my prediction is April 6th on Long Island is when he'll break it.
I think so. I think they were talking about.
I'd buy tickets, people, if I were you. If you're in the area, I would probably buy a ticket.
It's funny, like I think so if he gets like, if we hit April and he's like 5 goals and under, I could still see him doing it.
I agree.
He has to get 5 goals between now and the end of March.
which I think is very reasonable for him. He did score already in their last game again in the comeback win against the Rangers.
And
Also,
no, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
can we talk side note that Tom Wilson's going to end up probably with 30 goals this year? I thought,
Sure. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does.
wow,
Yeah. I don't know.
so good. He doesn't even play on the same line as Ovechkin, mind you.
Yes. So I'm getting reports here. I'm not getting fake reports that there is a deal done. There's a deal done with Rantanen. Like it's done.
To Dallas.
They are working on an extension for Mikko Rantanen right now. So
to Dallas, correct?
Yes, to Dallas.
Okay.
So Elliot Friedman just said, I don't care what anyone says. There's a trade. They have a trade done. They are working on an extension.
All right. So let's do predictions as to what we think the trade is.
So I think Logan Stankoven's involved.
That's what I heard as well. I think Logan Stankoven is the featured player in this deal.
I think whatever we see here, like it's going to be less valuable than what we saw. Like I think this is a first though. Like let's bring this back for a second. Like this is a first in terms of like big star getting moved to Carolina, and then a month later he's gone again.
Being moved multiple times in one season. Yes,
crazy man. What a mistake for Carolina.
I would love to bring on somebody from like the Surge Cast or somebody on our network that covers the Hurricanes, because I would like to get their perspective on nothing else other than why does this keep happening, where it seems like for guys coming from outside of the organization, top players, Jake Gensel is one, talk about Mikko Rantanen as well, and now we're like, they don't want to stay in Carolina. Like, what's the reasoning? Is it a money thing? Is it an ownership thing? Is it a system thing? Yes to what? Everything I'm saying?
Yes. Sorry. I was distracted a little bit because they were just talking about Calgary. Sorry. The belief in Calgary from Salam Balji from TSN, who's the Flames representative. The expectation is that they're going to be quiet today.
So you think unless
I'm sure Flames fans will take that lightly.
I mean, I think Miramanoff is going to get dealt though.
That might be the only move.
But we talked about it. We did talk about it yesterday. Like, is it they made their big move earlier this year?
That's the whole thing that people don't understand. Like they made the big move, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not in the big game rental. They're not in the rental market right now. I think they could acquire a fourth line center, someone who can win faceoffs. All of Calgary's centers are left shots, so they would maybe look for a right shot centerman. That's the only thing that they can think of. Sure. Outside of that, there's a trend there with Conroy when it comes to the deadline, as in last year where it's been very quiet. They want to fit that 21 to 26 age range, and then I think that really the target for the longer term is left-handed shooting on the defense, especially. So don't expect too much from the Flames. I also have just a quote, by the way, from Nathan McKinnon on the Brock Nelson deal. I know Brock from over the years. We have the same strength coach, so we've been at the same camp. So I'm really excited. He's an amazing player. So there you go. Just for everybody to know too, as well here, like. I am refreshing this just in case there's something that does come through. But so far, it's my favorite site right now that we have. What's going on, Connor? Hope you're having a good morning on your end. Any thoughts on Brock Boeser or Elias Pettersson heading out today? Would love to know that. Love to see his thoughts on that.
Did you see Did you see the comment that Martin Necas made prior to their game last night when they asked him about what is happening with Mikko Rantanen? Did you happen to see that?
Yeah, I did not, no.
He said they asked him about the rumors surrounding Rantanen, stating sympathy for his former teammates. He goes, quote, obviously I've seen the rumors. I still talk to the guys on the other team, too. It's a tough position for them. Necas said prior to a 7-3 win over the Sharks. What's going on, Liam? They probably should have known that he would sign in Carolina if he gets there. So, I mean,
okay.
I'll tell you this. The Hurricanes, if this does go down officially, the Hurricanes have single-handedly made the Western Conference that much better. Again, just because of like who it is. And honestly, honestly, I think Rantanen will fit in perfectly in Dallas.
I think it's a great fit. I think it's such a good fit. And that, like,
That's a weird jersey for him to see him in.
it's strange, but I mean, it's gonna work out so well. I think in Dallas compared to Carolina. I can't believe that that Carolina like are in this. I can't believe they're in this position in the first place. I think I think they're the biggest losers of the deadline, if I'm not mistaken.
Now,
right?
it'll be really interesting to see. Again, I think that the Hurricanes will be more active than we think because if this deal does go down and it's done, I
Then
think
they have to scramble, right?
they have to pivot.
Yeah.
And if you're a team like, again, not to toot my own horn here, but if you're a team like New Jersey, if you're trying to make a big deal, you better get it done before all the Rantanen stuff goes down. You don't want to
Well,
give.
I mean, it's already gone down, apparently, right?
No, but from what I'm saying is like, unless Carolina's not working the phones right now, which they may not. I don't know. There is that potential. One thing, Kyle, that we haven't talked about yet is that we had an insider off last night, which was really funny.
An insider off.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw with the whole JJ Peterka stuff going down. I don't know if you saw that.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Before we
so
do that, I wanted to read Connor's thing real quick. Sorry.
yeah,
I was
go ahead.
more surprised with Susie being moved. I know he hadn't been great all season, but compared to
He
PD,
was-
at least he wasn't 11.6 million per season. We're literally giving away ourselves to Jimmy's team. That's right, JT Miller and Susie. We'll see what happens with Pettersson and Boeser. But sorry, go ahead with your insider story.
So what we were told, Greg Wyshynski of ESPN, he translated a report that came out that said the Rangers either had a deal or were on the verge of having a deal with Buffalo to acquire JJ Peterka.
Right.
And then Larry Brooks, who covers the New York Rangers for the New York Post, came out and said the exact opposite, that the Rangers have not had any talks with the Buffalo Sabres about JJ Peterka. So there's been this battle since last night about how legit is this? Is Peterka getting moved? Now, the last that we legitimately heard about JJ Peterka is that he won't get moved at the deadline, but he will find his way out of Buffalo during the offseason. Same thing with Dylan Cousins.
Yes. Sorry, I'm just reading something from Chris Johnson. He just tweeted about a minute ago that TSN did repost. Just again, for everybody who needs an update on the Mikko Rantanen situation, this is coming from Chris Johnson of TSN. Here's the Mikko Rantanen situation as it stands right now. Step one was Dallas and Carolina agreeing to the framework of trade, which happened. Step two is Dallas reaching a contract extension with Rantanen, which hasn't happened. There's no trade without step two being satisfied.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, yeah, like with that insiders, it's like, no, this is the way it is. No, this is the way it is. No, this is the way.
Yeah, I know, and that's what was funny about last night.
Yeah, I thought that's funny.
But all signs point to like JJ Peterka is not going anywhere today. So keep that in mind.
We don't know. We don't. I mean, we've seen crazy.
I mean, somebody could come in last minute, drop a bomb, and we move on with our
move on with our lives. Yes.
Yeah.
So again, for everybody to know, in the last 4 drafts, the first trade, the earliest trade that happened was at 9:00. The next 3, in these past 4 years at the trade deadline, have happened at between 10 and quarter after 10. So if anything, we're hopefully going to be getting one very soon.
That's the expectation.
What are the odds we don't get one before noon?
High.
I'm going to be pissed.
I'll be real with you, high.
I'm going to be very pissed off if there's not a trade between now and noon. I'm just going to be so mad.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be frustrated as all heck. Oh, my God.
Yeah. So let's talk about this. Let's talk about this.
Okay.
At this point, right now, with everything that we know and don't know,
mm-hmm.
who is under the most pressure to come out of today with something?
You want to know?
Is it Carolina? Or are you going to
Nope.
say Edmonton? You're going to say Edmonton.
I actually don't even think it's Carolina, and I actually don't think it's Edmonton.
Oh, who is it?
It's the Leafs.
You know what? You did kind of talk about it yesterday, so that makes sense.
Like, not to say that Carolina or Edmonton don't have pressure. I think Edmonton is like, it's weird because they make a lot, like, they're making a lot of these small moves. I think the biggest one really was Trent Frederick, right? And then you'll see, like, we're going to eventually see, probably, hopefully, in a matter of maybe in the next hour or so with Mikko Rantanen. But look at the Leafs, like, not too long ago when we heard that Tkachuk was gone, right? And the Leafs were first in the Atlantic. It was kind of like, okay, like, this is your time, right? And you see Tampa Bay giving up these picks for Yanni Gourde and Bjorkstrand, and then you see Florida giving up, one of their rising goaltenders in Spencer Knight and a first-round pick for Seth Jones. So it's like, you wonder for the Leafs, they have to make a move today. You have to get rid of the pick. You screw it, even if it means they're overvaluing a player, like if they trade a first for Scott Laughton, like, they need to do it, right? I also think goaltending wise, I don't think they have it. It's not going to do it come playoff time, right? They ran out of the building in Vegas 5-1, right? I just don't think they have enough. Would they in the East? I don't know, but I don't believe Anthony Stolarz is going to be the answer. Neither is Joseph Woll. So I'm very curious. To me, I'm curious to see what the Leafs are going to actually end up doing today. Connor with an update on Boeser a little bit. As for Boeser, they can't extend him before this deadline. They will try off season, but more than likely he'll be moved. Interesting.
I think you move. I think you move him today.
And maybe this is more of a question towards Connor. Like, were they just kind of pigeon tossing him around all year, like not really deciding on what they wanted to do with him? That's kind of what I'm wondering, right? Like, and I mean, that's like, I feel like that's the right thing to do for him. Like, if you can't figure out an extension now, like, why would you want to do it in the offseason? And why would Vancouver want to risk that doing the offseason when they can get some assets in return, right?
Yep.
So, anyway, for anybody wondering, too, just with the screen, I am just trying to refresh it as much as possible to see if maybe I'm missing something and maybe a small trade comes up. But as we know now, guys, the latest one that was submitted, again, was at 6:44 this morning with Jake Wallman heading to Edmonton. That is all we know as of right now as Trade Center continues on my end on this end.
Yep.
Nothing on socials?
Well, we do have an update. We do have an update.
Okay.
Rantanen to Dallas may not potentially. There's still a potential it may not happen.
Well, yeah, we knew that.
Well, another team has circled back and is talking to Carolina right now.
Okay.
Would you like to take a guess what team that is?
Okay, well, before you answer that, who are you getting this from?
Getting this from, I believe, where am I getting? Jimmy Murphy. This is what I'm reading.
Okay. All right, shoot.
The New Jersey Devils have circled back and said to Carolina, basically, don't accept anything yet.
Okay. Interesting.
And that Carolina would allow the Devils to talk to Rantanen if they want to. But it all depends on Dallas still being like getting it done. Which I think, again, I still would lean towards Rantanen's going to get dealt to Dallas. I just feel like
I'm still leaning towards that too.
Yeah, but I also, and it is true that the Devils and Canucks are talking about several players, not necessarily in the same deal, but they are talking about some of the guys that are there. And let's just get out of the way, Devils fans. Quinn Hughes is not one of those guys. So let's stop. Okay, wait till 2027. And then we can talk about it.
Exactly.
Not talking about it now.
Okay.
I just want the Rantanen thing to end, Kyle. Honestly, I just want it over.
It'll end. I assure you.
I hope so.
Just an update real quick from the Flyers, and there was mention of a big asterisk line and a first prospect and player. He mentions that there's a decent chance he stays in Philly. Hard to replace. The teams that missed on Nelson are definitely circling back to Lawton, and the price is a haul for Scott Lawton. Apparently, it is a haul for Scott Lawton. Very curious to see what kind of haul it is.
I'd stay away from that.
I would stay away too. I would stay away too, for sure.
Yeah.
Unless you're a team like Vegas, where
Vegas doesn't care.
I know. Well, that's what I'm saying, right?
Who's Vegas? Who is Vegas going to end up with today?
Vegas, but you remember with Vegas, like when they got Tomas Hertl, he wasn't even on the trade board.
Who's Huggy?
Hughesy, like Quinn Hughes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Connor, you say that now and then give me 2 years. Buddy, if Quinn Hughes has the opportunity to join his brothers, you don't think he will? I'm just saying.
For sure.
Unless the Canucks become cup contenders like ASAP.
Just from games last night as well, too, just for everybody. Did you see Carolina, how that game ended?
Brutal.
Zadorov.
Brutal.
That's a tough way to go down. That is a tough way to lose.
Is that not a perfect like description of like how this year has gone for Boston with just losing that way? Very tough.
It's a tough win.
Also, a blowout win for the Colorado Avalanche last night. They put up a touchdown on the San Jose Sharks. They won 7-3. Cale Makar, most points by a defenseman in franchise history.
Okay. I have a question here.
Jesus Christ.
So Rantanen,
so
what we're understanding is out the door. Regardless, yes. I think he's out the door, yes. Right? What are the odds the Hurricanes approach Boston?
About Marchand?
Yeah.
Unlikely. And I tell you that because I just don't see a world where the Bruins want to trade him within the conference. I don't know. If I'm being honest with you, Kyle, I think a lot of it is got to depend on what the Hurricanes are getting back for Rantanen.
Right.
I think that kind of dictates.
I think that's what we're all kind of waiting for.
I think that's what the entire league. I think that's what other teams are like. Let's wait till this happens, so then we know. Especially if there's teams looking to acquire players with term. So we talked about it, right? I mentioned Jared McCann. It seems like it's unlikely just because things are not being talked about that much, but he's a guy that has term. That's a guy. Casey Middlestat, who has another year after this year, might become more valuable because he has term. There are teams that want to acquire players, especially contending teams, that they have control over. And other teams who have guys to sell to other teams with guys who have term are looking and waiting to see, okay, what can we take from the Rantanen deal and how can we get not a similar value, but what type of value can we get for whoever we're trying to trade?
Yes. So it's funny. They have Mark Giordano.
Like Braden Shen's going to go for a crap load if he gets dealt today.
They have Mark Giordano on right now for TSN, and he was saying that don't be surprised if General Manager Steve Staios of the Ottawa Senators makes a massive move to put them over the top today.
Elias Pettersson.
I feel like Ottawa could be that sneaky team to do something.
Yeah.
To be like, screw it, we're in the hunt. We got to find a way to get in now. Right?
Yeah.
I kind of like that. I like that. I think that's a team I don't think anybody's going to expect today. I like that. I like that Ottawa could be a team to like just say, screw it. Like, let's just go for it here and like just find something to get into the playoffs because I think they're sick of missing it. Right? That's my guess, especially with the Rangers making the moves that they're making with Soucy and Miller and all that fun stuff.
We do have, I don't know if you had mentioned this, Dave Pagnotta. He tweeted this out about an hour ago. Involves the Islanders. He says, as reported Thursday, the Islanders have offered a 2-year extension to keep Kyle Palmieri. The two sides are speaking later this morning, upon which a decision will be made to sign him or move him. There's been trade interest in Palmieri as well as J.G. Pageau And Anders Lee is now into the chat.
Interesting.
Their
Just
captain.
looking back on just some of the trades that have kind of happened here in the last day or so. I know we talked about some of these yesterday. Dumoulin. It's funny because they have Luke Shen on the trade bait board after he got traded to Pittsburgh yesterday. So
Well, they might flip him.
They might flip him. Yeah, might flip him indeed. Just looking, Vanacek. Yeah, Vanacek went to Florida yesterday. I'm just like catching up a little bit just to see.
Sure.
Max Jones. Oh, I missed that one on the 4th. Max Jones heading to Edmonton. And that was part of the Frederick deal. That's right. The Seth Jones one too as well. It was a couple of days ago. So again, we only know Walming here is the latest. We don't know anything else. They're just kind of catching us up to speed on everything else here. Nothing on your end, I assume?
Yeah, nothing but crickets. But you know what? Here's where we're at.
This is stupid.
There are moves that are happening. We just don't know yet.
I know. Oh man. One of the guys, I think it was Chris Johnson now, and Pierre LeBrun beside him and Darren Dreger, they're saying there is a decent chance now that Marchand will be dealt today.
Oh.
And why is it?
And Kyle, why is it not Vegas? Tell me right now it's not Vegas. 100%.
At all. Did you see the look, by the way, from Elliot Friedman, where it looks like he woke up hungover this morning?
Dude, Did you see the picture last night? He had his phone in one hand and a beer in the other.
I saw that. He was working it.
There's a couple of trades just right now. What?
I haven't heard anything yet on my end.
RJ, what do you mean?
Neither trade center has said anything yet.
We'll see. You know what? I'm going to say maybe we're just slow today.
I don't think that's the case. I think we're on top of it. No. I think we're doing a pretty darn good job, man.
We're having a great day, guys.
That wouldn't surprise me if Marsh. So they definitely want him out west, if that's the case, right?
100%.
And I think Vegas would definitely be a team to fit that.
Vegas, I think.
Oh no,
it's Vegas.
Okay. Pierre LeBrun is saying the Flames have now shifted and they could be moderate buyers today.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Wait, what does that mean?
Moderate buyer.
So we're getting what? Like a depth defenseman?
I don't know. At this point, I don't even know.
Kyle, I'm scared. Now I'm scared.
I don't even know at this point. Okay.
Damn.
To be moved to 4 different teams in under a season, if you sign, you're not a good player. And we're talking about Rantanen, right? Or are we talking about Vinny Desharnais? Sorry, seeing Vinny Desharnais getting dealt to San Jose, I have a great deal of sympathy for them and for celebrating. He is not an NHL level. He's not going to improve their chances whatsoever.
That's not the point.
Well, let me pull up where was it? Sorry, Vinny Desharnais, right?
Yep.
Where was that?
Further down. Nope.
No. Here we go. Desharnais. There we go. Desharnais got shifted for a 5th. A 2028 5th. That's brutal.
Watch whoever gets drafted. Watch whoever gets drafted with that pick becomes a stud.
Can you imagine?
Yes, I can, unfortunately.
Okay, hey, TSN, stop showing highlights of basketball and get back to trade center. This is ridiculous.
Well, everybody's got to talk about come on, Kyle. You got to get your daily dose of Steph Curry.
Apparently, I don't know, they were showing something about the Lakers last night. I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you right now, the Knicks might be in trouble now. Keep that in mind. After last night.
That's okay. So
they're just showing highlights of this point. Kyle does not give a flying about it.
I don't care. I'm sorry. I'm not like I think the only time I truly cared about basketball was when the Raptors won. That was pretty much it.
I feel like that's most of Canada.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's fair.
I don't know. Like, well, no, I shouldn't say that. Like, there's definitely guys out there who are fans of like the bigger like markets, right?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
But again, like for a lot of people, when you have a team, even if they're not necessarily close, but it's your only team, it's important.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, I flipped over to NHL Network because I have it here. They just brought in Elliot Friedman. He looks like he has not slept for days.
It's
He
so
looks
funny.
awful. Let's see if I
It's
can get
so
a picture. Let's see if I can get a picture for you.
I noticed Sportsnet doing the same damn thing. Every game
Oh man,
stoppers, they put ads
here
in the
we go.
Raptors. I know, it's like we don't care.
Bro,
We'll
he looks, guys,
trade
he
that.
looks awful.
I know. No, I have a better one actually. I gotta find it.
He looks like he is going to pass out at any moment.
Let me find it. I have a
Oh,
better
dude,
photo.
Kyle, we have tweet of the day right here. We have tweet
Okay,
of the
shoot.
day. So, it's my good. I'm
No,
actually,
yeah, I have it. Look at this photo of him.
bro. Was that from today?
Yeah, that was this morning.
Oh my god,
He didn't sleep. He did not sleep apparently last night.
dude. So we have our. I mean, this is a tweet. This is a great tweet, and for Canadian fans, Canadian. I mean, people who are from Canada, like yourself, Kyle, will
Yes.
get a kick. Will get a kick out of this. So this is from Daniel Amoya. He's a good friend of mine. He's also the Devils beat reporter for the Hockey Writers. I highly recommend go checking out his work. He said transaction. Daniel Moya has traded $5 in cash to Tim Hortons in exchange for a 10-pack of Timbits. The rewards section of the Tim's app has retained 56%, leaving Daniel on the hook for just $2.17.
I love it. I love it.
That is the ultimate thing. Now, funny enough, Kyle, I think I told you this, but Tim Hortons has become very popular in the state of New Jersey.
Why?
Because it's at every gas station known to man.
You just have to get hooked on.
I have a membership or whatever they call like an account on Tim Hortons.
I got some more time too. Oh yeah, I do like.
It's actually the best coffee app I've ever used. I don't even know why. It's so simple. I don't get it.
Awesome. I've used the for us Canadians, like there's the player pick'em. It's also roll up the rim time, and it's the best time of year.
Yeah,
but I also don't buy coffee that much.
I don't think Americans, if you use the app, I don't think you can do that. I'm not really sure.
So for those of you who don't know what roll up the rim is, right? You go to Timmy's, whatever, you get your coffee, right? Under the rim, you can win like a prize. You can get like a donut or I don't know, like another free coffee or I don't know, like a breakfast sandwich or something like that. But then you can also win like big cash prizes, which like it's happened a lot recently. Like ever since they started it, like it's happened a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So the only recent thing that I have now here is from David Pagnotta. Reported that the Isles have offered an extension to Kyle Palmieri. The two sides are speaking later this morning, upon which a decision will be made to sign him or move him. There's trade interest in Palmieri as well as J.G. Pajot and even Andreas Lee.
Andersley,
thank you.
I said that report earlier.
If you're a player, like imagine like Elliot Friedman, if you're a player,
every reason not to be sleeping. Think you could be the one move somewhere else? Yeah, I know.
It could be anybody. From what we know, it's anybody. Anybody is free game at this point. Okay, TSN
100%.
Go away. TSN can go away.
By the way, did you see that Oliver Bjorkstrand and Yanni Gord have already made contributions to Tampa in one game?
I know.
I hate that. By the way, I literally just saw the Joel Farabee goal last night for the Flames. That was a nasty goal by Farabee.
That was a great goal. Too bad it didn't turn into a win last night. But they entered the trade deadline day 1 point up on Vancouver. Sometimes that's all that matters.
At this time of year, Kyle, it's all about getting the points. It's all about racking them up.
Big game on Wednesday coming up. Big game.
Huge game.
Big game.
Absolutely. Shout out to everybody who's been who's been with us so far through the first hour. We apologize. Actually, no, I'm not going to apologize because it's not our fault.
What do we have to apologize for?
We have no trades to make. You know what I wish I had hooked up?
What's that?
I wish I had hooked up like my PS4 with like NHL 25 so that every time there's a trade, I try to go back and see if I can actually make it happen in the game. See if that goes
That's
through.
smart. Bro, why are they showing basketball highlights? I don't care
Because
right
nothing's
now.
happening, Kyle, to be fair. Nothing is happening. There's nothing to talk about.
I absolutely hate it. Oh man, what else are we going to talk about this morning, Neil? We got 2 hours to kill.
Well, let's have some fun. I like having fun.
All right, I'm in. Let's have some fun.
I briefly mentioned it yesterday, but I want to mention it to you today. Let me see if I can find it.
Enjoy holding that last ball while you can. You know what? I will.
Enjoy holding that last.
I will.
Okay.
What's up? The Bruins and Jared's joining us now. What's up,
Jared?
The Bruins lost Trent.
Jared, okay, you know what? Perfect question, Jared. Your thoughts on now on it most likely being that Brad Marchand will be dealt today.
The decent chance that he gets dealt. That's all we know. Decent chance.
Okay. So we're talking about who reports what. I want to do something fun for you, and I want our viewers.
You mentioned this.
I want our viewers to interact as well. Make sure to leave your thoughts in the chat. I want you to rank. I'm gonna give you 5 insider names, and if I miss one, please tell me that I'm missing one.
Can you do the thing where you mention one and then I just put them like between 1
and 5? You want to do blind ranking?
I want to do blind ranking. Yeah.
Okay, cool. We'll do blind ranking, and you know what? I'll put it in the chat as we're going here.
Okay.
So here we go. Elliot Friedman. Actually, wait a minute. Wait, before you answer, let me clarify what we're doing. We are blind ranking insiders. That's what we're doing. All right. So let's start with Elliot Friedman.
Number 1.
Okay.
Number 1. He's the guy. He is the guy.
Elliot Friedman is the guy. Let me just I'm just bringing up a document so I can quickly just write this down. So then I'll paste it into the chat when we're done. All right. Number 1, you said Friedman.
I got the Friedge dog.
I got the Friedge. Love it. All right. Next person. Kevin Weeks.
Number 5.
Okay. Nice.
I kind of figured. Not even a hesitation. Number 5.
Not even a hesitation.
Yeah.
Pierre LeBrun.
I like him at 2. Let's put him at 2.
Okay.
I like LeBron at 2.
LeBron at 2. Darren Dreger.
Darren Dreger. Yeah, I'll put him at 3. I like him in the 3 slot.
Okay.
So who's my number 4?
So then your number 4 is I'll throw you a curveball a little bit. Emily Kaplan.
Yeah, that's a perfect list, actually.
Emily Kaplan. All right, so you're going to put Kaplan, and then you have Weeks. So, yeah, so Kyle has blind ranked his list of insiders for as follows. I'll go from 5 to 1. He has Kevin Weeks at 5, Emily Kaplan at 4, Darren Dreger at 3, Pierre LeBrun at 2, and then the Friedge, Elliot Friedman at number 1. So and I just posted in the chat. Buddy?
And Jared just wanted to know too who the Bruins traded for with the Wild. It was Justin Brazeau.
Yes.
And I think they did another one too, if I'm not mistaken.
You know what else we could do? To pass the time.
Another one too, if I'm not mistaken.
I know we can do the pass the time.
What's that?
We do trivia. We haven't done trivia in a minute.
I like trivia. Everybody else like
fun.
Trivia too. We can do that. Absolutely.
Yeah, let me bring up.
But yeah, Jared. Sorry, I'm going too fast.
I feel like we're doing an episode of the Bar Down quiz. I feel like right now with this trade deadline.
All right, I'm down for some trivia.
So let's do it. All right, let me.
Ooh, Connor, you know what? You didn't even include Frank Saravalli in there.
Fuck Frank Saravalli. Well, fuck that guy.
I would put him over Weeks.
Because you know what? I have a bone to pick with Frank Saravalli the last couple of days. I have a really big bone to pick with him. He, for no reason, decided to completely shit on Jack Hughes based off of the Four Nations face-off.
Okay.
You're valuing the overall importance and talent of a player based on a 4-game tournament.
Right.
What are you talking about? Because, you know what? There were other guys of high value that also didn't do much in the Four Nations.
It's true. It's
And
true.
you know what? It took until the last game for Austin Matthews to do anything. So I don't really know why. I feel like it's just easy to pick on a guy like Jack Hughes because of how things have gone.
Maybe.
But
How often you get pissed like that?
I don't know. I just think it's stupid.
Okay. Kyle, I think 50% for trading Brad, but I think we will trade Zaka and Geeky. I can see Geeky on the move. 100. Yeah, I like that. I like Geeky on the move. Zaka, I feel like, I don't know. Zaka, I feel like you need the, I don't know. I feel like you need the right package for him. But with Marchand, yeah, if you had to put a percentage, like you got Jared at 50%. If you had to put a percentage on Marchand getting moved today, where do you have it at?
I'd say 50. I'd say 50.
I like 40.
40.
Connor says, at Neil, remember I mentioned Ilya Kovalchuk ages ago and you started cussing him?
Oh, God. Well, you know what's funny, Connor? I'm glad you brought that up. Fun fact for everybody that doesn't know. Ilya Kovalchuk's contract finally comes off the Devils' payroll at the end of this year. Fun fact.
Interesting.
So just thought I'd mention it. Okay. So I have trivia questions now. I found it.
All right.
They're not trade deadline questions. They're just general questions.
Just general questions. Okay.
And Kyle's very smart. So I feel like he'll get this.
That's a stretch, but okay.
All right, we'll give it a time. By the way, for people that want to know, NHL Network has flipped to Sportsnet's Hockey Central.
I love it because Elliot.
So I get the opposite. Oh, nice. Great! I have to deal with Biz today. Oh, this is
you guys
true. Great, I'm done. All right, moving on. By the way, just let me finish my last point. Team to keep an eye on because I know they're going to be active today. Devils are doing an optional skate at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, and we will see if somebody who's on the team may not be on the ice this morning.
10 o'clock and no moves have been made yet.
No moves. Okay, so here we go. Here's the trivia question. First trivia question. Who was drafted second overall behind Sidney Crosby in their draft year? Now, let me ask you this. Do you want multiple choice or do you want to just guess?
Can you give me multiple choice?
Okay, sure. Alex Ovechkin, Mike Richards, Bobby Ryan, none of the above.
The curveball. Let me give the chat a chance to.
Yeah, I want to give the chat a chance. Wow. Elliot Friedman. Ooh, Friedman looking dapper now all of a sudden.
Okay, so repeat the question again for the chat.
Sure. So the trivia question is, who was drafted second overall behind Sidney Crosby in that draft year? Is it A, Alex Ovechkin, B, Mike Richards, C, Bobby Ryan, or D, none of the above?
My instant reaction wants to, my instant reaction is, I would say, I'm thinking Mike Richards, but that none of the above kind of threw a curveball.
All right.
I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna go. Sorry, Mike Richards, and who's the other one?
Bobby Ryan.
Bobby Ryan
of New Jersey fame.
Yeah,
just thought I'd mention that.
Right there. I don't think it was Mike Richards, actually. Let's go Bobby Ryan.
You should be happy that you changed your answer because that is the correct answer. Bobby Ryan was selected second overall in the 2005 NHL draft following Sidney Crosby, who was picked first. And he was drafted by what team? That's not. This is an extra. This is like a bonus to the question. Do you know?
Yeah, he was drafted by the Ducks, was he not?
Well done. Well done, Kyle.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
I'm a smart guy.
This one I feel like is a bit easier.
All right.
Let's try it. Which goalie has the most wins in NHL history? Is it A, Patrick Waugh, B, Curtis Joseph, Cujo, C, Martin Brodeur, or D, none of the above?
Okay, so it's not Cujo.
Yeah, I think
Right.
with this like site that I found, I think they always give like an answer that's obviously not.
Yeah, it's not Cujo. And I don't think it's. I'm going to say it's Brodeur.
Kyle is 2 for 2.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Kyle, I wonder what the Canes will do with Mikko Rantanen. We all are wondering that.
How about we just get it done so that we can move?
We need one. We need one trade. That's
and
it.
It'll open the floodgates.
We need one, and I hope it opens the floodgates. As of 10:06 right now,
nothing.
We got nothing. And
All
I don't
right.
blame people for. We're just.
I don't blame people for
ridiculous.
being pissed off. Yes. All right. Next trivia question.
Too, trust me. All right, shoot. I'm ready. I'm ready to go 3 for 3.
Okay. What's the most amount of goals scored in a season by a rookie, and who scored and who has the record? Is it A?
Most goals by a rookie.
Yeah, in a season, single season record. Okay. So you have to pick the number, which is the trivia question. But I want to see if you know the answer as to who broke the record.
Okay.
HFH, what's up, man? Good to see you. Good morning.
Hello.
Is it A, 76, B, 55, C, 62, or D, 65?
I feel like 60s are too high.
Uh-huh.
But 55. It's got to be 60. So it can't be 70. I think that's way too high because that's like Austin's level of stupid. 60. I think it's definitely in the 60s. I think 55 is a little low for this kind of question. So I'll say, what was it, 62 and 65?
62 and 65, yeah.
I'll go 62. Nah.
You are completely wrong.
What was it?
The answer is 76.
It was 76.
Do you know who has the record?
I don't.
It is Teemu Selanne of the Winnipeg Jets. Scored 76 goals in the 1992-93 season.
76? What?
Yep.
That's banana lands.
Yep.
That's crazy. That's insane.
Ooh, Kyle, I don't think you're going to get this trivia question at all.
All right. Well, is it multiple choice? Because I'm ready.
Yeah, I'll give you all these are multiple choice. Okay, all of these that I'm giving you are multiple choice.
All right. Okay.
All right. I'm going to give you the name and you're not going to know it. George Hainsworth, start there, set a record for most shutouts in a single season in the 1928-29 season. Do you know how many shutouts he got? And here are your choices. Is it A, 17, B, 12, C, 22, or D, none of the above?
22.
Final answer?
Yeah.
You are correct. It was 22. George Hainsworth set an astonishing record of 22 shutouts during the 1928-29 NHL season, and it is still one of the most remarkable feats in hockey history. He accomplished this, Kyle, in just 44 games.
Wow. 44 games, and he had 20. Yeah, like that doesn't surprise me, it being like that, that deep. You know? Jared saying he's surprised that the Islanders traded Brock Nelson. Why?
You know what? I'll tell you this. I'm glad I'm glad it's brought up. This reminds me similarly to when Tyler Toffoli was dealt at last year's deadline to the Winnipeg Jets. Basically, what happened was Brock Nelson wants a 4-year deal, and the Islanders were only willing to go to 3. Same thing, Tyler Toffoli wanted a 4-year deal from New Jersey. They only offered him 3. So because of that, they decided to move him anyway. They decided to move him instead and go from there. That's where
we are an hour and 10 minutes into this, and we have absolutely nothing so far, which is kind of surprising at this point. Do you honestly believe everybody's kind of just waiting for the Rantanen deal to just go down?
100%. I believe that is the thing that pushes everyone else to do stuff.
Okay.
Unless you're Tampa, and you don't.
And it looks like Rantanen's looking for a $14 million deal. That's what the insiders are saying.
Does he get it?
Probably. Okay. Somewhere.
Lame.
That's my guess. I don't know where, but yeah, I think he gets it. I think he gets it somewhere. Yeah, I know. What do you want from me?
So lame. So then what is Mitch Marner going to get?
Less than $14 million because he's not worth it.
12.5 is my guess.
Yeah, he won't get close to 14.
And why will he be in Utah?
Man, do you think?
I'd love to see him in a Utah uniform, Kyle. I really would.
I think, but again, if you're the Leafs, you got to do something. Somebody's got to do something here at some point here. It's 10 o'clock, and I know it's 10 o'clock, and we still have time here on the deadline, but it's somebody's got to do something here.
Mm-hmm.
This will be the second deal we've been traded. I think Jared's got to work on his English there a little bit. It's okay. I'm mistaken.
What? Jared, can you repeat it?
Try it again.
Let's see here. Okay, do you want another trivia question?
All right, let's do it. Why not?
You can tell me to stop at any time. We don't have to do.
No, I'm
just trying to pass the time. No, I'm trying to pass the time until something happens.
I'm good with that.
By the way, I feel like Sportsnet really is trying to be TSN with the way the panel looks, the way the studio looks. Yeah, it's very interesting to me. Okay.
Once this season for Mikko. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if this has ever happened before where a top flight player has gotten dealt multiple times in one season.
More than once? I don't think so. I don't.
By the way, do you know that Lalonde, the former head coach of the Red Wings, is now a TSN, a Sportsnet analyst?
Yeah. Well,
I didn't know that.
Mark Giordano's on the panel right now with everybody, but Derek Lalonde, yeah, because wasn't he fired earlier this year?
Yeah. Ask him about the Red Wings.
No, literally, yeah. Hey, how did you get canned?
Hey, why are they much better without you?
And now McLennan is taking over, basically, right?
By the way, Mark Giordano's all-time record for most blocked shots has now been surpassed.
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
Is Mark-Edward Vlasic a Hall of Famer in your opinion?
No.
Okay, fair.
No. I think for that to be a conversation, he would have needed to win a cup.
Yeah.
I don't think so. No, there's no way because he wasn't even the best player. I don't even think he was the best defenseman on the team at the time, was he not? Because he was surrounded by
during their dominant period.
During the dominant period and their
well, I mean, Brent Burns was there, but also the problem was Brent Burns also played forward a bunch, so it was kind of I don't know, but he was the most consistent defensively.
But don't forget, he was Vlasic's not even the first person you think of during those years of San Jose being so good with
100%. Yeah, you don't.
What was it? Pavelski. Who else was on that team? Thornton, Pavelski, Brent Burns, Meyer, right? There were so many guys that you can go down the list and and then you hit Vlasic. No, I don't think it's a question. He's going to be a Hall.
Yeah, for sure.
Not even there.
All right. Next trivia question.
Okay.
I don't know how easy this is. We'll see. Who did Wayne Gretzky score his first NHL goal against? Okay. Is it A, the Toronto Maple Leafs, B, Pittsburgh Penguins, C, Vancouver Canucks, or D, none of the above?
So Toronto, Pittsburgh, and Vancouver. Repeat the question one more time real quick.
Who did Wayne Gretzky score his first NHL goal?
Oh, NHL goal against. Okay.
Not his first goal in general, because remember, he played the WHL before the NHL. Who did he score his first NHL goal against?
Okay. I will say, okay, so he first started with the Oilers, right? So it's got to be Vancouver.
Final answer?
Sure.
Kyle, you're on a roll, man. That is correct.
Well, I'm just thinking of it logically, right? Like, if you start the season, like, you're going to start out west rather than starting against, like, a Pittsburgh or a Toronto, right? Even at the time when, it hadn't really expanded. But anyway, Jared says he apologizes about Jack Hughes.
I'll again, the last thing I'll say about the Jack Hughes thing is that, like, I appreciate everybody's, sympathy. I've even gotten sympathy from Ranger fans.
Sympathy?
It's sympathy, I guess, or just people just apologizing. And I'm like, and I'm laughing because it's like, people are acting like he died. He didn't die. He just had a season-ending injury, which is unfortunate. But Jack Hughes decided to make everyone feel emotional, every Devils fan, by making an Instagram post last night. And he said at the end, which really got people pumped up, was, I'm super excited to get back on the ice and play in front of the Devils fans for years to come. So
interesting.
I don't think Jack Hughes is going anywhere anytime soon. Devils fans, don't worry about that.
This is getting ridiculous. Somebody make a trade soon, or I'm going to.
Someone do something.
Somebody do anything at this
is
point.
So boring. Oh, that is one ugly man.
Wow. Okay.
It was mean.
Who are you talking to?
Talking about the former Flames GM, now current.
Oh, Brad Treliving. Yeah,
he is not the best looking man I've ever seen. Did he play in the NHL?
Treliving?
Yeah, did he?
I don't think he did. No.
Okay.
So I mentioned this yesterday. Jared's asking where Carlson gets dealt to. I strongly believe he gets dealt to Vegas. If he gets dealt. If he gets dealt, I could see him going to Vegas easily.
What if he goes to Ottawa?
Man. That's a good
thought.
Hey,
you know what? He would be in a better shot to make the playoffs.
That's a really intriguing thought, actually.
Just think about it. You just said, right? We just got told the Senators might be big players. Who is to say that they may not bring back, an all-timer?
But I guess, like, they would have the assets to give it up, right?
Yeah.
Man.
But it's got to be retained. Now, he's got to come retained again.
That's an interesting thought. That's very interesting, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I don't hate it. I think Sens
I don't hate it either.
I think Sens fans would actually hate that.
Be curious.
Sure. They would absolutely.
If there's anybody that's a Sens fan in the chat, let us know. Let us know your thoughts.
I think, but I think this feels like a Vegas type move.
Of course, Vegas is doing something today.
But I think we're just waiting for the ball to drop here.
I think I still believe that we're waiting on the Rantanen deal to be done. Yes, because we're all bored. Other than that, we're all bored out of our minds.
Because, like, you can talk, like, hypotheticals all you want, and I know, like, the insiders are still kind of looking at it here. But this does, like, I wanted to stay in the East for a second because obviously it's TSN and they're talking about the Leafs, but, like, you have to feel like you even can't wait for the ball to drop if you're Toronto, right? Because you have to do something with Florida and Tampa making a big splash. What?
Just the funny tweet.
What is it?
Okay, hold on. I'll show it to
Well, I
you.
saw Cookie Monster. That's amazing.
Everyone's just mad. Like, I get it.
No, Cookie
Also,
Monster back.
I'll give you just something that people, fun fact that maybe people don't know. Per NHL rules, a player must be on the AHL roster at 3 Eastern Friday in order to be eligible to be sent down from the NHL at any time for the rest of the season.
Right. Okay. Interesting.
Oh, no, don't. What does that mean?
We have something.
Do you know who Shayna Goldman is? Do you know who she is? You ever heard of her?
Oh, I do not.
She covers hockey. She covers the NHL for The Athletic. Also, a lot. She's good. She has a tendency to write these like poems that usually lead to something. So I'm gonna just read it to you, and you can tell me what you think for fun.
Okay, and then we'll answer Jared's question after. Yeah.
So it says, leaves may grow on trees, but talent doesn't. Sometimes a team has to look outside to grow, but the trade market waits for no one, and the clock is ticking. Maybe maple isn't so sweet when the stakes are so high in Toronto.
Maybe, but like again, this is Brad Tree Living we're talking about here. What has been the most surprising trade so far? Surprising.
Well, I'll say for me. Oh, what's going on, Becca? Good to see you. I was reading that. Yeah, I know her very well. She's a good friend of mine.
Okay.
She follows my podcast on Instagram. She always is commenting. She's
Love
awesome. Becca, I also want your thoughts on the John Cena heel turn, by the way. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Okay.
Most surprising trade. I think it's the one you have up on the screen, and now you just went away from it. Nope, keep going.
Which one?
Hey, there it is.
That one?
Because of the value that the Sharks got for Jake Wallman after literally getting him for nothing.
I
It's not surprising that Wallman got traded. It's what he got. What was the return that was like, wow.
Like, I agree. Yeah, I think that's a that's a shocking one for sure. Like to get a first round pick from that, that's insanity. Sure. Just kind of look at the previous deals. Nelson, I thought that deal was pretty good. Surprising, like I don't know.
Maybe the Michael Bunting one.
Maybe that's a bit of a surprise.
Everyone's boring. These teams are boring.
Yanni Gordon, Bjorkstrand.
No, that's the least surprising trade of this deadline.
That's fair. You know what? Just kind of looking at everything, I would tend to agree. Gustav Nyquist, Seth Jones getting moved. Yeah, I'm gonna say you're right. Actually, just scrolling back to the top here. I agree. I think the most recent trade is probably the most surprising one so far. Sorry, I just wanted to bring up Becca's response there. Still salty about the scene.
Did you see that, by the way? I don't know how big it is. Wrestling you
I did see that. I was like, bro, really? Like, all right, have fun at work, Connor, in good old Surrey, BC. Fantastic.
40-minute drive. That's not fun.
All the chips in, baby. Do you think so? Again, do you think Erik Karlsson gets traded today? Do you think he gets It's like, do you think he gets traded today?
Do I think he gets traded? No.
I can't see it.
Yeah.
I can't see it. I can't see it happening.
So
I just think like it's this quiet at 10:30.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, the John Cena. I think that's
everything. Was amazing. Kyle, this is the point of the trade that we're at, that we're talking about other things. Ooh, Kyle, here's another fun thing we could do.
Okay. 9 million, 7.5 million. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was just reading what Chris had to say.
What do you think? Okay. What do you think is the most impactful trade deadline deal in NHL history?
Impactful?
Yes.
That's a large scale. Impactful is in like it's
okay, or let's dumb it down. Let's dumb it down. In your lifetime, biggest trade at the NHL trade deadline you've seen?
God. At the deadline, I can't even remember. I'd have to look, but oh my God, I don't know. I'd have to look and see. I think there's too much to go back on. Oh, Becca's back. Amazing.
Oh, awesome.
Love it.
Oh, you know what? I found an article. Granted, it was written in 2018, so it's been a minute. But
can you guys post in the chat too as well? Can you give me some big deadline deals that happen? I need a refresher.
Help us out here a little bit.
I need a refresher here.
Here's some moves since 2018. I don't know.
Okay.
So first one that comes up is Kevin Shattenkirk from the St. Louis Blues to the Capitals. All right, that's not really much of anything.
Shattenkirk.
Give me something. I'm trying to go back.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of
Ooh,
I'm just
here's an impactful one, Kyle.
Okay.
Martin St. Louis to the Rangers for Ryan Callahan.
Yeah, but it didn't result. I'm thinking of it resulting in a cup.
Oh, fair enough.
That's to me impactful.
Let me think. Ooh, Phil Kessel to the that wasn't a trade deadline. They were Phil Kessel to the Penguins. It resulted in 2 cups, Kyle.
What other trades happened though at the deadline that were so big? I know there was just lots, right? But you're trying to think of the most impactful. I think the recent one I can think of is probably Carlson getting dealt at the deadline from Ottawa to San Jose. Was that not a deadline?
That was a July 1st deal.
Oh, sorry.
Here
we go. Toronto for Providence.
Nice.
Nice. I'm about a couple hours away from Toronto, but still exciting. Good stuff for an AHL game.
You know what? You know what was a good deal that just happened last year? When Tarasenko got dealt from the Senators to Florida.
True, because that helped with the run. Becca's not over the Devils.
No, neither am I. Believe me, the Devils would love to have depth scoring with Tyler Toffoli, who's going to probably pop 30 goals again.
Oh, they need that right now. They need that so
oxygen.
Badly.
Yeah, it's just it's bull crap, dude.
So we are almost an hour and a half into the stream.
I'm bored.
Yeah.
Not going to lie to you, a little bored.
That's okay. That's okay.
Give me something. Somebody give me something, please.
Players acquired on NHL Trade Deadline Day. Okay, here, I'll ask you this. I'll give you here. Let me just look through it real quick.
He has
give you a multiple choice question here. This is kind of
multiple choice question. Okay, great. Love multiple.
All right.
Choice.
Who has since 1979-1980? What team has acquired the most players on NHL Trade Deadline Day? Is it the Anaheim Ducks, the New York Rangers, the Edmonton Oilers, the Vancouver Canucks?
Oh, that's too many teams.
Or is it somebody else? So it's gonna okay. I'll tell you this. It's 4 selections there. So you got Anaheim, Rangers, Oilers, Canucks. Who has acquired the most players on NHL Trade Deadline Day since it began back in 1979-1980? And we don't have any Devils news outside of Brian Dumoulin. I think that's just to confirm.
Yeah, nothing. Devils have a morning skate in a minute. We'll see if anything comes up.
Okay, so Becca guesses Rangers. What do you got? Do you want me to repeat the question?
No, okay. I got it. I'm sorry. Elliot Friedman's having a laugh on Sportsnet because they're all making fun of every time he touches his phone.
Okay,
but something's happening. I'm gonna say it's someone else. It's my guess.
So it is one of the 4 teams that I mentioned.
Okay, great. So I'm already wrong. I'm gonna say it's the Vancouver Canucks.
Becca would be correct. It is the New York
Rangers.
Damn, 73 players acquired at the deadline. The Canucks had 65. The Ducks and the Oilers had 64.
Wow.
73 players acquired for the New York Rangers since deadline day. One team has 0, and it's the Utah Hockey Club.
All right. Well, give it a minute.
The Seattle Kraken have 2. Outside of those 2, which is fairly obvious, and Vegas having 10. The Winnipeg Jets having 31 is another one to mention there. Another team with a very low number is the, just looking at it here, is the Nashville Predators with 28.
Ooh, cool.
28. So there you go. But yeah, Becca's right. Rangers, 73 players acquired.
Nice.
Also, too, I feel like the Rangers are also one of those teams like Vegas, like Becca's mentioning here, where it's like, okay, like it's New York, right?
Right.
Like a lot of it has to do with the market, right?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, that's my guess. It just has to kind of do with the market.
Right. Should mention the people that would like to know. Brian Dumoulin will make his Devils debut tonight. He is on the ice at morning skate for New Jersey. And apparently, Sheldon Keefe has wanted Brian Dumoulin for about 2 months now.
Let me pull it up again, Buck. I just had it. Let me pull it up again real quick. The Sharks, where they ended up on that list. I gotta find that list again because I just refreshed it. Okay, here we go. San Jose, they had 34. So since 1979, 1980 on deadline day for players acquired, 34 for the San Jose Sharks. So there you go. Voila.
So Pierre LeBrun just said,
all right,
that the LA Kings have emerged as a potential spot for Brad Marchand, which means they're not going to get him.
Oh, man. It's interesting, though. It's interesting. I feel like they definitely, but at least like teams are calling about it, right? But it feels like LA needs to do something to get over the hump to try to beat Edmonton.
For sure.
Which, like, if you're LA, like, you kind of have to because you're getting the last couple of years out of Anze. Like, this is kind of it for Anze Kopitar, right? Like, how many more years is he really going to kick the can, right?
Especially playing at the level that he's playing at, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I thought was cool yesterday, Kyle? I just saw this. I thought this was cool. The NHL actually showed a video yesterday of, like, what it looks like behind the scenes when a trade is being finalized. You know, you have to call like the office in, I think it's Montreal. And it ended up being the Devils trade for Brian Dumoulin. And they went through like the whole process. It was very cool. I thought it was a very cool touch that like we get to see like that.
It is. Derek Drager tweeted 2 minutes ago. See where it goes, but I'm confident the Dallas Stars are / willing to go upwards of $12 million per to extend Rantanen. A big number for the Stars given the contract challenges moving forward. Unless something changes, that's well short. Because it looks like that Rantanen's looking for $14 million. But yes, to confirm with Becca is that there are multiple teams who have contacted about Brad Marchand, especially the LA Kings, like we just mentioned. He is on the block. He's number 5 on the list. Yes, he's number 5 on the list. That's right. And Jared did mention too about thinking about trading Brandon Carlo. One of the teams that mentioned about Brandon Carlo being dealt was the Calgary Flames. Go ahead.
Now that we're getting word that they might do minimal buying, that might be it
for Rantanen, right? Because at this point, let's just get something done here. Like, what are we doing, right?
You know,
okay.
Kyle, I am now worried that the deal for Rantanen is going to fall through. Now I'm worried about it. And we're going to start all over again.
I think it gets done. I'm still confident that it gets done. I do. I think it's going to get done. So again, the last deal that was made, guys, was at 6:44 Eastern this morning. We haven't really had any movement since then. It's 10:30, and noon sounds like a pretty good idea, Neil.
What?
Noon sounds like a pretty good idea at this point. Wow.
I don't know how these people are going to be like I think about TSN and Sportsnet. What on earth do they have to talk about when nothing happens?
They're talking about Gretzky being 10 goals away.
Gretzky?
Yep. Or Gretzky. Ovechkin being 10 goals away. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Right.
Neil, you think we, the Devils fans, are going, or Devils in particular, are going to trade Mercer?
Depends on what we're going for. If he's in a deal for, let's say, Jared McCann as an example,
Right.
then I'm fine with it because I know that people, and Kyle, you know this, every hockey fan base has players that are just like, whether they're good or bad, they're just liked a lot. And so when they get traded, it's a lot harder for certain fans to be okay with it because of losing certain players. But the reality is for, well, what? Do we have something, Kyle?
I have NFL news that's actually very interesting.
What is, I swear to God, are you about to tell me about, is this about the Giants?
There is word and sources around the league that the Browns and the Cardinals are in talks regarding a trade that would send Kyler Murray to Cleveland. Compensation not known at the time.
The hell? So that means, so that's got to mean the second overall pick is going back to Arizona, right? That's right.
It's very possible.
So
Very
then,
possible.
then that means definitely, in my opinion, at least one of the two quarterbacks in this draft are going in the first two picks.
Yeah, that's what it could be. So anyway, that's what I read. It looks like a reliable source.
Oh, poor Kyler Murray, man.
That is crazy. Yeah, so Trevor Zegras is so he is on the chalk block too. I'm curious actually with Zegras if he gets dealt too, if he's a part of the bigger
Vegas.
package. Maybe. Yeah, that's right. Andrew checking in too. What's going on, Andrew?
Man?
Yeah, absolutely.
I was in the middle of saying something and I forgot now.
Sorry, I had to break that out because
I know.
That would be crazy.
So so what you're telling me is that we may get more action in the NFL today than the NHL is what I'm understanding.
I hope that's not the case. Like, oh my God, not justice for Murray.
No, justice my ass.
Yeah, we're hanging in there, man. It's been about an hour and a half, and we got nothing.
Andrew, we're bored. Nothing's happening.
We got nothing so far. Just a lot of spicy talk.
Kyle has a really cool ticker as well that we haven't used yet.
Well, it's not really that cool. Here, I'll show you. I'll show just to like. This is the way the morning's gone. I got nothing.
There's your news. What was I talking about? I was talking about something.
I don't remember, but that's all I got. It's been blank. I have the trailer ready to go, but
what was I talking? Damn it! Forgot. I'll get back to it.
God. Well, if you guys are hanging out with us too.
I remember now.
Okay, sure.
Because Becca was asking about Dawson Mercer from the Devils.
Finish your thought on that.
The reality is for Dawson Mercer is that he clearly has not stepped up until this point. He's really struggled this year, especially in the first year of his new contract. Dawson Mercer is what Jared McCann is now. And that is a guy that can be like a reliable goal scorer. You keep Dawson Mercer if you think that he can be like a Jared McCann or something similar to that. Yes. However, if you trade for Jared McCann, like as I've mentioned numerous times, I even wrote an article about it. You acquire him now, you essentially could get 3 playoff runs out of him with the deal that he's currently on.
Yes.
And so if that means you move a guy like Dawson Mercer, maybe something else for Jared McCann, I think that's a deal that you have to make if it becomes available.
So we're going to stream till about noon today. Listen, if nothing's like, because we have lives, believe it or not, we're going to go till about noon. Neil might go till noon. I may stay for like an extra half hour just in case. I don't know. Maybe something goes down.
Yeah.
I might push it to like 12:30, maybe close to 1. I'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. We still have an hour.
Do something, please. Anything. Stop talking about the Senators unless they're doing something.
Also, too, guys, actually, I'll bring this up in a second. Make sure to go follow our socials for any of the latest updates in terms of live watch-alongs. Going to be a lot of that coming up.
We have one tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Seattle and Philly. Grant will be doing that one. I'm going to be live on Wednesday. Big game because it's the Canucks taking on the Calgary Flames. So that's going to be a big one. I'll be live Wednesday next. Or am I actually? I have to see. I'll let you know. But anyway, a lot of stuff coming up too, especially with playoff action coming up. We'll be doing some live watch along as well too. Is Samuel Wallace from our beautiful network. What's going on, Sam? I would love to hear your thoughts right now. Where we're at with Mikko Rantanen, he's looking for the bag in Dallas. Where do you see it right now? I want to know your thoughts on where we're at here with Rantanen, because we kind of don't know.
And Sam, I would also like your thoughts on why has it been difficult for the Hurricanes to keep top flight players that they've acquired? Jake Gensel, Mikko Rantanen, like what is keeping these players from wanting to extend and stay long term in Carolina? Like I want to know, because
I would love to hear his thoughts.
Yes. I'm just curious. I'm not even, this isn't even me trying to add insult to injury. I'm really just more like, why did this become a thing? Why is this happening? Like, this was not something when the Hurricanes acquired him, Rantanen. You couldn't have told me that in a month they would be flipping him again. Like, I don't get it, and I'd like to know why.
Again, Wednesday, big game there, Canucks and Flames. Also, we were expecting your Devils' overall reaction to trades on the Devils after the deadline.
After the deadline, yes.
Reaction videos.
Kyle asked me my thoughts on the Devils, where they go from here, obviously with Jack Hughes being out for the year. I will reserve my judgment of everything until after the deadline is over. And I'm going to wait till about 4:30 because, again, something may happen after 3 that we just don't know about yet because it's being finalized.
And usually that happens. Again, we only have our most recent trade right now, which is the one this morning at 6:44 between the Oilers and the Sharks.
And keep in mind for everybody, the majority of the trades, if not most of them that happened today, the players involved will probably not play for whatever team they're getting dealt to today if they were playing. So, for the Devils, let's say the Devils make a big move and get Brock Boeser as an example. Brock Boeser will not be in the lineup tonight. That just will not happen. So.
Steve Saios just was on Trade Center recently on TSN, GM of the Ottawa Senators. He is quoted by saying, I guess time will tell today. We're certainly working through a lot of different scenarios. Looking at our team going into this deadline, we're pleased with the steps that they've taken. The depth has been tested. It's hung on pretty good, and we feel like we're a good team when we're fully healthy. We're looking at a few options right now. Jared Brown also says by General Manager Don Sweeney, was not a trade, but rather a signing with Tyler Pitlick signing a 1-year, 2-way contract. So there you go. A little bit of news, not a ton, but
wonderful.
Little bit of news today.
Love that.
Again, guys, the deadline is at 3:00 today. There can be deals still coming in after 3:00. They just have to submit any deals before 3 p.m. You cannot submit it after 3:00 or else they will not go through. Danelle checking in. What's going on, Danelle? Hope you're having a fantastic Friday. Thank you for everybody for joining along here as it's 10, almost 11 here with no action here on NHL Trade Deadline Day.
Yeah.
Sucks. And that sucks. I hate it. Maybe I think for next year, we should probably not plan it better, but the stupid thing is if we plan this next year and we start it again at 9:00, some of the trades can happen in the morning too. It's ridiculous that we're not getting. It's been almost 2 hours and we don't have a single thing, which is unbelievable.
We just all we get is talk.
Yeah. What are your thoughts? Okay, we'll get to their thoughts on the Stadium Series afterwards. I just want to get to Sam's comment here because we did ask him what his thoughts on the Rantanen situation, guys. Also, go check out the Caniac report if you haven't already. It really sounds like Carolina got the indication that Rantanen might not sign an extension since they gave up quite a bit to get him. They don't want this to be another Gensel situation. So it's a problem signing guys to an extension, basically. It's a problem for them getting guys to commit. That's all it is. But is it just because of finances? Like not willing to give them what they want? It might be deeper than that.
That's why I was asking Sam, what exactly is going on?
Sure.
Because
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, just because you don't want there to be a perception around the league consistently that something's wrong and don't go to Carolina.
Yes.
You don't want that if you're a team. You don't want that.
Atmosphere was great there at Ohio Stadium. I thought it was well done. Close to 90,000 people.
Fun game.
It was a really fun game. You got it. Your thoughts of the trades from yesterday and the days before was the biggest trade. I think probably was last night was Brock Nelson. I would say that's the biggest trade so far. I think he was
definitely the biggest trade for sure. Yeah,
that and Seth Jones. But it was a fairly good. I thought both teams. Just here, I'll bring it up again here. Just scroll down a little here. Brock Nelson, William Dufour for Cal Ritchie Shillington, who got sent to Anaheim literally a minute later. And then the first and the third round pick. So overall, I like the fact that
there you go.
I like that deal for both teams.
I like it.
Becca's saying Jake Wallman got traded to the Oilers. He did. That was the latest trade that we had this morning.
Someone made a joke that said someone made a joke that said the Oilers need to become a grittier team, and then they were like, "No, not that way."
Not this way. So Sam mentions again, it's not the money. Canes in the offseason will have about $37 million in cap space if he wants to actually be here. That's a lot.
It's a lot.
That's almost the same as what Calgary's have.
I'd have to look at their contracts because I feel like there's somebody I'm missing that's not.
I think so too.
But again, Sam, please tell me, if it's not the money, what is it? What is going on in Carolina?
They're showing Tampa Bay's first-round picks. They made one selection in the first round. 2020, they didn't have one. 2021, they don't have one.
Who was it?
2022, they selected Isaac Howard, 31st overall. From 2023 to 2027, they don't have a first-round pick.
They are the equivalent of fuck them picks.
Jared, we're all in the same boat as you. Trust me, we are in the exact same boat.
I'll give you a name. What do you think? You guys think got the better trade between the Islanders and Avalanche? I think the Islanders did, personally.
Really?
Yeah, I do actually, because I don't think that the Avalanche. I mean, I think the Avalanche will definitely make a push to try to re-sign him, especially if you move Casey Middlestat at the end of this deadline. But I think the Islanders got out of it not fairly good. I think they got out of it good, all things considered. Because this is a rental. Because right now you're looking at, you got this for a rental. You got a pretty solid prospect in Calum Ritchie. You were able to flip Oliver Shillington for something, in future consideration. You got a first-round pick, which the Islanders need. And you just got draft picks in general. So I think, overall, I would say the Islanders did in the long term, but in the right now, I would say Colorado.
I actually kind of like it on the Islanders side of things because I think for you get Brock Nelson and William Dufour might be a name to kind of look out for in the future. But I like the fact they get Ritchie in a first. I think that's probably the most important pieces in that one. Becca's saying if the Penguins done anything, Bet Crosby's getting bored lately. My prediction is if Malkin and Letang end up going at some point or retiring or moving on at some point from Pittsburgh, that might sway Crosby to be like, okay, clearly the days are done, and if I still want to play, I want to go, or he might retire. That's the way I see it. Okay, folks, we working on an extension. We do have breaking news, but it's not a trade. Buffalo and Jason Zucker are working towards a contract extension. Zucker has indicated his wishes to stay. So that was from Elliot Friedman 2 minutes ago. It's not a trade. We do have an extension talk that won't show up here on our nice little trade board here. Jason Zucker is appearing. He will be taken off the trade board as he is going to be extending with the Buffalo Sabres. I'll type that.
I think for the Sabres, it's been good that they're starting to lock down some guys to keep around. But at the same time, how much better is Jason Zucker going to get at his age? But, we'll see what the Sabres decide to do moving forward with guys like JJ Peterka, Dylan Cousins, and another name that has come up. Does Bowen Byram get moved today? Some people are speculating that he might get moved.
He's on the board. He is on the board. Absolutely. Again, the only news that we have as of right now is that Jason Zucker is going to sign an extension. We don't know what it is yet, but he's going to sign an extension still with the Buffalo.
God, somebody request a trade. I'd like that. Somewhat like give me like David Pastrnak just says I want out right now. So we can have a full-on 40-minute discussion.
That's all we got right now, folks. But again, little ticker below. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe if you're new. Absolutely. Okay, let's check back in on some of the comments here. RJ saying Derek Barnes and the Detroit Lions have agreed to a 3-year, $25.5 million extension. That's good. So Neil.
Again with Jack Hughes.
Jack Hughes got in.
I'm having a day. This will not stop for a week. Keep going.
You got in once again and out for the season. What are your thoughts on the Devils getting defenseman Brian Dumoulin, even though they need help scoring?
So again, with Jack Hughes, in many ways it is devastating because of just, he was having a really, really good year. He was leading the team in points. He had 70 points by the time, when he got hurt. And obviously it's fair to look at a lot of people and say, well, if Jack Hughes isn't playing, then the Devils have no chance of doing anything. I don't think that's entirely true. I think the Devils still have a lot of talent that if they can finally just get it all together and start scoring again at a pretty solid rate, I think they'll be okay because their defense has been strong. Their goaltending has been very strong. And obviously you do have the deadline today. Now, again, with Brian Dumoulin, you needed to bring in some depth defensemen because of the fact that you don't have Dougie Hamilton, who's currently, as according to Darren Dreger, out week to week. Some people are speculating up to about 3 weeks, which is not bad. That you could definitely survive that. There still is an unknown status on Jonas Siegenthaler. Sheldon Keefe said yesterday that he's progressing, but they don't have a timeline on him, so I think he'll remain on LTIR to beyond this deadline. And then I mentioned this to Kyle yesterday. What's really interesting is that the Devils had so much cap space already. Why did they retain salary? Why did they get retained salary on Brian Dumoulin? They probably didn't have to, but it tells you that I believe the Devils still very much want to be ultra active. That is their plan. Again, it's still the morning, so we still have a couple of days to go.
Yeah.
Clock is ticking. Prices are definitely going up, as it seems. So we'll see. This is my thoughts.
All right. Tage Thompson, quick thoughts. Does he get moved?
No.
I don't think so either. Sam, Neil, that's what I'm wondering as well. This is purely
so even Sam doesn't really know.
But I wonder if it is the type of system Brind'Amour implements. That system is focused on goal prevention, not offense.
I hadn't thought about that.
Interesting. Okay.
Well, that is true.
Well, maybe that
makes a good point.
It's going to be interesting then if the deal is in place with Carolina and Dallas, what that return would be to kind of maybe help with a more offensive style rather than goal prevention. So there's that too. Andrew, we're all in the same boat. Everybody needs to wake up and start swinging.
Kyle, do you think that, I just saw the Winnipeg Jets have like just over $12 million in cap space right now going into this deadline. Do you think it makes sense for them to do anything? Do you think they need anything, or do you think they're fine where they're at?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news.
Okay, is it Rantanen? Is it the Rantanen?
It's not official, but this is from Kevin Weeks. I am told the Senators and Buffalo Sabres are working on a trade which includes Josh Norris and Bernard Docker. Per Kevin Weeks, straight up, there is a trade that is going down. By the way, the Jason Zucker extension was 2 years by $4.75 million. So Zucker stays in Buffalo. Staying with Buffalo, from Kevin Weeks, I am told the Senators and Sabres are working on a trade which includes Josh Norris and Bernard Docker, the defenseman from Ottawa. There is a deal being worked on right now between the Senators and the Sabres.
We have more important news. Darren Dreger on TSN just said a minute ago, Stars could not reach an agreement on a Rantanen contract. They were comfortable with $12 million per year, and that doesn't seem to be enough for Rantanen. So Mikko Rantanen is back on the market. I hate this. I am sick of it.
But it doesn't mean that it's not over for that because
No, but like we were at the point of being like, oh, it's gonna be over today. No.
Yeah. Deadline's at 3 o'clock Eastern. 3 Eastern today. The deals can still be submitted before 3 p.m. And we've seen it in previous years that by like you'll still see deals coming in by like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. It just has to go through the NHL for approval. So there can still be deals in place before 3 o'clock, but the deadline is at 3, not 4. So wow, that's interesting. Yeah, I'm getting that too. Per Darren Dreger, that is right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, guys, the Zucker extension was 2 years, $4.75 million. That's all we know so far. But apparently it's tough sledding right now for Dallas as they can't seem to get an extension locked down on Mikko Rantanen. So it appears that he could be back on the board. And Becca will offer cookies to Mikko Rantanen to come to New Jersey.
Well, if they're worth $14 million per year, then he'll definitely take that. I hate this.
Favorite type of cookie?
Oh, damn. All right, I need a minute. I need to think about that.
White chocolate macadamia nut.
You sick. No, I'm kidding.
No, that's the way to go. That's the way to go. I'm telling you, man. That's the way to go.
I have a hot take, and you're not going to like it at all.
Okay.
Oatmeal raisin.
Oh, man.
Maybe just that's old.
Brutal.
No, I've always said it. I've always liked that.
That's brutal.
Do you have a favorite cookie brand, Kyle? Just out of curiosity.
So it's a Canadian one. Decadent.
This is fun. I'd like to know this brand.
Decadent. It's like it's like PC brand. But it's called Decadent chocolate. Like it's a chocolate chip flavor. Also, Mrs. Fields. It's a good one too.
You want to talk about Mrs. Fields, Kyle? Well.
Who would you give up for Brendan Carlo?
Kyle. Kyle, no. Kyle,
I don't want. Listen. So the Flames have been linked to Brendan Carlo. I don't want Carlo because we already have enough right shot defensemen, and I don't want. So okay, but to answer the question,
Kyle, really quick for my own information, just is Jacob Bernard Docker? Is he on the Sabres or the Sens? I'm losing.
On the Senators. So Bernard Docker.
So we just don't know what's coming back. What's going back the other way?
Yeah, apparently there's something going into play here with Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard Docker from the Senators to the Buffalo Sabres.
It's still in millions.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's my guess.
Apparently they're going to break, but I guess they're minutes away from deal number 1, guys. We're getting a deal very quickly. Real quick though with the Brandon Carlo, I don't know. I wouldn't give up too much for it. It might be a low prospect and a pick. I don't know because of his contract deal. I just don't want him. Okay. Christmas ones with Hershey Kisses in the middle. That's a good one. Mint chocolate chip with M&M's.
No, just chocolate chip. Yep.
That's a good one too. Neil, has Mrs. Fields ever won the intermission race yet this season?
That's what I was going to bring up. That was what I was going to. Sam, not confirmed. That's just a guess on my end.
But it's possible.
But a deal is happening between the Senators and the Sabres. Yeah. That much is confirmed.
Did just report that Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard Docker are involved as the Senators and Buffalo Sabres are working on a deal.
Well, we talked about it, Kyle. We had heard that the Senators were going to be players in something.
It's possible that Cousins probably could be involved.
Or J.J. Peterka.
Or there was Tage Thompson mentioned earlier. So I think we're finally getting some. I think that the wheels are starting to turn. We're starting to turn now.
The Senators and Sabres called and were like, "All right, you want to just get the ball rolling? You want to do something to get people."
I like that gut feeling, Jared. Too, by the way.
I feel like Brad might leave the Bruins. Yeah, seems like it. It seems like it. Kyle's staring at his phone.
I'm just keeping it up with it all. I'm just keeping up with it. So again, that was Kevin Weeks.
Yep. Wait a minute. Whoa. Slow down. Everybody slow down.
We have it.
No, we might. I said we might. I'm not telling you that we do, but we might.
Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Trade alert. We have some breaking news. Dylan Cousins is a part of the deal and is getting sent to the Ottawa Senators.
Sam, now that really is happening.
Okay, so we have some news. Okay, Dylan Cousins apparently in negotiations with the Senators and Sabres. Dylan Cousins is a part of the package that is getting sent to the Ottawa Senators. It is believed that Josh Norris and Jake Bernard.
Oh, here we go. Here we go, Kyle. Friedge is on TV as we speak, and he's typing away like a crazy man on his laptop.
We will see this trade tracker on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, get updated very soon, but it is believed
when we have it fully confirmed, we will put it on the screen.
Yes, it sounds like Cousins is on his way to Ottawa. Okay. What are your thoughts so far on this deal potentially going through here? Trade Center just coming back on here on my end, but it looks like Dylan Cousins is going one way. We'll get the full trade for everybody in a second. Here we go. Finally,
I'll say this. Let's start with Ottawa. They definitely are going for it, which is great.
I said it.
No, you did say it, and good on him because you know why? He already has a contract, so you don't have to worry about that. We know just Vegas is spread. Yeah, no, Vegas gonna pull something out of their rear end at like 255.
Oh, of course.
And I'm gonna get mad about it. But I give the Senators a lot of credit, man. They're pushing, and I like it. For Buffalo, I like it too. Kevin Adams got to go, Kyle. I'm being real. Yeah, I think he's got to go.
I would tend to agree with that. I'm going to leave this trade.
What is it? Because right now, right, you're trading away Dylan Cousins, JJ Peterka. It's more likely than not he's going to be gone. Like, well, what is the direct? But Kyle, like, what is the direction right now? If you're the Sabres, like, what are you trying to do?
It's a bad return for Buffalo if that's the case, man. I don't know. I don't like it because it's Norris who's been injured a lot, right? I think even Jacob Bernard-Docker, it's like you're getting another defenseman with Owen Power and with Rasmus Dahlin. It's like, okay, but you guys need goal scoring, man. Like, I don't get it. Which is on the center? Oh, it's Brady.
Yeah, Brady Tkachuk.
Mr. Brady Tkachuk.
I mean, if you're Brady Tkachuk, you got to feel pretty excited about this.
You got it. Just waiting for confirmation. I don't see anything yet. Was that the one you were going to break as well too?
What?
Just the Dylan Cousins to
because it was confirmed like at the same time that you brought it up.
Okay. Perfect.
So yeah.
All right, so we're just waiting for confirmation, but it looks like Dylan Cousins is heading to Ottawa. Ooh. I told you, though. I said it, man. I said the Senators needed to make a move. I think they were going to make a big splash, and I like it. I like sending Norris the other way. I like that they do that.
Yeah. Yep.
So Norris getting sent the other way. Bernard-Docker getting sent the other way as well. That's all we know right now. It's three pieces right now to this deal.
Sure. Yep. This is awesome.
I love it. Finally, 2 hours in, we're finally
something happens.
Something is going down here. Thank God. And after not me after being like Kevin Weeks is at the bottom of my insider list, and he's the one that breaks it.
Yep. Emily Kaplan tweeted this like 2 minutes ago, just kind of giving everybody an update on a bunch of different things. Some of this has already been talked about numerous times. Canes have a deal in place to send Rantanen to the Stars if he agrees to the extension there. Rantanen and Dallas talking again today. Now, as we just heard from Darren Dreger, it sounds like the deal fell through. Not because of the deal itself, but because of the Rantanen talks. Not sure what Brad Marchand's future holds. Boston definitely talked to teams yesterday, but we know Marchand wants to stay in Boston. Ryan Donato and Kyle Palmieri continue extension talks. Both could be traded if not done. Scott Lund is the next top center available. Asking price for Philly remains high. No guarantee he goes. New Jersey still in the market for a center. Scoring depth. As always, keep hearing, watch out for Vegas. I hate Vegas.
We all do. Just waiting for.
No, you know what? Because they're boring sometimes. They don't want to let anyone else on the fun, in on the fun.
Fair enough. tad bit of news. I know it's Flames talk, but just tad bit of news here. Elias has been assigned to the AHL Wranglers. So absolutely nothing. Just waiting for confirmation here, as it appears that something's going down here with the Senators and the Sabres. Again, Dylan Cousins looking to be on his way to the Ottawa Senators, and it looks like Josh Norris, and Jacob Bernard Docker included in that as well.
All right, so I'm going.
I know.
To use,
we do need Mikko Rantanen to do something here. At this
I'm going to use the restroom, so I will be right back.
I will be here. How much do you think?
Apparently not enough. Apparently not enough, Sam.
All right, we'll let Neil go to the bathroom. How much do you think Rantanen is worth? Oh man, he says he's 14 million. I mean, I would argue that he's a top 5 to 7 player in the league. So I would argue that he's probably listen. If he wants 14 million and the Stars were offering 12, I say just like put him in the middle at like maybe 13 million. But then you wonder like how he hasn't done so well with the Hurricanes in a small sample size that it's like, okay, is it even worth that? I would definitely argue anywhere between 12 to 14. So I'll say for argument's sake to like meet in the middle there at being $13 million. That's just me. So TSN Trade Center has not really confirmed anything yet. Hearing from one source that again, it's Cousins it might just be Cousins for Norris and Bernard Docker straight up. Let's troll Neil when he gets back and tell him. Okay, so let's do this. Somebody put in the chat, just like write, like in big capital letters, Mikko Rantanen to the Devils. Or like breaking news, like Mikko Rantanen to the Devils. Like somebody just like Becca, if you can, just like put it all in caps and I'll have it ready. That's smart. Or RJ should do that actually. Just for shits and giggles to scare him. Just say like breaking news, New Jersey Devils acquire Mikko Rantanen. Somebody write that and I'll have it ready. and I'll play the part. I'll look stupid. Yeah. You have to be very specific. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Okay. All right. So we'll all be put it like just blow it up in the chat and we'll let them freak out for a minute. And I'll play along. Oh my goodness. Okay. So interesting from just me from a Flames perspective, because I know there's a lot of talk about Dylan Cousins in the Flames. So it was still going to take 2 roster players to get him. So I'm kind of okay with that, but it depends on like who it would have been, right? Thank you, Sam. Okay. We'll wait till he gets back. So far, Trade Center, though, hasn't said anything about the deal. Man, the core guys, I think, in the Ottawa room must be disappointed. This is amazing. I love this. I know I should put up, you know what I should do, actually, is I should put this up, too. Yeah, there we go. And we'll scare the shit out of him. Oh, man. I'll leave it up just so that when he comes back, he can see it. This is great. I heard that, too, though, Jared. I did hear that for a long time it was connected that Cousins, like I think Calgary probably made a call, but nothing was really made out of it, right? Okay. Nothing else being reported yet from the Cousins trade that we're all still waiting upon here. Any other trades that you guys would like to see today? Anything that if you could think of one player that would be shocked, right, to get traded today, that isn't even on the trade bait board, because it happened last year with Tomas Hertl. I wonder who it would be, because I feel like that's something that could happen. And maybe Brad Marchand is in that category, but now he's on the trade bait board. So, but yeah, we got to all act like, just be serious, stay composed, and we'll play some good acting roles here when he comes back. I feel like Brad might be leaving. I feel like LA would be the right destination. That feels like it would be what the trade. Okay. All right, we actually, before Neil comes back, guys, we do actually have a trade alert from Elliot Friedman. Anthony Beauvillier to the Washington Capitals. So Beauvillier to the Washington Capitals. That'll come up in a second. Neil coming back. Neil, we actually have two breaking news.
Anthony Beauvillier to Washington.
Beauvillier to the Washington Capitals.
No, don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Not today, guys. That's not funny. That's really not funny. You're not funny. You're very not funny. Guys, you're not funny. Yeah, Sam, you're not funny. You guys are mean.
I didn't come up with the
Why
idea.
am I getting bullied? Wait, why am I getting bullied today?
Because while you were gone, all we got was let's troll Neil when he gets back.
Tell Mika. Okay, sick, dude. You're awesome. You guys are great. I love my fans. I love my fans.
I couldn't say anything. Sorry, man. You're not funny.
You're fine.
You're funny. All right.
You guys are funny.
Good job, Becca. 10 out of 10.
Honestly, Kyle, at this point with Mikko Rantanen, I don't really give a rat's where he goes. I just want this to be over.
We do too. Again, there is a trade alert, guys. We finally have something. The trade breakers are going to break it out to us. Anthony Beauvillier is getting dealt to the Washington Capitals. I'll put that up here. We are waiting official word on Dylan Cousins, but I will put it up in the filler here. That Anthony Beauvillier is officially the first piece since 9 o'clock when we started this morning. That Beauvillier is getting dealt to the Washington Capitals. We don't know yet. The trade breakers are saying there is an agreement in place right now with Dylan Cousins and the Ottawa Senators. They're just waiting on full confirmation for it. It might just be straight up, but we're going to wait for confirmation on that. Again, Beauvillier to the Washington Capitals is now the first trade that we know of. We are just waiting for official word, and we will try to refresh the page as much as possible to see what that trade looks like. But Beauvillier to the Washington Capitals is the first one that we will see. Okay. Thoughts on Beauvillier to the Washington Capitals?
I mean, what I essentially describe it as like the Capitals are just trying to get more depth, which I like. And I think that helps them. I didn't feel like the Capitals he was in Pittsburgh, I believe.
Yeah, guys, it's not the Islanders. It is Pittsburgh.
He hasn't been on the Islanders in a minute.
He did play for the Islanders, but yeah, he was on the Pittsburgh Penguins.
He was part, in case people don't remember, he was part of the okay. He was the former captain of the Canucks. Help me out here, Kyle. Just got traded.
What are we talking about?
Beauvillier, when he was on the Islanders, he got traded from the Islanders to Vancouver.
Oh, for Bo Horvat.
Thank you, Bo Horvat. Yes, Bo Horvat.
Yeah. That for sure.
But Beauvillier was in Pittsburgh but now he's no longer. Yeah, it took Sportsnet long enough to catch up. You losers.
It took everybody. Well, still TSN doesn't even know yet.
Well, how does this Rantanen thing all of a sudden now they're talking about it again? Dreger just said
nobody knows.
Dreger said it's so nonchalant.
Well, I think it's going backwards now. Oh God.
No, not again.
7 minutes ago, Vegas Golden Knights Twitter account just said, "Good morning."
Fuck off. Should I just reply to their tweet? Should I just reply to them and just say fuck off?
That should be like the Undertaker from WWE, just like rising up.
Yeah, no, it's the Undertaker just comes up out of the.
So again, no Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard-Docker on the ice for the Ottawa Senators. So it seems like that is the direction we are heading.
You're going.
Again, we will update the trade tracker here that you see on the screen as soon as we get confirmation here. This isn't our site. I'm sure this is it's going to refresh when we know. The one that we do know is the one that Elliot Friedman did break. Elliot Friedman did break.
Somebody said that the Devils could look for a Brandon Tanev, and Jared McCann package. That wouldn't be bad.
Yes.
I like that.
So we're just waiting on the package, though, but that's the one deal we can confirm, that it is Anthony Beauvillier heading to Washington.
Yep.
Kyle, Mikko to Vegas, imagine. That wouldn't surprise me. Vegas just waking up saying good morning on Twitter means that I'm scared.
That's what that means. That's what that means. You know what that means? You know, I'll tell you what it means. I'll tell you exactly what it means. Vegas is getting Mikko Rantanen as a goddamn rental.
I feel like that's gonna happen. Vegas will be like, yeah, we'll take him as a rental. We don't care.
Yeah, we'll give you like 3 first-round picks.
Literally.
Well, no, here's the thing. I don't want to see, like, I know obviously the deal has fallen through with Dallas. I don't want to see the Hurricanes just end up taking a lesser deal just because negotiations went down. Like, that's my problem. Like, I don't want to see that.
Again, Pierre LeBron just commenting on what Kevin Weeks said, reported here. Dylan Carlson's is a part of the trade. So we're waiting for confirmation, but they're talking about it. Okay, so just based off what we know right now, Neil, we know that Dylan Cousins is heading to Ottawa. We know that Jacob Bernard-Docker and Josh Norris heading the other way. Initial thoughts on the initial deal, not the full deal so far, but we know that that's the package.
I think it's disappointing if you're Buffalo.
Very disappointing.
You're getting a Josh Norris that when he is healthy and consistently playing, he can produce at a pretty high level. But the problem is as I just mentioned, he can't stay healthy. So the issue that you're dealing with is you better hope that this works out, because this will be just, if it doesn't, this is just yet another Kevin Adams debacle of a guy, one of your better players, and you're just getting rid of him in the hope, and you're not going to get much in return. And I think my problem is that the Sabres are still not being clear, in my opinion, what the direction is. But if you're Ottawa, this is awesome.
I love it.
Good move. This is a great move, and I'm excited to see. I think you're seeing the Senators really building something very, very good for the long term.
I think that was a sensational move by Ottawa. I love it.
Isn't it amazing what happens, Kyle, when new ownership comes in?
Oh, for sure.
So
yeah, I want new ownership. I want new ownership out in Calgary, believe it or not. Yeah, no, it's a great move. I think you get rid of a guy in Josh Norris who's been injury riddled for too many times, and it's been he's been given up enough of a runway to do something. And I would argue the same thing for Jacob Bernard-Docker. I think he needs to change scenery, and to get Dylan Cousins out of this is really, really, really well done by Ottawa. So full credit to them. And then if you're Buffalo, it's like, I don't know what they're doing. They're just, I don't get it. Like, I think they could have gotten a better package, to be honest. But also, too, the fact that Buffalo is taking on an $8 million. If somebody can maybe mention in the comments, or if you can find what Josh Norris's contract is, he's definitely got $8 million per year for however the next couple of years. Sam is telling us here.
I was just going to say real quick, update with the Beauvillier trade. It was a second-round pick.
Straight up. Okay. All right. So there you go. Anthony Beauvillier is a Washington Capital for a second-round pick. I'm sure this screen will update in a second just to let you guys know exactly what it is. We will give them.
What kind of?
There you go, guys. All right. We finally have an updated trade.
Yay! Something updated.
Right. As of 11:18 a.m., Anthony Beauvillier gets traded to the Washington Capitals for a 2025 second-round pick. Okay. Sam mentioning that David Pagnotta just tweeted that Dallas offered Rantanen was $12 million and Carolina was at $13.25. Wow. Wow.
What is wrong with Dallas?
What is wrong with Rantanen?
What is wrong with everyone? Who's his agent, and why is he a jerk?
Vegas is currently one of the two teams interested in Marchand. Okay. I don't like this. It's a scary feeling.
I
feel like that's something that can happen.
We're gonna get. God damn it, dude!
I swear to God.
Vegas doesn't like half the time. Vegas just doesn't need these people.
All right. Frank Saravalli 2 minutes ago, guys, confirming Dylan Cousins is part of the deal going from the Sabres to the Senators. Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard-Docker going the other way.
Oh, God.
Bro, a second-round pick for Anthony Beauvillier is stupid.
Is wild to me.
That dude
was on Kyle. That guy was on waivers at one point this year.
I know. He's on waivers, and you're offering him a second-round pick.
I mean, get on the Penguins, right?
Oh, that's fantastic for Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh would never say no to that. They'll go, okay, we'll take that.
It's crazy.
That's good for them. Ovechkin, there you go. 10 goals away from breaking the record.
10 goals. Can it be over?
No. It looks like you are having
a mental. I'm tired and I'm bored.
Well, sorry.
It's not. No, I mean, it's just like the NHL. Everyone's a wuss. Except Ottawa.
Such an overpay for Anthony Beauvillier. That's ridiculous.
Oh, you got to be kidding me. Kaapo Kakkonen got traded again.
We said that yesterday.
Yeah, I know. I'm just remembering it now. Kaapo Kakkonen will never find a permanent home. He will constantly get moved.
He deserves to have a home, though, because I think he is a good goaltender.
He is a good goaltender. You know what? In the short time he was in New Jersey, Kyle, he played very well. And I was like, why don't we keep him?
I agree.
But we kept Jake Allen, and I'm honestly great with it. Jake Allen, by the way, Kyle, top 5 in the NHL in expected save percentage. He's analytically one of the best goaltenders in the league.
I hate that. I absolutely
do
hate
anything.
That. I hate it.
He's gonna actually get a good deal from somebody in the offseason.
Yeah, and I hope he does because he deserves it.
Yeah,
right?
I'm hopeful that he does.
Like the Charlie Lindgren type thing. It's like he should get an extension somewhere.
I just don't see the Devils being that team because of their fit. With Markstrom and then also Nico Dawes as well. Please stop.
Jack Eichel's gonna be untouchable. Sorry,
dude. The Bruins are gonna get a mid-round pick or something like that.
Something stupid like that.
It's something dumb, and it's gonna suck.
Yep, I know. Vegas is gonna rip them off.
Do you know, by the way, Kyle?
Yes.
That if Brad Marchand goes to the Golden Knights, he will already be the second player to wear 63 for Vegas. What?
So something to keep an eye on here.
Vegas.
They're talking about in trading. With the Senators. They had cameras all on it. Linus Ullmark just left the ice for practice. Just something to keep an eye on.
No. Wait a minute.
Probably means nothing. Just something to keep an eye on. They are talking about it.
For John Gibson.
Where Linus Ullmark has left the ice.
Now,
does Ottawa play tonight? Yes, I think they do, right? I think the Senators play tonight. Yeah, let me double check to make sure. That might be because Ullmark
they play Detroit, I believe. No? No, Capitals play Detroit. Nope. Yeah. Capitals play Detroit. No. Capitals play Detroit.
Okay, so Ottawa doesn't play tonight.
Yep.
And Linus Ullmark just left the ice. Why?
John Gibson.
Why?
Didn't feel like he got sick. Please just tell me he got sick and there's nothing else.
It's probably nothing. At the end of the day, I'm just being speculative here. I'm just seeing what they're seeing here, and they're talking about it. So I'm just reiterating here. But Ullmark has left the ice in Ottawa. Take that as you will. If somebody leaves through the ice for the Devils, I will cry. everybody's taking practice day, and this is like fucking Survivor, right? Like who gets kicked off the island? Okay, so we're still waiting for confirmation on Dylan Cousins here, but it sounds like again that he is getting moved. But we have one confirmed trade so far. 2.5 hours into this nice little show.
I'm fun.
2.5 hours in. This is so much fun. So from our straight up Sabres guys, I just wanted to say that they did put out a quote about the trade here. Given Cousins' value after falling off the past 2 years, definitely not mad about the swap for Norris. Seems like two guys who can maybe unlock some parts of their game with a fresh start. Norris has the better shot and defensive game, so let's see if he can put it all together here.
Mm-hmm.
If we ever trade Nico, I'll also cry.
That would be the dumbest. That would be so incredibly dumb.
It would. Yes, I'll leave that up as yes, Dylan Cousins looks like he's on the move. How many years does he have left in his deal? Like 5?
I think he has 5. Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Do you think that Wyatt Johnson would be a part of a deal if he went to Dallas? Or excuse me, if he went to if he went to oh my god, Carolina in the Rantanen deal? Do you have something?
I might have something. Anthony DeMarco of Daily Faceoff just said, as the Devils look at center market, it sounds like Braden Shen is someone they like. As mentioned yesterday, they'd like a top 6 center with term if they're to move their 2026 first round pick. Shen has a full.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Shen has
actually have. Sorry, go ahead, finish. Sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
Shen has a full trade protection and has significant term left. That's all.
Elliot Freeman just did tweet about 30 seconds ago on Rantanen, stalemate in contract negotiations as it stands in a holding pattern. We will see. That's all it says.
I hate this. I am getting pissed off. And I'm starting to really feel bad for Carolina.
Does anybody want Scott Laughton? Anybody want Scott Laughton?
Who wants Scott Laughton? Hey, guys! Stop asking for a first-round pick, and you might get him off your books.
He's available for a first-round pick. He
for a
is available.
First, and you know what? He might go for a first-round pick in about.
Also, sorry to any of our THPN guys too watching. You're more than welcome to jump on. I don't know if you're busy or doing whatever, but more than welcome to jump on as well. So don't feel like you can come in. It's all good.
Yeah.
It's all good. All right. So we're just waiting here for confirmation here as, again, Sens will acquire Cousins for Norris and Bernard Dacker. Mr. Bernard Dacker.
Huh. Was just told that the Devils had interest in Cousins, but didn't go very far with it, I guess.
Right.
Meaning, I guess they probably felt that they asking. I mean, granted, if I look at that asking price, not even asking price. If I look at that, I think the Devils could have made a deal for Dylan Cousins, but who knows?
Just answering. So take over for a minute.
Ooh, I do have some news. Apparently, according to Bruce Garowich, right? Do I have that? Kyle, is that correct? Is that his name?
Sorry, I'm just answering something here THPN wise.
Oh, okay. According to Senators Land, the Senators went well down the road on a trade for Ryan O'Reilly, but it broke down yesterday. And so they pivoted and got Dylan Cousins instead.
Cool.
Not bad. Good work.
Awesome.
Good work, Ottawa. Yeah.
Ottawa.
Wizards.
Dumoulin wearing the number 2 tonight, Neil, for the New Jersey Devils.
I did see that. See that. So
Number
yeah,
2.
he will be in the lineup. What's going on, man? Good to see you.
Oh, yeah, no hi for me. That's cool. That's fine.
Yeah, it's cool. But yeah, no, Brian Dumoulin will make his Devils debut. He will play alongside Jonathan Kovacevic tonight. So the Devils will have at least one new guy in the lineup tonight. Interesting. Apparently Vancouver also was trying to make a push for Josh Norris, but it fell through.
Josh Norris. So I wonder who would have been involved.
Hey, Kyle, you know who Sportsnet's interviewing right now?
Who?
The Flames GM.
No.
Craig Conroy.
Tell me what he's saying, because I don't know what's happening.
I have to unmute it.
Okay.
I'm listening.
Well,
Hold on.
mute your thing just in case.
Yeah.
I don't want to get copyrighted. Dylan Cousins was best friends with Brady Tkachuk. I didn't know that. Nice. Yoki-Haru might be a part of the deal as well, I'm being told. I'm seeing. That's just pure speculation, but just kind of what I'm reading as well and what the insiders are saying is that Yoki-Haru might be a part of that deal as well. All right, but nothing confirmed yet. Why did my room all of a sudden go like dark? That's really strange. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'll update the trade tracker again to see if there was any confirmation here on. They probably have to go through the league office here with Mr. Cousins. Yes, Yanni Gourde did get traded, so I'll show you. I'll show back here. I'll slide all the way down to where is Tampa Bay? Right here. So this is all kind of like a 3-team trade, but what you need to know is that Yanni Gourde was a part of the package here with Bjorkstrand and Kyle Lecoin. Michael Eastmont went the other way to Seattle for two first-round picks on a condition and a 2025 second. The Red Wings will get a fourth, and they're going to retain a bit of a contract as well from Yanni Gourde. So there you go. All right, back to the top here. Back to the most recent trade. Oh, we have a guest. We have.
Oh, what's up, Bill?
Hello. Good
Hello.
morning, gentlemen. Happy
morning,
trade
good
deadline
morning.
day.
Oh yeah, this has been such a fun trade deadline.
Listen,
You've
this
been
is
the
the
most,
problem.
the best
This
thing
is-
about this stream so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bill just brought so much more excitement to all of this.
I mean, this is the problem with the NHL. You said it perfectly, Neil. No one's like brave enough to make a move.
Everyone's scared.
Everyone's scared.
They're
They
scared.
don't want to give up the pick.
No one. Unfortunately, Bill, no one is Howie Roseman.
Right. No,
No
that's
one is
exactly
Howie Roseman.
like it's a low hanging comparison, but like it is a fair comparison. These and it's not even just Howie, it's the NFL. Like these players make moves to get excitement. That's why all of a sudden the NFL is now a 12-month league. We get the NHL
Exactly.
for 7 and maybe 7.
Yeah.
So.
Kyle, really quick, with regards to Craig Conroy, who was just interviewed on Sportsnet, basically what it sounds like what he said is that they're just going to stay the course of what they've been doing. They're only interested in what he called age appropriate players.
So between the 21 and 26 range. Okay.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
I don't think that there's any, again, he says he's keeping everything open, but he doesn't feel an urge to do anything because of the deal he already made for Joel Farabee and Morgan Frost, which we can ask
I like
Bill
it. And of course, Kuzmenko scored on Tuesday, right? Like I had that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. I'll ask Bill a question in a second. I just had to read this from Jared. Billy, this is Mikko Rantanen. He's a star player with 90 plus points seasons and an he doesn't want to sign a contract with anybody.
With anyone.
That's
And,
crazy.
Say it
wants
with
you
me
to-
now.
it
Oh,
was-
God.
Eagles.
They say
Um,
go. I feel like that chant doesn't happen as much. I feel like now the chant in Philly is just go birds.
Go Birds.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, it goes. It's definitely like it. There's no more hi and bye. It's go Birds as you're leaving the Wawa instead. Like that's
Right.
what you're doing.
Yeah.
So that's
All right,
definitely.
Bill.
Yeah.
Say, talk to me in Philly land. What's going on with Lawton? What's going on in Philly? What's happening?
I would at this point, going back to your point, Neil, they just seem afraid to make a move unless it's to their demands, which is
Right.
like a first round pick, a prospect. Like I don't know where I saw it. I'll have to find the tweet, but they were talking Risto, a first round, a prospect, and a player. And like you're not going to get that. That it's just not going to happen. I wish it'd be nice, but like at some point, these guys have to be moved. Now, the good thing is you don't necessarily have to move Risto today. And you kind of need to move Lawton to like absolutely today because he's on the last year of his deal.
Right.
But if he stays here, if he's not moved today, the contract extension is coming. I would be shocked if it's not. Like that's what that tells me. So
Maybe
I
that's
want
why
Danny-
they're holding off, right?
say again.
maybe that's why they're holding off a little bit on Lawton, right? Like,
I think
you don't
so.
want to,
Unless they're blown
maybe there's
away, they're
discussion.
not going to do anything. I would be absolute. And Scott, my co-host, says it perfectly all the time. This day for teams like the Flyers is try to make a move for someone that's in playoff contention or Stanley Cup contention to get them to overpay for a player. That's why they're asking so much for Lawton and Risto.
Right.
And theoretically, you kind of hope that you're just laying the groundwork for the offseason trade at the draft, because that's what this is used today too as well for. So I want them to make a move, but I don't want them to make a move just to make a move, if that makes sense.
Like,
I
got it. I got you. Possibility that Ryan O'Reilly linked to New Jersey there, Neil?
Please.
Wow.
Please. Make it happen. Because you know why? He would be a very good second line center for this year. And then next year, because he will be under contract, you have a three-headed, combination of Jack, Nico, Ryan O'Reilly. I think that's pretty good, if you ask me, for a team that's trying to win. But it sounds like to me that Braden Shen has become a big focus for the Devils, and I hate it. Because the man has 4 5-on-5 goals. He's like in his 30s. I know he has term, but that doesn't mean that you go out and get him.
Right.
Like the two guys that I have been very much no against from the Devils' perspective is Braden Shen and Scott Lawton, because I just don't see that making sense. I would rather they go after Ryan O'Reilly, guys like that are still playing at a really solid level.
Right. Interesting.
No offense to Scott Lawton, Bill.
No offense taken.
I know every Flyers fan wants him so badly to leave. I know that. I know.
You're right, and it's just like we're in the bubble of, well, we value him at a first-round pick, but like if the other teams barely see him as a center, like some teams might view him as, then why are we like, what do you expect?
Right. Any other news in Philly land besides maybe Scott Lawton and Ristolainen at all?
I mean, Kuzmenko as another flip after making the Calgary trade is out there. I can't see him being moved. I think the power play has really improved under him now that he's come into the team. I mean, to be fair, the power play could only go up from where it was before Kuzmenko. So I'd be a little shocked if they do that. Cam York's name has been floated out there. Again, I don't think anybody is going to be moved just to make a move. They'd have to absolutely be blown away to make the move. What was interesting, actually, and was not related to the trade deadline, was Torts in his pregame press conference prior to last night's getting beat by the Kraken, or excuse me, the Devils. Jesus, I'll get it right at one point. The Jets.
What team did you play?
We played the Jets. Anyway, he was talking that they're still evaluating both goalies, and they just sent down Kolosov down to the Phantoms earlier today. That honestly could be their only transaction today, the moving Kolosov down to the AHL. So they're they're clearly not sold on either Urson or Fedotov, which makes sense. I don't think they've either of them have established a solid one goalie. They're kind of 1A and 1B. I'd be curious what that looks like in the offseason. Again, these moves today, or the moves discussed today, might not happen for the Flyers until the offseason, which can be good, it can be bad. It really depends on how this all plays out. This is a big year coming up for Danny Briere and company. Like, this is kind of not a make or break year, but it's teetering on that, and that's a big moment.
It is a super big moment. Yeah, like, I mean, hey, listen, we've been on for 2.5 hours and we've had one trade confirmed, right?
It's 11:39.
I want to know, like, between like noon and 3 o'clock, like, if this is the way we're going, like, but again, like, you guys both said it, like, it just seems like they're scared. Like, it seems everybody's scared to make a move now all of a sudden on deadline day. It doesn't make sense. Like, not compared to years past where it's like what changed, right? Again, there is confirmation that Bernard Docker is heading the other way in the Dylan Cousins trade. What's your instant reaction there on Cousins getting moved to Ottawa? Sorry, Bill.
Not me. I already
sorry,
said
me and Neil talked about it already.
I wasn't even looking at you when you said that, Kyle. I'm staring.
Adding depth for them, I guess that's the move. And then I saw the Pittsburgh Capitals trade. They moved a second-round pick for Bolivier. It's all about depth right now. It's not really anything exciting in terms of big-name players. Ryan O'Reilly might be a big name, the biggest name we see move today, and I don't know what that means for the NHL. It's just funny, like, they just announced, what was it, 3 weeks ago, a month ago, that the cap is going to soar over these next 4 to 5 years. Someone make a move. Like, it's okay. Like, it's not the end of the world.
Nobody's going to, like, harm you. No one's going to, like, burn your house down. Like, it's fine.
Do you think, though, like, outside of Dylan Cousins here, like, everybody's waiting for the ball to drop on Mikko Rantanen?
Yeah, I think so.
And speaking of which, like, you're just brought up, like, your thoughts on the Mikko Rantanen situation.
Yeah, like, I think everyone's just kind of... I wouldn't be shocked. The deadline's at what, 3:00 Eastern, right? Like we have almost, correct. Yeah, we almost have just over 3 hours to go here. I could see these moves being moved at 2:30, 2:45, even 3:05 as they were announced, like that kind of thing, because the deal is sent to the league office and then they're announced, like that kind of thing. I'm just like, it stinks having to like just kind of be like, okay, what's the big move? And we have 2 trades on the board and one happened today. Like that's very anticlimactic to say.
David Pagnotta just tweeted that Jacob Bernard Docker has been told he's going to Buffalo. So, yep.
Pierre LeBrun just tweeted 3 minutes ago, hearing that the Islanders have told Kyle Palmieri they're not trading him today. Focused on the contract extension with him over the coming days. I will just say from my own perspective that I think the Islanders are making a mistake by keeping Palmieri around, personally.
Interesting. So Palmieri he's going to be taken off the board today. Very interesting. Okay.
I agree. I think like we're beating the same bell every single time we talk about this, it seems, all in the 10 minutes I've been here. But like the Islanders, the Flyers are not in positions where they can really hold on to not big name players. Like they're not going to trade for the Flyers' sake Matvei Michkov. Like he's an untouchable. Everyone else is touchable. Like why are we holding on to players that we know are not skilled enough, whether they play for the Islanders or the Flyers? You guys are outside looking in on the playoffs. Now, like, yes, you can argue you're 4 points out if you're the Islanders at the same number of games played for Ottawa. The Flyers have 2 games ahead of Ottawa and they're still 5 points out. Like, this isn't happening. They're going to flirt with it, but they're not going to make it. They're not going to get it. They're going to be a lottery team. Like the roster you have is not good enough. Make a move. Like there's something out there. There's something out there.
Danelle, hey Bill, what's up? I know you're happy that your Eagles won the Super Bowl, which I wasn't. But Philly were fans and spats.
As a Giants fan, I second that.
Thank you for Saquon, by the way.
I don't want to talk about it, Bill.
No, let's talk about it. What are your thoughts? No. Okay.
What are my thoughts? What are my thoughts? I live in Spain, but the S is silent. That's
just something that the Devils almost snagged Cousins, but were outbid.
That doesn't shock me. Also, can I read you guys a funny tweet from Lexi LaFleur Brown? This is really funny.
Sure.
I had a laugh. It said, girls want one thing and one thing only, and that's for the GM of their favorite NHL team to leave their emotional support fourth liner alone today. Not my princess, not this NHL trade deadline.
Oh, God.
That is an... I love the... Yeah.
Just going off of... I just wanted to go off of Pierre LeBrun there saying that, like Neil just broke there, that he said that Palmieri will not be traded today. Someone was just saying that, if Anthony Bolivia gets a second, hanging on to Palmieri instead of dealing him is a wild choice. Yeah. Like, you can always re-sign him in the offseason if you wanted to. Right? That's crazy.
Yeah, like could this in the end be like it's not, but could it be a game of chicken or like a blowing smoke to like try and get teams to bite at Palmieri and see what it can do?
Yeah,
you know,
it does feel like a game of chicken right now. That's exactly it. It's such a game of chicken right now.
it is, and the problem is for the Flyers case, like if there's only one team, like say Toronto's the only team talking with them about Lawton, then you're not bidding. You're not creating a bidding war to say, hey, this team is willing to give us a 2025 first round. This team's willing to give us a 2026 first round. Where can you come up on that? Like if only Toronto's talking with them, you're kind of at the mercy of whatever they're willing to offer. And you're probably going to turn it down based on what the reports are, what they're asking for, which is a lot. So,
yeah. Also, I just wanted to point out, a hockey news broke today that some of our favorite trade deadline moments, if you guys recall this one, way back in 1999-2000, when the Avalanche acquired Ray Bourque and Dave Amberchuk for Brian Rolston, Samuel Paulson, Martin Greener, and a first-round pick to the Boston Bruins.
There you go.
Remember that? What a deal. That's unbelievable. I'm going to refresh the page again, but I don't believe anything has been updated. The only trade that we have so far confirmed today is the Capitals and the Penguins, which is it's crazy to think about. It's unbelievable that we only have one right now. Yeah. I commend the Trade Center guys who do this. I really do. I do. Anything, Neil?
I mean, I have NFL news, not really hockey news. If you want that, Jonathan Allen was just cut by the Washington Commanders today, and my guess is that he'll be an Eagle at some point. Joey Bosa is going to get signed by the Eagles to like a 1-year deal for no reason. You know, it's just going to.
Just because they can maneuver the cap.
Devontae Adams, like they need another wide receiver. You know, it's just Aaron Rodgers is going to be a giant, and I'm going to throw up.
Where do you guys think DK ends up?
Who?
Yeah.
One more time, I didn't hear you.
Where does DK Metcalf end up?
The Raiders.
Yeah, Raiders sounds right.
100%.
Yeah.
I think the LA Chargers would make us win.
You know what's really funny about Becca mentioning this is that people forget that like some of these teams are playing today.
Yeah, Devils and Jets.
That's so great.
Devils are at home on the second of a back-to-back for the Winnipeg Jets.
Yep.
Unfortunately, the Jets did not play Connor Hellebuck yesterday, and they still won convincingly. Sorry, Bill.
No, that's fine by me.
Hellebuck it'll be Hellebuck versus Markstrom tonight. So a good goaltending battle.
Yeah, I wanted to mention why the Ottawa Senators, I also think they made this move. Tomorrow they play the New York Rangers. So probably a big reason to like know that they're right on their tails for a playoff spot.
Like we're coming
and they need to match it. And I think that was a great way to do it. A little bit close to, the time doing it, but they make the move regardless, right?
You think no one? Tyrod Taylor is going to be the starter next year, and you're going to like it.
Brad Marchand, number 3 on the trade block now. I have him as number 2 here on TSN.
Sportsnet has no trade thing because they're boring.
Apparently, the Kings and the Golden Knights are kind of swinging a little bit at Mr. Marchand. What do you think, Bill? Does he get moved?
I mean, why not? Like, Boston's not going to be doing anything. Like, let's see what they can do.
They got to upgrade the prospect pool a little bit, right?
Yeah, like Boston's one of these teams. They are old. They are getting older by the second. Like,
they are not old and stupid.
Yeah, they're old and slow, and just like, what do you have to play for with this current roster? Goes back to you're outside looking in. You're probably not going to catch these teams. Yes, you're only 3 points out of a playoff spot. But again, you have games in hand, or you have played more games than the 2 teams that are in the playoff spots. Now, I know the argument is, well, those are ungathered points on the Ottawa side or the Detroit side, but the Columbus side. but who cares? Like, you're not like you're on the outside looking in for a reason. You're not a good hockey team, just like the Flyers. Boston should be trying to trade Marchand easily today. Like, get what you can.
I would hope. Yeah, we did report that Cousins is heading. Neil,
there might be another wrinkle in the Dylan Cousins trade that might make the trade even more one-sided.
Okay.
It's being speculated through TSN, one of the shows, SN 590, that the holdup is that JJ Peterka might be a part of the deal.
No.
Which I would fire Kevin Adams like today. If that's
so. But okay, so let's play devil's advocate here. Like, if Peterka and Cousins go one way, and you have Norris and Bernard Docker going the other, there has to be more to Ottawa's package.
Probably a pick or two. Gotta be. Like, I don't see anything else. I don't know, dude. I don't know what to think.
There has to be something.
If it's 2 for 2, then Kevin Adams is getting fired today. Like, I don't get it, dude.
I don't get that either.
I don't get that at all.
I don't understand that.
You know what, guys? Sometimes doing nothing might be the best move of the day.
Yeah, like sometimes,
because with the prices that we're seeing today, Kyle, I don't know, man. I think teams are legitimately scared because it's like,
I think
Scott
so.
Laughton for a first. That's much. That's a lot.
Bill, do you think if they trade Laughton, like if they do trade Laughton and they get like a second, is that a disappointment?
Not for me. I think they have someone just tweeted what the Pittsburgh Penguins have over the next 2 drafts of like multiple first round. Like, all of this is good for teams like the Flyers. Like, they're not going to use all of these first round picks or second round picks in this hypothetical that you're proposing. Like, package this up, try and get a prospect, try and get a player to influx your team. Like, that's kind of where. Oh, do we have a move?
We don't have a trade, but we do have an extension news. I'm sorry, Kyle. I'm very sorry.
Okay.
Hearing New Jersey is close to extending Jonathan Kovacevic. Yay.
Wow. Yeah, that makes sense.
Also, fuck that, because I want to trade.
Okay.
I get nothing today. If that is the move, okay, I'll tell you so. All right, I'll give you, Bill and Kyle, I'll give you a breaking news thing that I'll tell you right now. Shimon Nemec is going to get traded today. Because if Kovacevic is getting extended, there is no spot for Nemec anymore.
Right.
Yes.
That's it. Because your right side has been determined long term, and that's it. So Nemec is probably going to get dealt. Guys, I think the Elias Pettersson rumors are going to start picking up again. I'm just saying.
And per Elliot Friedman, you're right. Here in New Jersey is getting close on an extension with Jonathan Kovacevic, UFA to be coming off the market. All right. Well, that's news.
Shout out to
NHL Trade Deadline tracker. One trade, one player, one day.
If
you think Freeman ever gets mad when like he gets news that it's not a trade? You think he ever gets annoyed? It's like, damn it.
On a day like this, yes.
Yeah, especially
somebody told him, "Hey, New Jersey's re-signing Kovacevic," and I'm like, and he's like, "And that's it? What else? Tell me something I want to know."
Yeah, because like what he just did on 32 Thoughts, like 2.5 hours breaking down every team and what they could do. Yep. Like, you don't put that effort in just to get a text like, "Hey, we signed Kovacevic." Like, oh, okay, thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it. That was no. You know what was my favorite yesterday? I think it was Kevin Weeks. He tweeted out hours later that Jack Hughes was out when we already knew this, and everyone in just the chat everyone in the comments was like, "Elite, thanks for the update that we already. Thanks for the update." You're not already know.
No news here, but this is from Kevin Weeks. As I mentioned before the trade deadline, no team needs Marchand more than the Maple Leafs. He's a winner, and they can use him big time playoff experience.
Yep. And that
Yeah.
impacts the Flyers, like, because then they're not going to make a move for Lawton. So
right. Yes. We have almost reached the noon mark. I'm going to stick around for a bit, Neil. If I know you have to go probably at noon.
I could stay.
I'm going to push it till 1. I'm still okay till 1 o'clock today.
Okay, I could stay.
So I'm going to push it till 1 o'clock.
I'm okay.
You know, we were like, let's go till noon. There'll be some stuff going on this morning. One trade going on.
Maybe
Absolutely
let's
nothing.
give it another minute.
I'm going to give it an hour.
Yep.
And
Sportsnet just brought up. Sportsnet just brought up the Kovacevic thing.
Was it confirmed like what the deal was?
No, just that it's going to come close.
the extension's going to happen.
What did the Devils just do? They are on the verge of extending Jonathan Kovacevic, Becca. We don't have the term or money yet, but I will tell from Devils fans, one of Seamus Casey or Shimon Nemec is going to probably be gone.
Sorry.
What the heck was that?
I just clicked some Spotify by accident.
Dude.
Just some ad.
Free guys. So they went back to Sportsnet, right, to break the Kovacevic news, and they're just showing the host and then an empty chair that Freeman was sitting in, like he's just gone. Just left.
He's a busy man, all right. He's a busy man.
He can work while sitting.
Yeah, pull a Schefter. Because Adam Schefter's sitting there with multiple
I saw
phones.
Adrian Wojnarowski for years sit down and make it and do all his stuff with like 13 different phones.
Sit down.
Do you see that he's selling his phones? Did you hear about that?
Is he really?
Yes.
He's auctioning off his phones that he's used for years. What kind of memorabilia is that?
This is getting annoying. No, it's okay. We committed. 1 more hour. 1 more hour. We can do this.
Oh wait, Kyle, should we do blind ranking NHL insiders for Bill and see what his?
Oh sure.
Oh, I like
so
this.
So Bill, in like the first hour, we did like a blind ranking. Should I give him Frank Saravalli in this one, Kyle? Just because I forgot to mention it for you.
I'll leave it up to you if you want.
Okay. So, all right. So I'm gonna write it down as he's saying it. So we'll just see here.
Do it without Frank Saravalli because I did it without Frank Saravalli.
Yeah, you did without Frank Saravalli. Also, fuck that guy. Let's keep going.
I'll tell you a funny story about Frank. If
all right.
he's
okay. So after this,
here.
I'd like to hear. All right. So first one, Elliot Friedman.
Top 5, 1 or 2. Like
One
honestly,
or 2?
Yeah.
You gotta give me 1 or 2. You gotta give me.
I see what we're doing. Okay, got it. 2. I'll set the bar. He'll be 2.
Okay. So put Friedman at 2. Okay. Darren Dreger.
Ooh, he's good. 3, just below.
3.
Yeah.
Dreger. Okay. Is it DGER?
I think DREDGER. I think.
Thank you. I was going to spell it differently.
Something like
What? I'm just Pierre LeBrun. That was it. I don't know why I blanked.
See, that's tough. I want to say 1 because historically he's been in on it forever.
Yeah.
I feel like he's taken a step back because younger guys that like Friedman have stepped in.
Yeah, but how much younger is Friedman than
right?
LeBrun? Like how much younger?
Right. Yeah.
It feels like Friedman is younger though, like significantly when they're not. I'll put Pierre at 4. I don't like how this is
Kyle, I don't like where this is going.
I don't like where this is going at all.
All right. Oh God. Okay, Emily Kaplan.
See, I'm biased. I like Emily a lot. I'll put her at 1. I like her at 1 strictly because I think she does, and I know this is an insider look at things, but like her work on broadcast is so good. She is
really good. She's awesome.
Her 4 Nations work was amazing. So I'm a little biased with her. I'll put her at 1.
So I definitely feel like obviously we know Kevin Weeks is the last one.
Okay, that's 5. Okay. Yeah.
All right. So there you go. So I just put it I just put in the chat here. So Bill went Friedman at 2, Dreger at 3, I forgot to write LeBrun at 4, Kaplan at 1, and Weeks at 5.
I'm okay with that list. That's
satisfied?
Yeah, I'm okay with that list.
So I
I think
My
I would
long
flip
ranking-
Friedman and Kaplan
Okay.
Okay.
for the most. Yeah, I'm good with it. I think I would just flip Friedman and Kaplan.
So
Maybe
I think
Kaplan
I had
yeah.
Friedman at 1.
Yep.
I think I had LeBron at 2,
Okay.
and then Drager, Kaplan, and Weeks.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
just specifically like thinking insiders though. You know?
Right. Like
And
I said,
again,
once I didn't like where I had
oh,
LeBron
oh.
to Friedman. Oh, do we have a move?
Yeah, we have Flyers news.
Oh,
Kuzmenko to the Kings.
really?
Yes. That's what I'm reading.
Wow.
Here,
So-
hold on. Let me hold on. Let me get you the details before we where is it? Hold the phone. I just saw it. I literally just saw it. I forgot who tweeted it. Here we go. Elliot Friedman. Sounds like Andrei Kuzmenko from the Flyers to LA. We don't know what else. We don't know that's it. That's all we know at this moment.
That's dirty. God damn it. I hate
So Bill,
Wow.
you're without knowing what you're getting in return, you're probably getting a pick if I'm being real with you.
Yes, it has to be a pick. because it's a
Your
Friedman
thoughts
PA.
on moving Kuzmenko?
Not the first player I saw coming off the board for the Flyers.
Wow.
But I'm not unhappy. Like, I there's no safe player unless you're named Michkov on this roster. So, like, everyone is on the board for the price. I need to see what the return is. Probably not too much, given that he's going to be a FA after this season. But if you can flip him for something, great. I'm hoping it's middle tier pick, because what was the trade was just Frost and Farabee for Kuzmenko and Pellier.
And then a second and a 7th. Second and
Right.
a 7th.
So much pain.
So, yeah, I think you'll get something back. That's something
Yeah,
like a middle tier.
Really? Interesting. Okay.
we agree.
As a Flames fan, I hate it because now he's back in our division again.
Right.
Fuck off. This guy can fuck off, honestly. Like, go away. Well, now it's like, oh, what? Neil got something again?
Frank Saravalli 2 minutes ago.
Okay.
Fuck that guy. Let's keep going. Rantanen update. Contract extension talks ongoing between Dallas and Mikko Rantanen camp. Deal is not dead. Carolina undoubtedly working on contingencies in the meantime. So basically, Carolina is doing its due diligence of working on other deals in case the Dallas deal truly does fall through.
Right. Okay.
But all signs still point to Dallas, unless something changes.
Okay. I have to leave for a meeting at my real job because things happen, but I'll be
Damn.
back in a half hour. Charlie
We will be
O'Connor,
here.
a professional insider, an insider here in Philly, no Scott Lawton on the ice today at Flyers practice, and they just got on the ice. So if him and Kuzmenko was also not on the ice, so that is telling.
Are we looking at?
I think
double trade?
Lawton's on the move. I don't think it'll be for a lot. Hopefully, when I get back at 12:30, we'll know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, we'll know then,
Back
Bill.
on-
Right.
All right,
Cool.
see you in a bit.
Also, Neil, I'm just gonna grab my charger real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. So obviously now, as we've all decided to continue on here beyond noon, things have certainly picked up a decent amount. Couple of news things if you are just joining us. The New Jersey Devils are on the verge of extending Jonathan Kovacevic, their defenseman. We don't know the terms yet on that. We also just got word that Andrei Kuzmenko is being traded to the Los Angeles Kings. We still do not know the return on that. And as our good buddy Bill, who just left, but he'll be back in a little bit, did just say from the Flyers that Scott Lawton and obviously Andrei Kuzmenko are not on the ice as the Islanders are having practice.
All right.
And then also, again, contract talks between Mikko Rantanen and Dallas Stars are still ongoing. According to Frank Saravalli, the deal is not dead, but the Hurricanes are doing their due diligence of looking at other deals just in case they have to pivot. And Kyle's screen is loading. which again, Kyle has our updated left wing lock, trade updates. Again, the last one that we've had today, which happened about an hour ago, a little less than an hour ago, Anthony Beauvillier to the Pittsburgh Penguins for a 2025 second round pick. And Friedman is back, Kyle. Friedman has returned from his to his Sportsnet. I'm gonna lose my brain. And also, wait, Kyle, we got confirmation on what went back to Philly for Kuzmenko. It is a third round pick, FYI.
I will update it.
I'll get a confirmation.
Do you know what year?
Let me just get one. Hold on. No, not yet. Just his third round pick. So we'll
figure it out. To the Kings. Yes. So that's so funny because.
Also, just fun fact for you, Kyle. You'll have a laugh. Okay. Ben Burnell, who covers the Utica Comets. Funny tweet here. Kuzmenko has now been traded 3 times in 401 days.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Also, Frank Saravalli just put this out. Trade talks for Brock Boeser have increasingly gotten more over the last.
Oh man!
Some people are speculating it might be a battle between Vegas and New Jersey.
I do have confirmation on what it is, guys. Kuzmenko in exchange for a third round pick in 2027. And look at that. It's updated. There you go. Kuzmenko for a 2027 third round pick.
Jesus Christ. These trades stink.
Dude. This just makes Craig Conroy look that much better. Does it not?
Craig Conroy's a genius. He's a goddamn genius.
Austin Farabee, and we got rid of Kuzmenko. Okay, Pelche being a part of that, but now they only get a third round pick out of it. So Kuzmenko is going to get a chance to really piss on the Flames parade at the end of the season if it comes down to it. 5 minutes ago from Frank Cervelli. Yeah, contract extension is still ongoing. Deal isn't dead. Carolina undoubtedly working on contingencies. I think you mentioned that.
You know what? I just had a quick moment here, Kyle, that was like funny. I just got a thing from The Athletic. It was literally just titled Inside the Kings Dysfunction. They're talking about the Sacramento Kings.
Oh, okay.
For a minute, I was like, what do you mean? What just like they trade for Kuzmenko and all of a sudden there's dysfunction?
Okay.
Get it done.
Get it done. 2 confirmed deals today. 2 confirmed.
Yay.
Bro, they're taking 50% of his salary.
Love it.
Fireworks.
Love that. Love that for the Flyers. Brock to NJ. How realistic? I think it's a lot more realistic than people think it is because I
agree.
Because he fits a major need, a scoring winger that can play alongside Jack. Now, obviously Jack's not playing because he's out. But I believe that if the Devils were to acquire him, I believe that they would try to extend him. Now, keep in mind that there was an extension in place, or not an extension in place, an offer, something along the lines of $6 million per year. And Brock Boeser said no. So either he wants more, or he just doesn't want to be in Vancouver anymore.
Right.
Which is also possible. But then again, with the salary cap going up, supposedly, a lot of these guys are going to want more. And I think that that's really what's going on with Mikko Rantanen is that he knows that is. But I would say, Becca, to answer your question specific, I think it's fairly realistic. Because I think what's a realistic trade you could think of? Depends on, I don't think it's a sign and trade, I'll tell you that. I'm going to be honest with you. I think that it's going to be worth a middle round pick and a prospect.
There you go.
Now, do you think that's unrealistic?
No, I don't think so at all. I think, but also too, you have to carry his contract right into the offseason.
Which the Devils have the space to carry his deal the rest of the year.
Yeah, and they are able to do it, right? So that would take a big chunk of it. Again, yes, Jared is saying we are still waiting on Sabres and Sens trade. I think they're just finalizing a few things, but still,
You
it
say
appears
that.
Cousins. Well, I know. Well,
You say that and it's not. And we're just, be really funny, pal. You want to something that would be really funny in a way, like the deal just falls through.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
I'd have a. What else is happening?
Just trying to see. I got nothing
I
yet.
want something else to happen. Andrei Kuzmenko on his fourth team in the last 2 seasons. Holy shit.
Brought to New Jersey in exchange for maybe a second and third for Nemec. No, that's too much.
The reason that it's too much, okay, I'll clarify that, Becca. It's not too much if you re-sign him. It is too much if you don't keep him after this year, because then what was the point? Because Nemec still has talent, although he's had a really rough year in his second season. But we'll see.
Ready? We will see. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Jared. Appreciate it.
Awesome. You should go follow us too. Go
give us a follow.
Right down there.
Kyle, do you know, by the way, that the production for season 5 of Shoresy is already underway?
Want to know how I know that?
Why don't you tell the folks at home how you know that?
Because I live there and I see it. I see it.
You see it like is it like very obvious?
It's super obvious. There's like they close off the arena and there's trucks and all this stuff set up, and I'm like, oh, there they are again, setting up for production.
So, with the season going on right now for the Sudbury Wolves, right?
Yeah.
Do they just like do production when they're on a road trip or something? Like how? Like
so,
what?
So sorry. Like what they'll do is they're kind of getting ready for when the playoffs are also done too.
Yeah.
The last season that they did was during the summer, so nobody was doing anything. Not to say they haven't done it in the winter before, but they will. Yeah. So they'll generally like what they'll do is the nice thing is that they don't have to change anything on the ice, right? They literally just show up, right? So I think the Wolves. Well, it's funny because the Wolves are actually home for their next 3 games. They were home Wednesday night, tonight, and then Sunday as well. So there's a good stretch like in the next 2 weeks or so where they're going to be on the road, and I think we'll do production for Shoresy then. But yeah, like I see it all over.
I'm going to cut you off because we did just get the finalization for the Dylan Cousins trade. So Ottawa sends Norris and Bernard Docker to Buffalo for Cousins, somebody named Gilbert, and a second-round pick in 2026.
Get a second?
You got a second and Cousins. What is wrong with Buffalo?
What?
Buffalo sucks.
Bro, what? So where are you getting that from?
Friedman, exactly.
From Friedman. Fantastic. Okay. Let's get it from the Frege. Yep, Ottawa Buffalo deal. Norris, Bernard Docker, Cousins, Gilbert, and a second. Wow. All righty, come from Friedman. Let's see if left wing has it on time.
Not yet.
They will.
Another update with the Devils and Brock Boeser. According to James Nichols of New Jersey Hockey Now, the Devils have at the very least, quote, kicked tires on Boeser. That's all that he has. So it just means, which to me basically means they've talked about it, but not really much of anything.
Kicking the tires. Okay. All righty. I will wait to see trade update here. We'll see if our trade, not yet. I'm assuming that Free just dropped it.
The Freeginator.
Wow. All right. So it's confirmed. Wow. So Dylan Cousins is a member of the Ottawa Senators. Look at that.
Yeah. I definitely. Yeah, I think all signs point to the Devils definitely making a trade with one of their young defensemen.
And specifically, I think Brock Boeser.
I don't know.
Involved.
I think that's why it's like the kick the tires thing. I think because what prospect
Oh, and I forgot to get Jared's comment.
As long as it's not Lenny Haminaho, which I want Kyle to experience Haminaho because it's an unreal name. And Arseny Griciuk, I'm fine with it. We'll see. I'm just waiting for. We all are.
Vegas is waiting. Like they're sitting behind a tree right now.
They're laughing. Like, they are like not maniacally. They're just like doing like that little like.
they're waiting. They're waiting to strike, and they will.
It's gonna be funny, and they're gonna get somebody, and we're all gonna be like A+ trade. I hate this sport. You know, it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah. All right, I'll update it again. Let's see if the trade trackers.
Yeah. So the official trade, the official Dylan Cousins trade is the Senators, Dylan Cousins, Dennis Gilbert, a defenseman, a second-round pick in 2026. The Sabres get Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard Docker.
Yeah, yeah. Bernard Docker. Yeah.
Did he play? He's a young kid, right?
He played in the queue. Yeah, he played in the queue.
Did he play in the World Juniors?
Yes.
He did.
Yeah.
That's where I heard his name. I think I heard his name in the World Juniors. That's why the name sounds familiar to me.
Yeah. He just hasn't he just hasn't, peaked. That's the problem. Yeah. And we're all asking the same question, Jared.
What's wrong with Sabres GM? Oh, let me count. Oh, my friend Jared, let me count the ways for you, buddy.
Here we go. The updated. There you go, guys. It's officially updated and confirmed. Dylan Cousins is a Ottawa Senator. Dennis Gilbert, the former Flame defenseman. There you go. And they also get a second-round pick. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what Buffalo's doing there. I don't know what Buffalo's doing. Ottawa has made it confirmed. Wow.
Kevin Adams sucks at his job.
He's so bad.
He's so bad, dude.
That is terrible.
He's so bad.
I get okay, you want to revitalize his career, but I don't know. I don't get that. There's
no logic behind it.
There is no logic behind that. That literally makes no sense. I don't understand that. Dylan Cousins, yeah.
Oh, why are we going so fast? Huh.
I don't get it. I don't understand that. I feel bad for Norris and Bernard Docker because now they're heading to Buffalo. What do you guys think in the chat? Let us know what you think of the trade.
Stupid. My response, stupid.
Yeah, Rick is stupid. Rantanen situation is frustrating.
Stupid.
It is getting frustrating. I understand that. It is getting very frustrating on the Rantanen side. Absolutely, it's getting frustrating. Yeah, so that's probably the biggest trade that we have so far today. And all the rumors of Cousins heading to Calgary have been squashed, which I'm okay with. Because I think, seeing that, it probably would have took, they probably wanted, a young player in return, like a Coronado or a Zari or something like that,
Mm-hmm.
Or, something of a really high prospect. And it's no, we're not in the – and they wouldn't have taken any of the veteran guys. So – and that's what I'm that's where I'm at with the Flames, too, is, there's nothing to do because some of the teams who have approached already, they probably have not been – they probably aren't enticing enough, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's the best way to. I think that's the best way to look at it. And, God damn it,
folks! The Leafs are running out of time. Running out of time to make a move.
Yeah.
If the Leafs don't make a move, I know somebody who's not going to be happy.
True. That's Wait, you know what? You know what my favorite thing to do is, Kyle, because I'm just a sicko, is I like to go to when a team makes officially announces the trade, I'd like to see fans' response. So here's the Sabres announcing it. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna read for a second. Lateral move, but hey, it's new.
What?
Rest in
Lateral.
peace, the workhouse from White Horse. What?
Lateral move. Okay. That makes sense.
Some people are saying this is a good move. Someone asked Grok, that AI thing on Twitter, if this is who won this trade, and they're just completely roasting the Sabres.
Saying.
Ottawa winning the cup in 3 years.
Yeah. Well, okay, so
Cousin's about to become a Hall of Famer.
Here's the big question. Does this move push Ottawa over the edge to get into the playoffs?
What can you repeat the question one more time?
Does this move push Ottawa to get into the playoffs?
No.
Okay.
No. Because I think that there is okay. All right. Hold on. Let me think for a minute. Let me actually give me a second.
And this is what the Sabres said on
yeah.
Pretty straightforward. Yeah. Okay.
The way that I look at it, honestly, is that if the Senators can just continue to get good goaltending, which they have, I think they're getting it. But the Rangers are a really tricky team because one minute they look like that they're figuring it out, and then the next minute they're not. The Blue Jackets, it's interesting. The reason why I think the Senators are probably more favored is because the Blue Jackets and the Rangers both have very tough schedules down the stretch against a lot of good playoff teams, while the Senators have a lot of winnable games moving forward.
Okay.
Does it move the needle for this year? I don't think so, but does it move the needle moving forward? Yes.
Yeah, you got it.
So I look at it from the long-term perspective for Ottawa. This is a very good deal.
I agree. And I think so now that it's 12:20, I mean, we got to see that that's probably the big move. And now it's all right, let's start seeing some other things coming in, guys. We've had 3 trades in the last 4 hours, for God's sakes. 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, it's funny. I just keep thinking back to, for whatever reason, Craig Conroy, where he says he's wants to look for anywhere the guys between 21 and 26 and Cousins being 24,
mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
I just look at it still and I go, yeah, there's no way I think the pieces were going to be there for this type of move. Plus, They already made the big move, right? In getting the guys that they wanted to at the price that they want. So, Ottawa had the right pieces, and I think Buffalo would probably sit there and go, well, Dennis Gilbert's whatever at this point, only losing him. And then, I don't know, losing that second round pick, I think could end up being massive.
I think so. I think so.
It's a very, and you know what? It's gonna be one of those type of deals that we're just gonna find out down the road, right? We can't judge it right away, right? We don't know what else is gonna transpire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they keep mentioning that no Scott Lawton on the ice. No Scott Lawton on the ice for the Philadelphia Flyers.
Yeah, this is I don't know. This is interesting.
It's a sandwich.
The
old look at this. What are you talking about?
Yeah, right. Well, I'm trying to I'm trying to keep up with everything here.
I'll answer that. Yeah, no, I think
I'm trying to be my own Friedman and rack up my.
I've had a hot dog on a piece of bread before, and
Does that count as a sandwich?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so? I agree.
Yeah, if you put another piece of bread on top of it, yeah, absolutely.
So I'll tell you I'll tell you. You know what we didn't hear? I when Bill comes back, I want to hear that Frank Saravalli story he said he had. I want to hear that.
Apparently, no Brad Marchand.
He's hurt though, Jared. Is he not?
I thought he was hurt. Yeah, that's right. Thank you for mentioning that.
So that means nothing. If I'm being, unless he's fine, and I just didn't see that. I could have sworn they said he was week to week.
Leafland is getting pissed off right now that Brad's not doing anything.
Every Flames fan is laughing.
It's so well. Hey, welcome to the Brad Tree Living Experience, folks.
Who else is going to get moved today?
I don't know. random question. If Johnny was still with us, do y'all think he would still be with Columbus?
He would still be on the Blue Jackets.
He's still with the Blue Jackets, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, he is week to week, Ron Marchand.
He is week to week. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's not playing. So, I mean, he's not on the ice is not like a thing where it's like, oh.
He's gone.
He's definitely gone. I mean, I think he still gets traded, but at like $250.
Nothing from Elliot Freeman yet as of 15 minutes ago when the deal was confirmed for Ottawa and Buffalo.
Yeah.
It feels like talks are going to intensify, I feel like, with Brock Boeser and the Devils. That's just where my head's at.
I think that, yeah, because I think it just makes a lot of sense. I think the Devils can certainly work out a deal that's favorable for both sides. And I think that's, and you know what? You know what's really funny, Kyle? You'll have a laugh. The Devils have been rumored for Brock Boeser for the last 4 consecutive seasons.
Yes.
And I think Tom wait, weren't we super close to getting, it was 2 years ago. And the Devils were basically, if people remember during that free agency, it was pretty much down on July 1st. It was down to the Islanders and the Devils who had the best offers. And, Johnny Gaudreau grew up a Flyers fan, and I think he really didn't want to sign with the Devils and everything. And so when Columbus gave him the opportunity, I've argued this, that I think Columbus is just like, he could go there. People wouldn't be upset. When he said he wanted to play closer to his family, that's not what it was hard for anyone to believe that.
Right.
But his wife is also a nurse or a doctor, I believe. And I know that Columbus is very well known for its medical, in the medical world. Yes. I don't have confirmed on this. By the way, shout out to Kyle with the awesome Minnesota Golden Gophers sweater she's rocking today. Very cool.
Yep, I like me some burgundy.
He likes himself some burgundy. Have you picked the college football team yet? Or are we still working?
I probably should going into next season.
You have time now because the season has started.
Yeah, like I don't know. Like I'll take the summer to think about it.
You have the summer.
I'll be eventually committed to one for sure.
You should make like a whole announcement on Twitter. I feel like that would be funny. Oh, did we?
Can you imagine? All right, we got Bill.
Bill's back.
I am back. Oh.
The official deal between the Senators and the Sabres on the screen. Your thoughts?
It's yeah.
Oh,
and
wow.
Yes.
Wow. Wait. Wow. What a. I mean, that's a great.
Yeah.
That's a great deal for Ottawa.
Yeah.
Yep. Couldn't agree more.
They're going to make some noise in the playoffs, and I don't think people are ready for it. I really do.
I agree. I think so too. I think so too.
Fun. They'll be a fun team in the playoffs.
Yeah, they're one of those teams that, like, if they're hot at the right time, they'll make a deep run, and everyone will be like, "Where the hell did this team come from?" And we should have seen it coming. Yeah, we should have seen it coming the whole time.
Kuzmenko for a third.
I'm fine with it. I mean, he was probably going to walk in free agency. You retained 50%, which was like just under $3 million on his deal. Going, and obviously that just lasts until the rest of this season. So,
right,
you got value. Like you need to stockpile as many draft picks as you possibly can. And I know that's something that's kind of boring if you're not a team that is rebuilding or reshaping, however verbiage you want to put. But
yeah, it's okay. I hear it every day.
Flyers.
I hear it all the time.
Kyle's in the same boat. So yeah, I'm cool with it. I think the interesting thing is that Kuzmenko was left off the ice for practice, obviously because of this pending deal. Scott Lawton's also not on the ice now. Torts said, well, I did that because it was going to be a quick skate and I didn't want him here on a distraction or like have his head cleared. And I'm like, okay, so they're not moving this guy. So I'm going to be very curious if something actually happens with Lawton here, because he was apparently not on the ice for practice today.
And apparently no Morgan Geekie and Pavel Zacha on the ice in Boston. 2.
Oh,
That's
God.
Do you ever think like some of these teams are like, let's just F with the fans and see what we
Yes,
can
100%.
I
1000%,
like
yes.
it's
told
so
them, like, they told them, like,
Yeah.
here's what we're going to do. Leave the ice for 5 minutes. Wait till
Right.
Twitter starts freaking out and then come back. It'll be hilarious.
yes. And then they're like, oh, he just left because
Okay,
his
we have
tape
news.
fell
We have
off.
breaking news. We have
Oh.
breaking news. We have breaking news. Mikko Rantanen and the Dallas Stars are closing in on an extension. 8 years, $12 million AAV will get the deal done per Elliot Freeman.
Oh, thank God. Oh,
12
thank
million
God.
AAV.
All
12
done.
million.
Elliot
So if we're
Freeman.
to believe, right, that the Hurricanes offered 13.2, I think it was, right? 13.5.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
really just didn't want to stay in Carolina. And that's
There you
bad.
go.
Carolina's such an interesting team
This shit is
because
happening.
they have made
I wish I
such-
could settle. I wish I could settle on 12 million per year.
So an
Right.
8 by 12 million AAV. That's what it is.
Now,
Wow.
again, I want to know what the trade is. We know that Logan Stankoven, at least, is part
There
of it.
you go. Per Elliot Freeman, $12 million AAV for 8 years. He is heading to Dallas.
Big D.
Okay. So now we're going to find out what is the package. That's the big question, right? Okay.
Weren't we glad that we stayed on?
Yes. Yes.
They
We're
heard
getting
us. They were
news.
like, hey, they're
No.
both over at the Hockey Podcast Network. We gotta spice
we
things up.
We both said at 9 o'clock this morning, we were like, we're done at noon. All right.
We're
And
stopping
like,
at noon. We're not going any further than that.
nothing's happened. And now we hit 12:30. Like, okay, we're getting something going here. All right. Again, this is for Elliot Freeman. This is not a drill. It is Rantanen and the Dallas Stars to Dallas on an 8-year, $12 million deal. Okay. Now we can dissect it a little bit. We don't know the package yet. Let's start with Bill. Rantanen to Dallas on an 8-year deal. Thoughts?
A lot of coin, but if you look at it from the perspective of, like you were just saying, Neil, where Carolina was offering 13, you could argue you got a break for it. Otherwise, or the guy just wanted to leave Carolina.
100%.
So, I mean,
Carolina too, Becca, just to answer the question.
Carolina.
I mean, I guess Dallas has come close several years in a row. So you got to try and make waves here now. And what better way to do it than giving a guy $12 million annual value? So good for them. That just seems entirely too much. But if that's what you think is going to be the winning formula, I guess it's good. I don't know.
There you go. Nick Kiprios just also saying too that they have made significant strides in a deal, so a deal will be likely to be done today. He also has, per source, can't release names. It's a pretty closed off group. Not surprised, but there's multiple conversations going on. When it does happen, it'll be a blockbuster with Rantanen, not the only name being moved around. So apparently, there's some big names being moved outside of Rantanen. So
in the Rantanen deal, or
in the Rantanen
okay.
deal.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. So if we're looking at big names, right? Do we think Robertson goes the other way?
No.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think so.
So what are we thinking?
You know the first name that comes to mind?
Who?
Tyler Seguin.
As a cap filler?
Yeah, now you got to find a way.
Isn't he injured right now? I could swear that was the case.
If it was, it would be short term.
Yeah.
But just
Matt
thinking
Duchene.
about it.
I think Duchene is a part of this deal.
I can't see that. Duchene, I can't see it. I see Logan Stankoven for sure being a part of this deal.
Oh, wait a minute. Who is that one young prospectish player that they brought up that they've been featuring on the top line?
Oh, what if Rupe Hintz is a part of this?
One fin for another?
That sounds more likely than anything.
Let me think about. Oh, wait a minute! I didn't even thought about that. That could be a possibility. What about Wyatt Johnston?
Wyatt Johnson could be a part of it too. It's part of it. Yep. Absolutely.
Because if you're Carolina, right, you got to get players to win now. You can't just be like, all right, we'll take a bunch of picks. Like, what does that do for you?
Right.
Thank God Calgary played Dallas last night.
Yeah, right. Like you get through it.
Thank God we don't have to see that. Oh my God. Colorado being tied with Minnesota for that third wild card spot now. I think we all want to see that matchup now. Holy shit. Fireworks.
Yeah. Sorry, Minnesota. You can leave now.
Fireworks between the Avalanche and the Stars. That would be an insane series. Are you kidding me?
I am just relieved that this is coming to an end.
Yeah.
Oh, they're thinking of Thomas Harley too being a part of this.
Okay. All right. Can I just say something about that? Like, nobody really gave a crap about Thomas Harley before the Four Nations.
Sure.
And now all of a sudden he's like the most valuable defenseman in the NHL.
He is still valuable though.
No, he is but he's not a Norris Trophy defenseman by any stretch of the imagination. And people are treating him like that.
Right.
Also,
right.
Jim Nill is a great GM. Like he's so
a little late on the Brock Nelson deal, just to keep everybody in the loop here. The Islanders did offer him a deal that was 3 years for slightly more than $7.5 million for Brock Nelson before they ended up moving him to Colorado. So there you go. Well, things are finally getting interesting now. After
things are finally getting spicy.
Finally catching up here now. All right, so it took a little while to get going, but we're finally going here. I mean, for me, for Rantanen, that feels like more of a better fit. I think more for him being on Dallas than Carolina,
sure.
Right? And I think Dallas can also say now more than Carolina. You want to talk about an all-in move before? Dallas goes, okay, they were 2 games away from being in the Stanley Cup final last year when they lost to the Oilers in the Western Final. And the Jets have been fairly quiet today. The Wild have been fairly quiet outside of Justin Brazeau. Whether they see Colorado or not, with Brock Nelson, I think Dallas kind of sees this as okay, this is our chance.
So
I think that's exactly what they see it as. Despite the Jets being the team or the team leaders in points for this season, the West is very top heavy. There's a lot of good teams on this Western side. So you got to find an edge somewhere, and Rantanen could be that guy that puts Dallas over the top. Also, after $12 million, you also factor in the no income tax in Texas compared to North Carolina. You're making about just as much money, if not more. So you probably wanted to get out of Carolina, like you were saying, Neil. But
and that's the thing where it's it's going to be interesting. What?
Sorry, I was just listening to Friedman. He says yes, it is happening. Just waiting on the package.
We have another breaking trade, apparently. Darren Dreger, 40 seconds ago.
All right.
Winnipeg acquires Luke Shen. The other Shen brother.
Oh. See, Kyle, I told you that they were going to flip him.
You did call it, though. You absolutely did call it.
How about Luke Shen, right? He said, last week when he was still with Nashville, he's like, I've never been on a team that just can't score, and now he goes to the best team in the Western Conference.
Yep.
Unreal.
Hey. Okay, Luke Shen now heading to the Winnipeg Jets.
Will his brother also be moved today?
So also, too, I wanted to mention, just going back to the Rantanen into the Dallas deal, a big part of that was the fact that the state of Texas has no
income tax. Yep.
Right? And Carolina does. That's a big part of it. So there you
go. Chris Johnston is saying the Jets are sending a 2nd-round pick and a 4th-round pick to Pittsburgh for Luke Schenn.
So not much. Yeah, you're right. The Winnipeg acquires Luke Schenn. You got it. All right, so there you go. We have another one in the books here as Luke Schenn moved 2 days in a row as Pittsburgh. Well, let's bring up the thing first here. Let me refresh the page here just so that nothing changes here, or it's been updated because we don't know the full packages of everything.
I'm like refreshing my phone.
Let's go back to here. It is. So Luke Schenn was initially traded 2 days ago from Nashville to Pittsburgh, along with Tommy Novak. Pittsburgh now flips him to the Winnipeg Jets for a 2nd-round pick and a 4th. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So Pittsburgh now gets, for losing Michael Bunting in a 4th, Tommy Novak a 2nd and a 4th.
Oh, wow. And it's a 2026. This is from Saravalli, a 2026 2nd round and a 27 4th. So a couple years down the road for.
Okay. Jets acquire Luke Schenn from the Pittsburgh Penguins. All right. We're starting to heat up, boys. We're heating up. There we go.
I really am wondering now, like, this is the Flyers can't sit on their hands now. There's got to be value for Ristolainen out there.
You also would have thought too, if you're Barry Trotz, why didn't you just trade him to Winnipeg for a 2nd and a 4th?
Right.
Did you really want Michael Bunting and you had to give away Tommy Novak?
Apparently.
They also factor in the relationships between teams. Like teams like the Flyers and Anaheim are much more friendly, quote unquote, to each other than and even the Flyers in Calgary are much more friendly to each other now than obviously Flyers in Pittsburgh or Flyers in intra-division or anything like that sort. So that's a factor too of these teams trying to communicate and make moves. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just thinking about this. Winnipeg probably just saw Dallas now getting Rantanen, and they're like, we got to shore up the defense. We got to get Luke Schenn.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Sure, 100%. Yeah, you know what? You could go. What a bunch of weirdos.
So funny. That's so funny. Well, we've got it updated there, folks. Jets acquire Luke Schenn, but the big one here, obviously, Rantanen heading to the Dallas Stars on an 8-year, $8 million AAV. That is crazy. Good for him getting his money though, right? And they probably told him,
100%.
Tax. Come on, take the 12 and shut up.
Someone tweeted out, I guess somebody finally explained state income tax to, no state income tax to Rantanen, and he was like, oh.
Oh, that's how it works.
It's like when soccer players go to Italy to play, and it's like, why? It's because there's no tax. You literally get whatever you sign.
Bill, did you see Vegas's tweet this morning where they just said good morning?
Good morning. Yeah, I think we all are anti-Vegas with their bullshit about just how they look. I'm, as someone that is obviously in Philadelphia, where it's clear that the cap is fake in the NFL and certain GMs know how to figure it out and navigate it. Vegas has figured out how to navigate it and take advantage of the LTIR and all that bull crap. So they become the villains. Shit. And that's kind of just what it is. If Philly is probably a villain to a lot of people, not just on the East Coast, that in terms of the Eagles, because of how they manipulate the cap. Mm-hmm. Everyone just saw that Saquon extension. No, sorry, Neil, just had to bring it up and it somehow brought down the salary cap for this upcoming season. So Vegas is gonna
Howie Roseman just keeps winning.
Yeah, I nobody understands it. There's a great meme that I always post every time. If you've seen Infinity War, the Avengers, when Thanos gets the not Infinity Stone, the Soul Stone, and he has the flashback with Gamora, and he's like, "What did it cost me?" And it's that exact thing. And it's like, are the Eagles under the cap? Yes. What did it cost you? Honestly, not that much. I don't really understand it. That's exactly that's exactly what it is. It doesn't cost a lot to somehow bring the cap numbers down across these leagues if you know how to navigate a non-hard cap league. And that's kind of where the NHL is trending. And the fact that they continue to bring it up. Like,
sorry to block you out there, Bill.
Yeah.
Bill.
My dog is going crazy.
Not the dog at the Amazon, man. Yes, Luke Shen is a now proud member of the Winnipeg Jets. But yes,
now I find myself refreshing Twitter over and over again just every 10
doing
seconds.
Doing the same thing. So the Leafs are still pretty quiet.
Wait, what's this? Okay.
Well, screw them.
I know, but it's just funny.
Like, who cares? Like, that's their choice. That's their problem.
Now I get the what is it? Moneyball scene. Billy, this is Mikko Rantanen. He's a star player with 3 90-point seasons and an absolute cannon. His defect, he doesn't want to sign an NHL team.
Right. Right.
That's amazing reading. That's funny. Interesting. Keep an eye on Carolina and Brock Boeser.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up. Yep.
Oh, shit, eh? Okay.
I mean,
it's up. I'm going to keep this up.
That doesn't shock me. I think I've I think my attitude from the Devils perspective is that I think that they may just not do much of anything at this point. It just seems less likely, but again, we don't know. I think there's going to be Fire Fitzy chants at the Rock tonight, and it's not going to be pretty.
Could be interesting.
We'll see.
Yeah, so now all of a sudden, now that Rantanen's off the board, Brad Marchand is now number 1 on trade bait. Does he get dealt today?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he does. I think he's like a 245. It's going to be Vegas. It's going to be something stupid.
Something dumb. Yeah.
For a conditional 6th round pick or some crap.
Yeah.
Got
it. It's going to be at 245.
Not the dog.
Bro, now my dog is barking. Bill, send help.
Not the dog.
Help.
Whoa, wait a minute. That can't be real. Okay, go ahead, Scott. Neil, you go first.
The Leafs are acquiring Scott Lawton.
Oh my God, they did it! Yes!
So everybody just...
Oh my God! It was always going to be the Leafs. Oh my God!
Hold on.
I'm glad you said it because I wasn't because I didn't see someone legit on it. Wow.
So there you go.
Give me the details.
It's gonna be
Okay. Maple Leafs now acquire Scott Lawton from the Philadelphia Flyers. Okay. All right.
Wow.
From Philly. Yes, he is. And we have our wonderful Bill here to break this down. Okay.
Look, okay. Right. Initial thought truly is this sucks in the sense of Scott Lawton is a fan favorite. He's deeply involved in this community. He did not want to leave this this team. But for the great of this team to get better, they had to do this.
Yeah.
Initial reaction. My co-host Scott is texting me going, F Lawton to Toronto, mother effer. For a guy, if you've listened to Scott, you've listened to our podcast, it is a tough moment for Scott to see him go up north into the Toronto because Scott has a deep hatred of the Toronto Maple Leafs. I need to see the return. I imagine this is going to be
It'll be
a first and maybe more. I can it honestly be a straight up 1-1? I don't see that, but wow. That's crazy.
All righty. So from David Pagnota, It is looking like Scott Laughton is heading to Leafland. So this was after a time where Panthers make a move for Seth Jones. The Lightning make a move. The Leafs evidently needed to make a move, and now they do. They will get Scott Laughton. Okay, so we'll wait for the return. We know the Leafs are going to be getting Scott Laughton here, and I'll leave it up to you guys, whoever wants to answer this first. Is it enough for the Leafs to make a run?
Hell no.
Yes. Oh, I think it is. I
say hell no.
I especially based on what
Sorry,
Scott's telling me, he's gonna vomit because he actually just told me they'll probably win a round or two now.
Okay.
I don't think this puts them over the top in the sense of they're now the cup favorite out of the East, but this certainly gets them up there. They'll be a contender in the East for sure.
Another trade.
Okay. All right. Okay. We have another trade alert, folks.
It's not that exciting.
Oh, I thought it was going to be something crazy.
Brandon Tanev to the Jets for a second in 2027.
Okay.
Brandon Tanev to the Jets. Okay. I'll leave that up here for a second.
I love how we were talking about, maybe someone just texted me because, a lot of people in Devil's World are obviously been upset, and someone said, could be worse, could be the Canes right now. It's kind of hard.
So Brandon Tanev now heading to Winnipeg. Okay. Now the deals are starting to cook here.
Why is there no return yet on what the Flyers are getting from Toronto?
Now we're cooking with
we will get it. We will get it.
Elliot Freeman, Kyle, you should know this.
Kyle, get on it.
Get on it. Elliot Freeman did just repost a minute ago that it's happening. Toronto and Philadelphia, as talks were intensifying on Scott Laughton. It is officially happening.
I wonder what happens on a guy like Elliot Freeman's post, because I just saw that exact same tweet, Kyle, and it was like 46 seconds ago. He said talks are intensifying between Toronto and Philly. Then 30 seconds after that, he tweeted, "It's happening." Like,
yes.
His phone is absolutely going off the hook today.
Off the chain.
Off the hook is a very old reference for you, the younger people in the audience today.
We'll come back to the Leafs with Scott Laughton once we know the official deal. We know a deal here between Seattle and the Jets here. Brandon Tanev getting sent to the Jets for a second in 2027. Is this enough for Winnipeg? Like, you wonder, like, okay, you get Luke Schenn and Tanev, but you wonder, like, Dallas makes their move for Rantanen. You got Colorado making their move for Brock Nelson. Like, for the Jets, it's like, I think they need more, right?
I can't tell. Like, obviously I'm biased or I'm looking at recency bias because they've just played the Flyers over the last week and a half in the home and home that they had. They just look top to bottom, despite the shootout loss to the Flyers up in Winnipeg. They completely dominated them last night, and like there was no chance that the Flyers had. Now, granted, the talent difference is stark, to say the least, between the two teams.
Right.
I think Winnipeg can. There's a reason they're the highest point total team in the NHL right now. Like, that's not a fluke to me. I don't know how much more they honestly need to make a run. I think they are a well-coached team, a well-run team. They are certainly bought in. And to add Luke Schenn, I get it. Like, he's kind of a little bit past his prime at this point. He's in his what is he, like 35 at this? He's old. Him and his
he's
brother,
getting old. He's getting up there, yeah.
Like, that's a nice depth piece. Tanev is obviously a nice piece. I think this team has enough. It's just a matter of now that what the Stars did. Is it Winnipeg or is it Dallas? In my eyes, like there's some good teams out there, but I
wouldn't be surprised if it comes down to Winnipeg and Dallas in like a Western semifinal type thing, right? Because of like Winnipeg, if they hold on to first, right, you're either going to get Vancouver or Calgary, right, and they can probably handle their business there. So I think like it becomes a little bit more realistic that that's something that can happen. So we got people from UConn. There you go. Okay, so that is Brandon Tanev to the Winnipeg Jets. The other one here that we will come back to is the Leafs. They do acquire Scott Laughton here. We are still waiting on a return. Crazy though, initially, sorry, before we move on to this one here, that Brandon Tanev goes for a second and Luke Schenn goes for a second. Right?
Yeah, that's even though there I imagine there are going to be years difference, right? Like because the Luke Schenn second was 2026. It was next year, correct? So
I believe so, yes.
And that's a 27. Like I don't
know if the Jets get Brad. I don't think there'd be enough interest there. I don't think they have enough. I don't know. I don't think they have enough for that. But sorry, go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, no. Sorry, just to pivot off that. Like if they were going to make a move for Brad, I don't think they make these two moves. I think they go all in on Marchand and see what they can do out of it.
For sure.
But yeah.
The only news we know about Vancouver right now is that the talks are intensifying around Brock Boeser. That's the only name that we've heard of so far.
I think that shows that he's probably getting traded to somebody.
Yes, and I think it shows that Elias Pettersson's name really hasn't been brought up, so my belief is that he won't go.
Right now.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah, no, right, of course. Not today.
Bob McKenzie said on TSN that they wanted Braden Schenn, but Schenn did not want to waive his no-move clause to go to Toronto, so they pivoted to Scott Laughton.
People don't. Well, guess what? The Leafs were interested in bringing back Ryan O'Reilly, and he also said no.
Right. So they had to pivot twice, basically, because they looked at... Yeah, O'Reilly probably said no, been there, done that, been down that road, so now they pivot to Laughton.
Yep.
Okay.
So there you go.
All right.
So
I'm curious how he's going to be a fit.
Yeah.
Curious how he's going to be a fit, for sure.
He's not. Maybe I'm just like salty. Not salty. Maybe I'm just being
I don't know, like...
But like, I don't, how does no offense, Bill, but like, how does Scott Laughton like move the needle for Toronto?
They got Scott Laughton on the phone right now, talking to TSN. He says, so I'm excited for the opportunity to get into the playoffs and get ready to go.
That's it.
He's asking him, James Duthie's asking him, like, being with the Flyers for the organization, like, for his entire career. They wanted to know, how long did you really know about this? Like 3 months ago when the talk started heating up. What's it been like for you these last few weeks, knowing there's a decent possibility that you'd be moving? Scott Laughton replies, I've been there quite a while for the last couple of years, but this year felt a little bit different, I would say. And it's hard to keep your mind on the games and everything like that, blah, blah, blah. You have a young family and worried about them, but to be able to come home and be a Leafs fan growing up is really cool and really special to me. So there you go.
Okay.
I mean, allegedly it is a first round. Oh, I just saw it. Where did I? Twitter sucks now. I'm sure, as we all know.
I know. So Brock from Vancouver is playing tonight. We don't know. No idea. Okay, I'll take this off for now. Okay. All right. Sorry. Do you know the return by chance?
I saw at least a first round pick, and I think there was a player involved too. I lost the tweet. Yeah, a first round pick and Austin Matthews for Scott Laughton.
Oh, here's the deal.
There would be a riot in Toronto this second.
I have the deal.
The details? All right, let's hear it.
It's Nikita Grebenkin and a first round pick for Scott Laughton. God damn it, dude. The Leafs are doing. Oh God.
Wow.
And it's unprotected, I assume, that first round pick, right?
I would hope so. That's got to be unprotected.
Grebenkin and a first for Scott Laughton. Okay.
Now imagine that is either.
So just to give you a little bit of insight, Bill, on Grebenkin, he is a prospect that is not necessarily high up in the Leafs pool compared to guys like Easton Cowan. Who else did they have under that radar there? Danforth, I think, too. Justin Danforth, I think, was another name. He's probably maybe 5th or 6th on the prospect pool for the Leafs. So Grebenkin can come in the other way and a first.
I think that's exactly the type of prospect or talent pool that the Flyers are looking at. For a lack of a better phrase, a guy that's looking for a change of scenery. Talent-wise, Toronto's very good. That's why these guys are kind of pushed to the bottom. So much of what we saw with Owen Tippett a couple of years ago in Florida, and why the Flyers made that trade with Giroux back then. Tippett was ready for the NHL, but the Florida Panthers at the time were so godforsaken talented. Obviously, they won the cup, or nearly won the cup that year. The following year after they let Giroux go, of all things. But now Grubauer, he's kind of probably a top 5 prospect already in the Flyers organization right now, despite where he was in Toronto. So I think it's a great return. Put it this way. You got a first-round pick and a high-risk, high-reward talent player in the Flyers organization for a guy in Scott Lawton that hasn't scored 20 goals in a season.
Right.
I can't
11 goals and 6
be upset by it.
Currently.
Yeah. Like
That's awesome that you guys got a first-round pick. That really is awesome.
Yeah. Like I don't think any Flyers fan can be upset by this. This is a great return for a team that is looking to make a swing. I think Elliot Friedman even said that on 32 Thoughts. They know the position they're in. They're trying to make a swing. This is a swing. This is a great. Now, if you can get blown away and get a return for Ristolainen, very unlikely. I think this is the last move that the Flyers will make today, other than maybe here and there piece. But this is it. This is it.
Yeah,
this is a nice swing.
Man, that's a lot. It's a lot of years.
I'm
sorry, guys. I wasn't paying attention. So we just got the official terms on the Jonathan Kovacevic extension that we were talking about earlier. Kovacevic, 5 years at only $4 million per.
Wow.
Nice.
Okay.
That's a deal. Yeah.
Honestly, $4 million per year is not that bad.
No, it's not bad at all. No.
Like, I'm honestly like happy about it, because like that was a really good move by the Devils to get him for like literally a 7th round pick. Thanks, Montreal. So yeah, there you go.
Wow. Still waiting for the trade tracker to update here. No other real rumblings right now. 50 seconds ago, Flyers keep 50% of Lawton's contract. Toronto also gets a 4th and a 6th.
Interesting. Okay. For this
There
year?
you go. We will find out in a second. That was from Elliot Friedman.
Got it. Yep.
So to break it down, Scott Lawton, a 4th and a 6th going to Toronto. Toronto sends Grubauer a 1st, and Toronto eats 50% of Lawton's contract, which was, what was his contract?
That's a good question. I want to say it was around 3 or 4. Hang on.
3 or 4, I think, was my guess. It's a conditional first-round pick, too, by the way.
It is. Okay. So I wonder if that's
Conditional
predicated
first-round.
I wonder if that's predicated on playoff.
Yeah, I'm not sure what
playoff run. $3 million even on AAV.
Okay, so 1.5 million they'll take on. Did you get a Kovacevic extension deal there, Neil? Did you hear about what happened there?
Yeah, I just said it. It was 5 years at $4 million per year.
5-4. Thank you. Okay, sorry, I missed that.
5-4.
5-4. Okay. So let's take a quick recap. We know Rantanen is on the move to Dallas. We just don't know the full deal of that yet. Just some of the ones to break down from earlier today. First one beginning with was Anthony Beauvillier heading to Washington. Kuzmenko from Philly heading to Los Angeles. You got Dylan Cousins heading to Ottawa with Josh Norris and Bernard Docker heading to Buffalo the other way. Luke Shen heading to Winnipeg. Brandon Tanev heading to Winnipeg. And as soon as I update this, I imagine we will see Scott Lawton now heading to the Toronto Maple Leafs. Okay. Picking up here a little bit now. This is good.
Up. 2 hours to go.
So guys are saying plan not to give up Fraser Minden, Easton Cowan, or Danford is apparently a win for Leaf fans.
There you go.
So okay.
Tells you something.
I wonder if some of those picks weren't included. Maybe a prospect.
I feel like things are going to really pick up in like the next hour.
I think Marchand's next. I really do. I think like if Marchand isn't moved, Boston is making a serious mistake. Like,
I agree with that. I
Yeah.
agree with you, Bill.
Because
I-
Marchand's on an expiring contract, right? Or is he on
Yes.
term?
No, he's on an expiring deal. And the thing is that, and I told this to Kyle, do you have something?
No, sorry. No, I didn't.
Oh,
No,
okay.
no, no.
No, I was just going to say, I said this to Kyle earlier today, Bill, that like for all we know, there's like a wink type of deal where like the Bruins say, hey, look, we'll send you to contender, give you a chance to go compete for a cup. And then in the off season, we'll reconvene and try to hash out the details later.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how I think about it.
Sure. And yes, there is confirmation on Kovacevic, by the way. 5 years, $4 million AAV. Neil, your thoughts on Kovacevic getting an extension?
Yeah, I mean, that was something that had been talked about at length throughout the year because he's just been that good for the Devils since they acquired him in the offseason. Didn't know much about him when the Devils acquired him. He was expected to be basically like the seventh defenseman for this team, and he's ended up being one of our top 4 defensemen. And one of the reasons that we give up the Devils have given up the third fewest goals in the NHL this year per game. And it was going to be interesting to see if they were going to be able to keep him, but they did. And now the question becomes, what does that mean for young guys like Simon Nemec, as mentioned before, and Seamus Casey as well? Do they get moved? You know, a lot of things to keep in. But it's good that they locked Kovacevic down. He's not that old. And just continuing to keep our defense intact for a long time. So I like it. And 4 years, $4 million per year for 5 years is not that bad at all.
I don't know if this means anything here, guys, but from Elite Prospects, Cam Robinson told the Canucks are not too impressed with the offers they've received so far from Brock Besser at this point. He's a secondary option for buyers, so Canucks will try and wait out the market to maximize a return. The preference is still to move him. Okay. So we're still waiting.
I swear they're going to take a lesser deal.
It's possible. It's absolutely possible.
I really think that's they're going to, that's how I look at it, but I could be wrong.
Okay. So we're still waiting on the Rantanen package here. I mean, the deal. Yeah. If the deal is done for the contract, why have we not gotten the package yet? Because the package was apparently already done.
Right.
Yeah, that's very odd. We don't know what the return is.
Very strange that we don't know what it is at all.
It makes me nervous.
So it's a 2020. So going back to Lawton. Sorry.
Yep. No, you're good. No, you're good.
So it's a 2026 first round pick. I want a conditional first round pick, as you said, Kyle. I wonder if I wonder if that becomes a 2025, depending on how things go in the playoffs. So, and obviously, I'm just speculating. So, if I'm the Flyers, I want that pick to be next year. I don't want it to be 2025.
Right.
Because if Toronto doesn't make a serious run at the Cup this year, they're going to do some interesting things this offseason. And theoretically, you become that pick becomes even more valuable for the Flyers, depending on things go. If that is the case, I don't think they've announced what what the conditions of that first round pick are. But right now, it's a conditional 26 pick.
What's wrong?
Not Carlo.
He's going to Calgary.
I don't know, but if he's not on the ice, that scares me.
Yeah, listen, I talked about it before I took my noon break for a minute here. Both Lawton and Kuzmenko were not on the ice for the Flyers today. And they were trying to play it off like it didn't mean anything for Lawton, and now he's on his way to Toronto. So, yeah, that's Carlo could be on his way out.
Jesus Christ. Damn.
I'm going to be really upset if that's the case. Go somewhere else.
Okay. So Pierre
LeBrun
just
Manov.
Wow. Okay. Toronto knows the place they are in as a team. It is top 10 protected for next year in 2026.
So it's a next year's first round pick.
It's definitely next year, and it's top 10 protected.
I think you'll be okay with that. I think you're probably going
I think I'm okay with that. But again, if Toronto does not make a deep run this season, they're going to have some hard discussions about their team next year. Not saying it's a guaranteed sell type of situation, but things get interesting for Toronto if they don't make a deep run this year.
Yeah.
Boy, oh boy. And like, it's going to be interesting. Like, that first round matchup is either going to be where they're at. Like, it's either going to be, at this point, it's either, well, I mean, they can still finish first in the division, but you can still end up facing either Florida or Tampa Bay in the first round, which is something they want to avoid, right?
Yeah, I don't mean to go on that. The playoff format is absolutely awful. It makes no sense on the face of it when you look at it for more than 35 seconds. Can we go back to the traditional 1 through 8 format that we had prior to the expansion? I hate this.
I do too.
And it's not like you can't make it work under 4 divisions across 2 conferences. You can make the 1 through 8 work. It's so annoying. But I don't know.
It is very annoying.
Toronto Twitter
We're
also
waiting
is
for the
absolute. Sorry, go ahead.
Madness right now. No, go ahead. You're all good. It's like
Twitter's not a real place, but Twitter
is not real.
But Toronto is absolutely losing their mind over the overpay for this. So every Flyers fan should be happy about this move.
Yeah,
that's the thing. It's like, now you got to make it work, right?
Yep.
Exactly.
Good for Philly though on this move. Like, it's a win for Philly. Absolutely.
Bleacher Report's open ice Instagram posts. You just know Vegas lurking back there waiting to make a move today.
Yes. That's exactly what they're doing.
They're lurking, boys.
They should honestly hang a banner in the T-Mobile Arena. LTIR champions NHL indefinite.
Oh yeah.
Emotional Brady Tkachuk shares his thoughts on now former teammate Josh Norris. He could barely get through the interview, apparently. Alrighty, interesting. Yeah, you're right. So it is a top 10 protected pick in 2026, and that's.
And then, okay, so more from Pierre LeBrun. It is top 10 protected in 2026. Then it will go to a 27 first round pick if it does make the top 10. But it's top 10 protected there again in 27. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it'll go that far though. Like, I can't.
I don't think it will either. But then I wonder what happens after that. But yeah, I like that. I'm certainly happy that you got another first.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
What's a lot of money?
The Jason Zucker extension. Yeah, Tkachuk got emotional hearing about. Well,
I think I can find a link. Sure. Give me a sec. Let me see if I can find it. I'll see if I can find it for you. Yeah. I just found it on Twitter, X, whatever. Brady. Let's see if that comes up. So if you're okay with the link. Okay, it's not the greatest quality in the world, but view. Yeah, no worries. Copy link. There we go. Okay, I will put that in. So that's just on Twitter. It's bad quality, but I know there's other ones out there. But that's just for the link to just go see Brady Tkachuk's interview, his thoughts on the Dylan Cousins trade and sending Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard-Docker to the Buffalo Sabres. Nothing has been updated on Trade Tracker yet. I'm still waiting to see it be updated with the Scott Laughton deal, which should be any moment. If it's updating this long, okay, nothing yet, but I think they're probably just finalizing things here and there. Right. How we doing? Anything on your end, guys?
Absolutely nothing. I'm so bored.
Well,
it picked up a little bit. It picked up.
No. It did pick up for sure.
It did pick up a bit.
After the Laughton trade, I'll just say what the Flyers draft pick scenario looks like over the next couple of years. 3 first-round picks this year, 4 second-round picks this year, 2 first-round picks next year, That could turn into 2 in 2027, and then 1 down the line, and then 2/3 in 27. So a plethora of options here for sure. For sure. So
a lot of options. Absolutely.
yeah. And hot take, they will absolutely not make all of these picks in the first 3 rounds. They're gonna be making some moves here, which is a good thing. So
and again, Jared's saying that no Morgan Geeky, Zaka, or Carlo on the ice. Might mean something, might mean nothing. Who knows? Okay. I'll take that
Dave
off.
Pagnotta just tweeted 20 seconds ago, Rantanen trade is approaching the finish line, believing Stankoven is part of the return, going back to Carolina.
Yeah, I think we could predict. I think we kind of predicted that for sure.
We're not stating anything shocking here.
Interesting. Okay, so Stankoven is apparently on the way out. Yes. Yeah, I see that David Pagnotta tweet too. Yeah, okay. Not surprising that Stankoven.
Have we ever called him Pags, you think?
No, I don't think so.
Probably not. Probably get fired if you call him that.
Not surprising that Stankoven is a part of this, though, just because he's been a part of everything. You know?
Yeah, right?
He's been a part of every friggin' potential deal there is, and they held on to him for as long as possible to get Mikko Rantanen. All right.
And that's gonna that'll probably be that'll 100% be the biggest deal of the day. Just getting that done.
I don't know, man. If Marchand gets moved, I would argue that kind of came in last minute, and that could be part of the bigger move if it gets moved, right? Still 2 hours to go. Under 2 hours left in the trade deadline, folks.
A little small update. Pierre LeBrun apparently said that it's not a 2026 top 10 first. It is a 2027 off the initial trade. So it's a conditional 27. Now I'm not sure.
So as of right now,
what do you got?
The only things that we know about the Rantanen deal, that like what's going back to Carolina, is Logan Stankoven and at least 2 first-round picks, and there's more coming. So that'll be interesting.
So it's definitely less I don't know, like, is it less value? Or do you think it brings up the value knowing that Rantanen's going to sign there? That's my guess.
I guess more that Rantanen's going to – I don't know. That's a good question. And I don't believe that the Hurricanes are done after this. I think that they're going to pivot and look for something else. Like I said, we mentioned Brock Boeser. Might be someone else. I don't know. Because now that you have multiple firsts, I mean, you could certainly dangle those. I don't think Stankoven gets traded after getting traded to Carolina. But I could be wrong.
Okay. Well, he's still a close friend there, Becca.
Yeah, him and Josh Norris have been close friends for, the entire time they've been together. And, it sucks to see any of your, closest friends go. It sucks.
It does.
That's the reality of, guys getting traded.
This definitely puts Dallas in the conversation again, for sure. It absolutely puts them in the conversation again.
100%.
Were they not before? This just enhances that, I think. I don't think they were outside of the contendership as a team prior to this move.
I think they were still being doubted because of just like you were mentioning before, Bill, how close they've gotten, yet they just can't get over the hump.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's Dallas, so they can never get over the hump.
It's true. Pivot. Okay.
Right? I'm still I'm still thinking about, the realization of the Hurricanes had at one point Jake Gensel, Martin Necas, and Mikko Rantanen. All 3 are gone now.
Yep.
And no offense to Logan Stankoven, are you're is that it? Player wise? And if it is, that's a problem.
Is that you don't need first round picks.
Well, that's why I'm of one to believe that they're going to do something else with the picks that they just got, but I could be wrong.
That's why you got to keep an eye on Brock Besser, because now that they have the picks, they can probably.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be honest with you, Kyle. I'm gonna be very honest with you. If they have to give up 2 first-round picks to get Brock Besser, to me that's an overpay.
Sure.
I'm just
Well,
being
not
honest.
2 first-round picks, but a first-round pick, because
They
have
might
2.
give up 2.
They might give up. It wouldn't shock me if they pivot and go to give up at least 1 first-round pick if they want to look at Brock Besser. That's just me.
Right. I mean, and like you said, I think you had read something that like the goal for the Canucks is to move Besser today to somebody.
That's what I've reported. That's the goal.
Plan.
Apparently, that is the goal that they're
That
trying
is
to do.
the fucking plan, dude.
All
I still
right.
can't believe Chris
How we
Mako
feeling?
got traded. That's so funny to me.
How
I'm
we
still
feeling, stream-wise, guys?
I'm feeling good.
I'm fine.
I can go another 10 minutes before I got to jump for my next thing. I know that's on short notice. The Flyers are starting to build a pretty good foundation on the wing for the future and still have 7 picks in the top 64 of 2025 draft. So that's still exciting. Be nice if we can get a real center out of any of this.
That's very exciting.
That's the goal.
1 hour and 40 minutes. 1 hour and 40 minutes. Sorry, away from the.
I truly think this might be. We just got the first flurry of the storm of trades. I wouldn't be shocked if we don't see anything until like 2:30 now. I really
That's
wouldn't.
what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like things are stopping right now, and that like because now it's like the second wave of like talking for teams.
Yes, this is now set the bar for what the rest of the night or the rest of the afternoon will go.
It's like okay, now we're good.
Yeah,
you got it. You got it.
Because someone's now thinking, Lawton got me a first. What do I have to do with Marchand and all this? I wonder if Marchand's being deterred because he has that 6.1 AAV on the books for some teams. Like that's a lot of coin for some people. Now, if you get Boston to retain, then you're fine, but that means it's going to cost you more. So I'm very curious what the future of Marchand is. It should not be with Boston, I'll tell you that much. At least for the rest of the 25 season.
Quinn Hughes was on the ice this morning for a solo skate. This is just in terms of his injury, guys. He's on the ice for about 20 to 25 minutes at 10:30 a.m. Pacific this morning. But they're going to see for him to potentially play later tonight.
He's getting traded.
Scott Lawton hasn't even called his mom yet to let him know.
I saw that. I was like, call your mom.
You called TSN first before your mom? That's crazy.
Or they called him, right?
Yeah.
You call us, you call your mom.
Yeah, right. On the air. Do it on the air right now. Do it.
Yeah, like on the phone, like, hey, I'm live on TV. I'm telling you I got traded.
Gentlemen, breaking news. It is official. Mikko Rantanen has been traded to the Dallas Stars in exchange for Logan Stankoven and 2 first-round picks. The picks are yet to be finalized, but that is the full details of the trade.
I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry, Kyle. I'm going to just be honest. I believe Carolina got fleeced.
They got fleeced. Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They got fleeced.
And no. If they use one of those first-round picks and get Brock Besser, that to me it still doesn't that doesn't to me like make it any better.
Yeah.
That is all there is. By the way, guys, that's it.
Least
Stankoven and 2 firsts. That's all she wrote.
Something is wrong in Carolina.
Yeah, and his name is Eric Tulsky.
Yeah, it's not. They're gonna fire the coach who all of a sudden I can't believe I'm
Rob Brindamore.
Brindamore. I wouldn't be shocked. I think they are like
Didn't they
at some.
Extend him?
I think did they? I thought he's always been in discussion of like if they don't make a run here, they're gonna let him go.
The amount of teams that will want to hire him if he gets
right. That's what I mean. The Flyers will fire Torts the next day. That hour.
I could see a lot of teams.
Danny Briere and company will absolutely fire Torts to get Brindamore in here. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. He's a decent coach. He just hasn't been able to get it over the hump in Carolina for whatever reason.
Yeah, it's going to be. Oh, geez, this is just. That's it.
Wow. That's it.
I'm like, I'm not even. I mean, I'm not a Hurricanes fan, and I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off about it. Shit.
Especially because
Hearing-
Saravalli's saying that it's a 26 and a 27 first round pick. It's not even this year's.
We are hearing that Owen Zellweger has been taking calls from Anaheim.
Okay.
Mr. Zellweger has been apparently the Ducks have been receiving calls from Owen Zellweger.
Okay. Kyle, our friends over at the Tell It.
Yeah.
Tell It. Did you see the was it the Tell It Avs It Is podcast? They said Carolina loses both Rantanen trades. They could fuck off forever. That's so funny to me.
I mean, over the next hour and a half, we just have to hope that Vegas doesn't swoop in and do something crazy.
They're going to. Let's just all mentally and emotionally
prepare for that,
so that we can't get hurt later on.
Okay. So to break it down, guys, we have Mikko ran into the Dallas Stars in exchange for Logan Stankoven, a 2026 first-round pick, a 2027 first-round pick, plus smaller pieces, apparently. That's coming from Frank Saravalli.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, can the trade
Let me ask you guys this. Let me ask you guys this.
Yeah.
Do you think that other teams that were interested or made trade offers to Carolina, do you think that there were other deals that were better or had more significance than what Dallas gave up? And do you think it was the contract extent? It was the whole sign and trade that is what's that?
Yeah.
You know
I don't think other teams were willing to give that 8-year extension. I think and $12 million.
Yeah.
I think that was the sticking point.
From one of the reporters out in Vancouver, Diwali, I think he is associated with Sportsnet. Diwali, thank you. Reporting that Carolina is after Brock Boeser. It's possible they're after Boeser now.
What a shock! I mean, that's not a shock at all.
Jared, you can join Neil in that conversation.
Yeah, they got robbed. They got fleeced. What's that, Dad? It's called a fleece, son. That's what that was.
Exactly.
If I was a Hurricanes fan, I'd be upset.
Yeah.
I would imagine the Surge cast, and I imagine Sam as well too is not.
Do I go? Do I dare? Do I dare look? I feel
go
like.
Ahead. Go ahead.
I feel like tough day to be a Hurricanes fan.
It is a tough day.
I think think about this just really quick, Kyle. Frank Saravalli said this: when it gets done, from Carolina's perspective, out Martin H's, Jack Drury, 2022 second round pick, Mikko Rantanen. In Logan Stankoven, 2026 first, 2027 first. That's bad. That's just bad.
It's bad. Very bad. Yeah.
Just a sigh moment.
That is pretty crazy. A lot of reaction in that same tweet of get this guy out of here.
This isn't trade related, but there is skepticism that Quinn Hughes likely won't be fully healthy for the remainder of the season.
Oh, that's not. Yeah, it seemed like he was. It seemed like he was not doing well.
Well, folks, the Calgary Flames are going to the playoffs. Oh, fuck me. Can't wait to get absolutely railed by Winnipeg.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough.
Man, that's not gonna be fun. It's not gonna be fun if we have to go. I don't want to go up against Dallas. I just don't want that, you know.
Right.
I don't want it.
Oh
no,
my goodness,
dude. Not a fan. Don't want it. Do not want it.
Oh boy.
So we're still hanging on here. 1:30. We are an hour and a half away from the end of the deadline here. How are we feeling, folks? How are we feeling so far?
I'm feeling hungry, and I'm ready for that.
Yeah,
I'm feeling.
We're gonna get. I'm telling you guys, we're gonna get off this stream, and then something will happen.
Something's gonna happen. Yeah.
And
Something is absolutely
Yes.
going to. Yeah.
I'm
Screw
glad
you,
something
Jared.
had
No.
that.
God.
The thing that I needed to, the only thing I need to happen now is Ristolainen be unexpectedly moved. I don't think it will happen now, but
For a first.
not at this point. You already got your first when you traded Lawton. You don't
No,
need
it doesn't matter.
and-
Get more picks.
Yeah, it's true.
So
Just package it all up.
Just package it all up.
in perspective, from Carolina's perspective, here it is. Out. Martin Necas, Jack Drury, a 2025 second, a 2026 fourth. You did?
That was the Frank Saravalli tweet, Kyle. Kyle, this is the fourth time you've repeated what I already said. You're reading the same thing, damn it.
That was fun.
So anyway.
That was good.
Try it again.
Just getting distracted here.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, just getting distracted. Thinking about food, to be honest.
I just so right now, who is the biggest winner of the deadline? I would assume it would be Dallas, right? Do we all agree on that?
Yes, it's Dallas. Yep.
Yeah, Dallas.
Big game,
Kyle was thinking of how could I pull a fast one and just be like, no, I think it's
No, I think they're,
I mean, you can make an argument that Winnipeg got deeper.
Yeah.
You can make an argument that Winnipeg got deeper enough to be like, okay, they have a top to bottom good roster to make a run. But the big name for Dallas with Rantanen just screams Stanley Cup or bust to me. Obviously, 8 years is not tonight, but not just this year. But yeah.
Who's the biggest loser? Carolina or Buffalo?
Toronto. Oh, Carolina.
Who puts Toronto?
Toronto.
No,
it's Carolina over the
funny.
course of the next couple years. Toronto overpaid today for Lawton, and I'm not afraid. It's not a secret.
I would probably lean towards Carolina because of the fact that for the second consecutive year, you lose out on keeping a top flight player on your team because they didn't want to stay there.
Yes.
At least this time around, they were able to get something because, as mentioned, Tulsky and co. did not want to lose Rantanen for nothing because they were going to. Let's be honest, guys. If they kept Rantanen through this deadline and into the offseason, I don't think there would have been any amount of convincing. That's just the way I feel. It's the first time a star player has been traded 3 times in a season.
Twice. Bill, a question for him. Did you watch the Stadium Series game on Saturday? And what were your thoughts? The full uniform for both teams, too.
I like Columbus's a lot more because I like their lean into the cannon. I'm always a fan of them doing that. I did not watch the Stadium Series. I've said this over and over again. I think it's I didn't realize there was only one of them this year. Obviously, the Winter Classic and then this. It's such an oversaturated event now. It sucks. And this is the other thing, and this is not related to whether I watched it or not. Danforth hit the high stick. That was a clear high stick on Danforth.
Yeah, it was a high stick.
And that goal should have been disallowed. At what point, MLB has this right. At what point will the NHL say everything is reviewable? You can't dip your toe into the water under review in terms of offside, goalie interference, etc. If you're going to do this, make that play reviewable because that goal should have been disallowed and sent to overtime at that point. I'm so sick of the leagues that are like, well, you can only review this play and that play. F off. Do it or don't do it. Right. Have the human element or don't. It's just so bothersome that kind of play that has such an impact on the game is not reviewable.
Brock Boeser has just taken the ice for the Canucks.
I was just about to say that, yeah.
Yeah, at Morning Skate. Now, obviously, everyone's just going to wait for the Brock Boeser has left the ice early tweet because it's going to.
And now that's what we're going to wait for, right? He just doesn't.
Now we're just sitting here.
Don't forget.
Oh, by the way, Kyle, remember earlier today you were asking why did Omar leave the ice early?
Yes.
Bathroom.
They do it just
There you go. They definitely did it. They definitely did the troll. They were like, let's take him off the ice for fun.
And he had to use the bathroom. I knew it was nothing anyway. Like I wasn't.
He had that Lamar Jackson moment.
Yeah, he's
He
like,
had
I
to
just
just
had
go to the
use
bathroom real quick.
I just had to go to the bathroom, and I get it.
I had to use the bathroom.
Well, gents, I have to run for another meeting on the real-time job. So it's been a pleasure. I was love to be here on the as the Lawton trade actually happened. That was a lot of fun. I'm glad that they
There you go.
pulled that trigger. Maybe we'll get some more trades. Hopefully Marchand does not go to Vegas.
See.
We will see. Good seeing you, Bill.
I'm not going to bet against it. You guys have a great rest of your night and afternoon.
You too, man. Thanks for jumping on.
See ya. All right. Neil, how you feeling?
I'm doing all right. Like I said, I'm just hungry. That's all I'm feeling right now. I mean, I could eat on stream, but I don't know if that's going to bug people.
I mean, you can always mute it if you want to.
That's true.
I'm thinking 25 minutes and at 2:00.
Yeah, let it wrap up at 2. Yeah, give it an hour.
Wrap it up at 2. Okay, folks. So we're gonna wrap it up at 2:00. We extended farther than we thought. So I'm surprised we made it this far. That's good on us, though.
Well, it's because they finally were like, oh, things are picking up now.
It did pick up, correct? Absolutely, it did. Yeah.
Oh my, that's tough, man. So this Senators fan has a full-on tattoo of Josh Norris on his stomach, Kyle. Look at this.
Why? Yeah, why? You're an idiot. I don't feel bad. That's tough, but you're an idiot.
Yeah,
you're a dumbass. That's stupid.
That's rough, man.
Okay, so again, Trade Tracker for whatever reason just hasn't updated properly, because the only two that we're missing here are Scott Lawton and Mikko Rantanen. So we'll give it some time to update.
Mm-hmm.
But all we know right now is Logan Stankoven and 2 first-round picks and Mikko Rantanen. Yeah. I can't imagine Canes fans are happy. They can't be happy about that. No. Cannot be happy about that.
It's
wow.
Yeah, it's tough.
That's a tough one.
It's really tough because it's just I don't know where the Hurricanes go from here. Again, I think Brock Boeser seems to be the likely move.
Well, I mean, he's still skating this morning, so clearly nothing's been said yet.
Yeah.
The only couple of guys remaining in the trade bait board, you got Lawton, you got Boeser, and you got Rickard Rakell, who hasn't really been mentioned today.
Lawton's not on there anymore.
Oh, sorry, Marchand. What did I say? Marchand Boeser. Sorry, I didn't mean Lawton.
Yeah.
Marchand Boeser.
I don't think Rickard Rakell gets moved.
And Rakell, thank you. I don't know. I think they want to see if they can get him for the right price. I think Pittsburgh can still try and get him for a first-round pick.
Oh, never mind. Sorry. Sorry. No, we're good. It on Sportsnet they're showing like who's in Carolina and now who's out. And I thought that part of the deal for Rantanen was they sent Taylor Hall also to Dallas. I was gonna say, so you took the deals you made at like a month ago and then got rid of both of them? Question mark.
So I think that man, I mean, Dallas is officially I like them over Winnipeg. I think they got everything that they need now.
Thank God the Devils played Dallas twice already, and I don't have to see that. I don't see that again.
Dallas has everything that they need. Hey, they did struggle last night against Calgary a little bit. I'll just say that. So
yeah.
I mean, you are adding now to that. So
that's true. That is very true.
Jared's saying, I feel like a big deal is coming. Let me guess. Let me take a wild guess here of what you think the big deal is. It involves Brad Marchand.
Yeah, I feel like that's the big one,
Just taking a guess here, right? Just taking a guess.
It's going to be.
Oh, boy.
It's going to be.
I think we're just like on edge now, waiting for something else to happen. Okay. So still waiting for somebody's like, Tom Fitzgerald, get on the effing phone.
Oh, you saw that?
Yeah, I did see that.
People are
I
mad.
saw that. Get on the phone.
I mean, it'll be it'll be really interesting to see. I mean, I know what the reaction will be when we get told like the Devils are done for the day or whatever happens. And the Devils come out with nothing but Brian Dumoulin and a Jonathan Kovacevic extension.
Yeah.
It won't be good. I know it won't be good. I know a lot of people will be upset. I'll be very disappointed because I don't know. I think the only thing to be reasonable about is that the prices are just too much for this.
It's
Like,
a lot.
it's getting
David,
ridiculous.
did you mention this from David Pagnotta 12 minutes ago about Carolina? No? 12 minutes ago from Pagnotta, Carolina has been also looking at the possibility of making other moves, including trying to add a middle six forward.
So Brock, again, I think all roads lead to Brock Boeser, right? Like, gotta be.
With the picks. Like, you have to, I'm sorry, like, you have to use these picks now. Like, I don't get trying to wait on this. I don't know.
No.
I don't like it. Like, unless they're gonna wait till next year to maybe hold on to it and do something then. But I don't know, man. Especially being a seller's market right now. Like, that's the way it is. Wow. All right. So what do you make of Stankoven going to Carolina?
I think the good news is for Stankoven is that he'll go to a team where he has an opportunity to play a lot more. I think that but the problem is that is he willing to commit to playing a defensive-minded game, as we understand with that's how Rob Brindamore wants to play. So I just hope that the expectations are not overly unfair on Stankoven because of what's happened in this situation. Hopefully he can fill in, and just try to, make some contributions. I want to know, Kyle, let me get your opinion on this. What do you think the overall vibe in Carolina's locker room is with everything that has happened at this point?
It's not a good one because you had guys who had close connections now with Necas and Drury, and you bring in Rantanen for a month, and you essentially just get another random guy that has to try to fit into your system. So it's like you basically lost Necas and Drury, and you really only got Stankoven back.
Yeah.
Unless they now do something now with these 2 first-round picks. Like, that's the way I see it, right? Man.
Yeah. It's feeling like, I don't know, there just doesn't
feel that definitely, it's not a good feeling for Carolina fans. It's not giving them a lot of confidence. It doesn't mean that they're not going to still, like, they're still on a favorable side of the bracket, right? With, if they get matched up with New Jersey, I still might take Carolina there despite this. But now, I think if you're Washington, you're kind of like really excited about this because if you get matched up properly in the playoffs, I don't think anybody can dispute that team maybe going to the Eastern Final.
Yeah.
But also, too, it smells like if the Rangers get in, and if they get in on that side of the bracket with the Carolinas, the New Jerseys, and the Washington, then it smells like that they can do some damage. Okay, so yeah.
I was going to say, do you think that the Metropolitan Division got like worse with this? Like, do you think that things have opened up even more for those top 2, those second and third spots in the Metro? Oh my God, what?
Spit and Chick, let's just put this out.
I don't believe
Mike
it.
So, injured Canucks captain Quinn Hughes, who skated an hour ago, isn't skating for the Canucks. Hughes had a long talk with U.S. Hockey GM Bill Guerin at the end of Minnesota Wild practice yesterday. Thatcher Demko also not on the ice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No way.
Okay. All right. So.
Let's think about it.
Well. Things are getting interesting. No Thatcher. Well, Demko was injured anyway, right? Like,
yeah, Demko was injured.
I know that came from the Chicklets, and I know that came from Michael Russo.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, no. What do you make of it?
I mean, you know, I don't think much of it. I'm sure that. I mean, first of all, isn't that colluding? Like, honestly, like if that's what we're going for, I mean, I don't know. I would say that I'm sure that Bill Guerin had a conversation with Quinn Hughes about what happened at, Four Nations, how they were trying to get him to play. And I think that maybe he was explained more why things didn't work out, or I don't know. I wonder why. As far as like if they're going to eventually make a move to get Quinn Hughes, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to think of that. So we'll see.
Penguins legend Luke Shen, number 2 up in the
God. Yeah, exactly. The GOAT.
Oh boy. That's
absolute
funny.
GOAT.
Wow. It's funny how we thought of all the names with Dallas, like going back the other way. Like none of the bigger roster players were really taken out of it. Like that's a huge win for Dallas right there. I can't find I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah. I don't get it either. I'm not really sure exactly what to make of it. It's really kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know.
I think Carolina's got to be the biggest loser today.
What if they get Brock Boeser? Does that change anything for you or no?
Not really. No, I would say no. I'm just answering something here. Give me a sec.
Okay. Yeah.
Here.
Now, Kyle, here's something else that I wanted to bring up to you when you have a second.
Yep, shoot.
So you look at the deal that Rantanen got. Do you think that Colorado could have offered that? Like, it's just kind of weird to me that like
they could have got that type of return?
Yes. Well, no, not that type of return. I'm talking about the contract itself, the extension that they gave him. Like,
the contract.
Yeah.
I think they're more or less preparing for Cale Makar. That's my take on it.
That's fair.
I think they're preparing for Cale Makar, and I understand that.
Yeah.
Just copy that.
I wonder if at any point when there were talks originally between Carolina and Colorado for Rantanen, if there was any sort of talking about, can we try to get him on a sign-in trade? That's
the odds. Yeah. Oh, sorry. The Wi-Fi kind of cut out there. I don't know if I
no, you're good.
Got in there by accident. The odds have changed now as Dallas is now all of a sudden Stanley Cup favorites. Just trying to see what else here before we head off in about 10 minutes, guys. We won't be able to finish till 3:00 today. It's Friday.
We're not getting there.
We aren't getting there. We'll just kind of wonder and see what happens. Yeah, the biggest news I think today is going to be whether or not Brock Boeser is going to be involved in any sort of deals. There's still lots of time here. Still an hour to go here. Bringing up, they're now bringing up the Calgary Flames deadline roster with. God, I'm curious from the Flames' perspective, Neil. Like nothing's been done with Miromanov. Like he's still sticking around.
I think my guess is that there just isn't a market for him. Maybe there's just very little interest. And
Which is fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like a bad thing. It'll just be really interesting to see what happens. You know, with within the next hour, like it's going to be interesting. But
talking about Calgary right now, just listening to this, they want to keep in prison prospects. They know that they need some players with some experience in their group. Craig's simple. If it fits to what we're doing, you're staying. If the dollars fit, you're staying. He established that last year against Farabee and Frost. He's been consistent. The prospect coverage is loaded. They have this from Craig Button. They have Dustin Wolf. Zane Parak is going to be a difference maker. Sick. You're on the right track. So they're in a playoff spot too right now and all that fun stuff. So yeah, like they're definitely there wasn't a need to do much today. And I'm okay with that.
Yeah, and I think that there are a lot of teams like the Flames that look at it like, this is the team we have and we're satisfied. And again, as Craig Conroy said earlier today on Sportsnet, it said it would have to be something fairly significant for him to change course to what he's doing.
Yes.
So
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
No, just that's pretty much like he'll make an offer, he'll make a deal if it works out, if it favors him. If not a big deal.
And he knows, and they know that we know what we want to be. We know what we have to do. And if it means not doing anything today, then that's okay. Right?
Right.
They know what they have to do. And that's why I have full trust in him, and I have no else to kind of trust. So,
yeah.
Okay. I'm going to stop sharing this, I think. We only have about 10 minutes left here. We'll let you guys know if anything really kind of comes up here in these last 10 minutes here. The only thing I can say really just, again, Flames related, Mario Ferrero apparently drew interest. Craig isn't looking to pay a hefty price, though, and that's why he hasn't made a move. They were in on Cousins right up until the move was made. Flames wouldn't part ways. Sorry. I think that was a part of the package, so good on Craig for not doing that. Who apparently was a must in the return to Buffalo. Connor Zary apparently was in that package for Dylan Cousins. So I'm good with that. No big offers on Rasmus Anderson at this point. Doesn't mean Calgary's going to re-sign him in the summer. They shut down an Avalanche trade for Nazem Kadri, we don't know the players involved. Teams called on Pospisil. Flames aren't going to move him for a third, fourth round pick.
Yeah.
So
also,
that just tells me everything I needed to know.
Did you see the thing that Michael Russo just tweeted a minute ago?
No, what did he say?
He said, not that it means Brock Boeser won't be traded, that he's on the ice an hour plus before deadline, but I do think contract talks resume today between him and the Canucks. So it is possible that he could stay. And I'll be very honest with you. If Brock Boeser does resign, right, and that's another guy off the board, then I will definitely say that that Carolina is the biggest loser. I know that, and I just want to say this from just, again, not trying to be biased or anything, but just from the Devils' perspective, since there is about an hour left of the deadline. I think the two things that you can make an argument for, number one is you and I have seen, Kyle, throughout the day and throughout the last couple of days, the prices for some of these guys have been absurd.
It is absurd.
And there are teams out there that are just not willing to play ball.
It's true.
The other thing is that, especially when you don't have your top player playing, now I don't want the Devils to use that as an excuse to not try to go win anyway. But certainly not having Jack Hughes. You don't have Dougie Hamilton right now. You don't have Jonas Siegenthaler. Like, it may just make the Devils feel less, I guess, forced to make a move right now. I still believe that you can retool, and you probably will in the offseason, but that's going to have to, we'll see what happens. But I think,
Change. All right.
It'll be interesting.
Well, I think that's enough for today. I'm kind of pooped.
Yeah, me too.
All right. Everybody enjoy the last hour of the deadline. I'm sure, Neil, you'll have it ready in case the Devils do a move. I'll have it ready in case Calgary does something too, and any other big moves that end up taking place. So thanks for doing this today. Appreciate it. And also, it was good stuff. A little bit slow at the beginning, but picked up.
Picked up. We had some fun. We had some laughs. We had some trivia. All good stuff.
Good stuff. All right. Thanks for everybody tuning along with us. We will see you tomorrow for a live watch party, Flyers and Kraken. And we'll probably see you at some point next week and going to the playoffs. So it should be good stuff. And we'll catch you on the flip side. And everybody has a fantastic weekend. And we'll see you later. Bye, guys.